Hey, I'm on the edge of my seat here, back again with another brand new video, and today I will be no damaging all the boss fights in the Metal Gear Solid Saga. And here I am performing one very cheap strategy against Ocelot, where I just spam grenades against him. However, it has been over 2 to 3 years since I've last no damaged all the boss fights in the original Metal Gear Solid 1. So I'm actually very confused as to how I even did that. It's been so much time since I've last played any Metal Gear Solids. Like, this video in general is actually a compilation, which I did 2 years ago with no commentary. But now I decided that would be the perfect time to try to add some commentary to it, but I'm actually so far separated from ever playing Metal Gear Solid that some of this stuff is just not intuitive to me. But this tank is pretty simple. All you have to go is go to that barrier, knock on it, bring the tank over here, and then try to throw the grenades in the little pot. There really is not much strategy to this one, besides that you could mess around with chaff grenades. In fact, in order to climb all the way to the top of the map, that's how I did it. Chaff grenades. Also, I am trying to do my best impression of my own voice in my Splinter Cell Blacklist no damage video. I tried to sound like Sam Fisher in that game, and then my voice just slowly morphed into a weird impression of Fisher and Solid Snake at the exact same time. I thought I would do this entire video with a Solid Snake impression, but it's been so long since I've tried to do a Solid Snake impression that I don't even know how to do it anymore. I could go, Metal Gear, but if I try to say anything else, it becomes very convoluted, the vocal deliveries. And also my outline is kind of all over the place at this exact moment. But just to go over the boss fights, Ocelot, it is that one cheap strategy with the grenades. You just kind of have to get a feel for the movement there. For the tank, nothing too complicated. Honestly, what you see is what you get. But for this ninja here, the ninja can be very annoying because his health bar on this hardest difficulty of the game is just very, very long. Your hits do not deal that much damage. This is very much like playing Yakuza 3 if the enemies did not block. So basically this is like playing Yakuza 3 on the PS3, the original, because in the remasters the boost to 60 FPS increased the amount of blocking enemies do in that game, normally. But on the PS3 they're a lot more lenient with that, so the game is less punishing. But you still deal very little damage, just like you're doing in this fight. But for the first phase, you have to be very precise with your movements, because if you miss a punch, he'll just kick you. He'll do a little sweeping kick. You need to have decently fast reaction times in the beginning phase. And also, you have to kind of drag him to the bottom of the room so he kind of jumps over the wall, because if he doesn't jump over the wall, he becomes a lot less predictable. And when he's a lot less predictable, it's just kind of hard to deal with him. And basically, you hit him, and then he'll do a dodge. And you have to basically perfectly follow his dodge to be right in front of him when he's done with the dodge. And then you hit him at that point. And sometimes he'll do a jumping attack, so you also need to have your reaction sharpened. You can't have dull reactions for this fight. You need to have very, very sharp senses, because you need to be able to tell the difference between just a dodge into a normal attack or a dodge into a jumping attack. Actually, he'll jump before doing a dodge. So he'll jump, and then after he's done with his jumping attack, which you have to avoid by just walking away from him, well, running more like, then you hit him after he does a dodge, after the jumping attack. I hope the footage is very good at explaining how I'm doing this, but yeah, the second phase gets a lot more creative. Well, I don't know if creative is the right word, but it gets a lot more troublesome just because he turns invisible. And you can use chaff grenades to get a couple of cheap hits here and there, and I am playing the PC version of Metal Gear Solid 1. You can maybe tell by the super crisp graphics. Oh my goodness. A new Masters collection has come out of Metal Gear Solid, which kind of changes up the whole field here. Because before, the only PC version of Metal Gear Solid that existed is the integral version on GOG. And this port of the game is kind of troublesome. I think I had to kind of like mess around with like the graphics, the controls. Like, it worked decently well, but it is not exactly ideal. But there's now a brand new Masters collection which works natively on Steam, and just I haven't played it myself because I've just kind of played through all the Metal Gear Solids before that collection even came out, but I am still interested in getting it. The collection has the first, second, and third game, and I hope you're prepared, because I'm kind of stumbling over my words because I'm trying to keep up this fuck-ass impression. These games are rated M for mature, so I should be able to say any explicit words every now and then. But yes, those boss fights will be no damaged. And basically, like, the footage of these boss fights is taken from full no damage walkthroughs, except I do kind of cheat because a lot of my Metal Gear Solid videos do kind of end up being no damage for the most part, but then there'll be like one section which I don't no damage, like the more like the railgun sections. For example, in my Metal Gear Solid 1 video, I failed to no damage like the final chase with Liquid in the car and all that. Oh, spoilers for the entire Metal Gear Solid saga, but you are watching a video called All Metal Gear Solid Saga Boss Fights No Damage, so it kind of comes with the territory. This video is 5 hours long, so it should really strain the voice. Because I remember there's certain videos I did before which were also 4 hours long, like my Phantom Pain videos. Each part is 4 hours, and I did every single main story mission in a 3-part section. So it was like a 12-hour little saga of no damage videos of me no damaging all the main ops. But yes. The one thing about this compilation, though, is that I did technically no damage every single boss fight in the Metal Gear Solid Saga, so I thought that was worth compiling because I just haven't seen any other video of this style. I just haven't seen any other video where someone claims to have no damaged every single boss fight in the Metal Gear Solid Saga. But I have. And there is something very particular about this Psycho Mantis fight. Psycho Mantis. Psycho Mantis. So Psycho Mantis on PC is fucking terrible. Because you see, on PC, there was a whole gimmick with Psycho Mantis in the original game, where you had to plug in the controller into the second port, and the game would get all meta on you and break the fourth wall. But you don't really have a second controller port in the computer version, so instead of having to plug your controller, which I was using the controller for this playthrough, into the second controller port, you instead have to use the keyboard and mouse to defeat Psycho Mantis, and it's fucked up. I fucking hate the controls for like keyboard and mouse in this game. I don't know if the Masters Collection like fixed that or not, but it's fucking terrible. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna change to this voice now. But yeah, it was very awkward having to like accustom myself to like the PC, like the keyboard and mouse setup for this fight. And this fight, even when you're using the right controls so that Psycho Mantis isn't like, you know, duking you out, it's still a decently tough fight just because it's like very combat based. It's very much like a puzzle. You have to like watch out for his teleportation, his like projectiles. You have to duck whenever he does like any chairs. Getting shots on this guy can be very just gruesome. Like you have to actually learn his attack patterns. Still a very iconic fight. Oh, I hate these little orb things. They always like target you and all. But yeah, in a very iconic fight. This room also has reflective floors, which I'm very, very big fan of. But just like the pain of having to do this fight on a keyboard and mouse, like no matter how many years pass, I will never forget it. It's very much one of the most unforgettable moments in the game, and not exactly for fully positive reasons, but I was kind of doing no damage. If I was just trying to beat this normally, I probably wouldn't be as frustrated. Yes, I am using the first person mode there in order to figure out where Psycho Mantis might be here and there, because just, oh yeah, I'm playing on the hardest difficulty, so the minimap really isn't much help. And even if I had a minimap, it still wouldn't be that much help. And then there's going to be a moment where I think I'm going to use the goggles to like find it. Wait, no. I actually don't think I'm going to use the goggles. Oh, I think I could have gotten the thermal goggles in this playthrough, but I just didn't at this time, and it kind of made this fight a lot harder. But I will be doing the twin snake boss fights later in this video, and I will use the goggles to find him there. And another thing about thermal goggles, I'm kind of getting ahead of myself, but I'm just thinking about Metal Gear Solid 4, that basically, in order to, oh, this can be kind of tough. She can kind of shoot kind of fast if you're not fully prepared, so that's why I'm kind of hiding underneath the table, just trying to get her as close as possible so I can just kind of bum rush her to do a little non-lethal throw, because of course we don't want to kill Meryl, absolutely not. I do have to mention some YouTubers who I pulled some strategies from in order to deal with Metal Gear Solid on the hardest difficulties. I saw how other people did it, and 3 very important YouTubers for the first Metal Gear Solid Integral on PC, even though I looked at walkthroughs of the original game, not the Integral version for some strategies here and there. The important YouTubers are Grandland the Great, Jaguar King, and Stars Redfield. Look up their channels, they're very beastly, they're pro gamers. Highly recommend them. I could have not no damaged every single boss fight in the first Metal Gear Solid without watching their videos. A lot of useful strategies, a lot of useful tech. And while I'm also referring to tech, I do kind of want to mention another annoying part about this Psycho Mantis thing on PC, specifically the original PC port of Metal Gear Solid Integral on GOG, is that the PC version just really isn't ideal for a first time playthrough, because Psycho Mantis doesn't do the controller rumbling thing. That entire part of the cutscene is just cut out of the game. Also, visual glitches, like the codec things just don't really glow the same, just it's a very, very iffy kind of messy port. It works decently well, and the graphics are very nice. You know, it's not that pixelated. I mean, yeah, the models, they're kind of like very Lego-y, but still, this isn't all that pixelated. It's very clear, it's very smooth. If you try to record like the PS3 version, the little like PS3 digital download, or if you try to play the original game, it would have a lot more fuzz to it. But I think some people would actually prefer the game having a little bit more fuzz. Just that's kind of the thing with retro games, that sometimes when you make them too clean, the visuals just aren't the same. And that sort of like graphical decision can also ruin the graphical style of certain games. I was so lucky. That orb could have hit me, but it just kind of just hit against like the ground right next to me, but not next to me, you know? And here I'm going to spend a good majority of this fight just camping out here, just waiting for him to teleport exactly where I need him. And if he doesn't do that, I just avoid his balls, just because like, getting a hit in there is just very difficult. Like, and especially with the keyboard and mouse. The keyboard and mouse is just really limiting me here. And I think the thing is that if you play most of this game on the keyboard and mouse and get to this fight, then the game will force you to use a controller. I'm pretty sure that's how it works out. But yes, no, I vividly remember I definitely had a headache while trying to do this fight. It's one of the most memorable parts of the whole thing. Just like I had a pounding headache. I was using a control scheme I was never going to use again, and I just did not like. I think I should rebinded some of the keys to be slightly more comfortable, but just it was still terrible. Like I'm basically just trying to camp him out, just waiting for him to teleport right in front of me, and if he doesn't do that. So yes, one reason I wanted to mention the integral version specifically is because it allows you to walk in first person. And I'm not sure if I really do that in any of the boss fights, but you can't do that in the original game. I think in the original game, you're only allowed to look in first person, but you can't move in first person. Ooh, this phase is just, it's a nightmare. He starts doing every single move at the same time. Just, it's very cumbersome. Yeah, just every single boss fight on the hardest difficulty. Well, this also kind of applies to almost every single Metal Gear Solid boss fight in the franchise, is that on the hardest difficulty, these boss fights have so much health. Just, it is the hardest difficulty. You kind of want to like increase the difficulty per se, but still so much health. And yeah, aiming on keyboard and mouse is just so hard. But it is also kind of hard to aim on the controller anyways, especially if the enemy starts moving around. You have to like hit somewhere very precise. The aiming can get a little bit iffy. Also, another thing I wanted to mention, actually the next thing on my outline is specifically about Sniper Wolf, which will be the next thing I mention. Like, I'm just kind of taking the same outline points from my original, like, no damage walkthroughs of, like, Metal Gear Solid 1. That video's come out, like, 2 to 3 years ago, but I'm using the exact same, like, outline points. And the funny thing is, let me get back to my Metal Gear Solid 4 point with the night vision goggles. So basically, Metal Gear Solid 4, that game has, from what I understand, an unlocked frame rate. And the game, for the most part, runs under 30 FPS. It's a game where most of the time it's just kind of chugging super hard, especially in the first 2 chapters. But if you activate the night vision goggles, the game's frame rate kind of gets a nice boost, because like a lot of the detail goes away when you put on the night vision goggles. You know, like the colors get a lot more simpler. And another weird optimization issue, or I'm not even sure if it's an issue, but just like a little gimmick, is that whenever you climb stairs in Metal Gear Solid 4, the frame rate gets a boost to 45 FPS just every time you climb stairs. It's very, very surprising. And also the Shadow Moses section does run better than most other parts of the game. But yeah, just Metal Gear Solid 4, I'm really waiting for like a port of that one, just like a remaster that allows me to play the entire thing in 60 FPS, but I don't even know if that's possible, or like what gameplay issues I can even introduce. But that's the one I'm most excited to see, like an HD remaster of, because I've already seen an HD remaster of every single other game except for 4 and except for Portable Ops, but I just kind of emulated Portable Ops, so kind of the same thing, iffy maybe, I don't know. But yeah, an HD remaster of Metal Gear Solid 4, that running at 60 FPS is going to blow my mind. That game is beautiful. But let me not get ahead of myself. We're going to get to those boss fights later in this video. Let's get back to Metal Gear Solid 1. I'm going to be honest, I don't really know what I'm looking at here. But the detail I have for my outline tells me that Sniper Wolf will usually go all the way to the left, and she usually won't hit you, but there was one time where she hit me once and I was like, bruh. So I'm pretty sure throughout all my attempts of trying to no damage Sniper Wolf here, there was a certain moment where, you know, I did the strategy I'm doing in this video, but for some reason it just did not work out. I just kind of went all the way to like the left corner there, and I waited for her to go to the left corner of the map and try to take a shot. And when she takes a shot, I pretty much went out and got into position here. And once you're in position here, you basically have to play a very consistent game. I think I took those practice shots because she has a habit of just basically immediately popping out or going under, like once she gets to that point. But sometimes she doesn't. So once you get to this section, the fight can become very intense, and also you have to kind of watch that little drug you have there. They call it something completely different in the new games. And by new games, I'm pretty sure it has a completely different name in the Twin Snakes, the remake, which didn't even come out like that much after the second game. I actually don't know the full timelines of when these games released. Okay, Metal Gear Solid 1 actually has a very iconic release date. 1998 is one of the most iconic years in stealth gaming. I can give a bit of context on this because there's two games which also came out the same year that Metal Gear Solid 1 came out, which I really want to do a no damage video of, but they're going to be very complicated to do videos of because one of those games is very elaborate and complex and just would be a hassle to do on the hardest difficulties. And the other one I've never really played, but yeah, the top 3 most iconic stealth games that came out in 1993 were Metal Gear Solid, Thief the Dark Project, and Tenchu Stealth Assassins. I've never played Tenchu Stealth Assassins, but I really do want to one day, because it is one of the most iconic stealth games ever. Metal Gear Solid 1, well, you're seeing footage of it right now, though there's going to be very few fights here that actually employ stealth, but there is one very iconic encounter which does use stealth, and it is a big blast. It's so much fun. Though I'm pretty sure in this video I'm probably going to use a pretty cheap strategy, just because like playing the fight normally you can get clipped pretty easily. And here I decided to include this section just because it annoys me a lot. And I think I have a clip. I have like some advice for this section. Basically, holding down and pressing X during the cutscene of going down the building makes you do it immediately instead of after just a codec call. So, I mean, just practice that a little bit, and yeah, I think even in, like, my main video where I first did this challenge years ago, I don't really have a good strategy. You just kind of go left and right, make sure to avoid those air things, make sure to avoid the gunfire. Like, I have no idea how the gunfire is not hitting me at that point. Just, this section is hell, and I forget if it was better or worse in the Twin Snakes. I feel like I did also include it in the Twin Snakes video, but I don't know, we'll have to see. But yeah, this section is just, ooh. It brings me so much pain, especially like that last section, like this final wall you have to scale down is one of the worst sections in like the entire game. What? Not even. One of the worst sections in the entire game is that the whole action set piece where you have to climb down the building took me nearly 2 hours to no damage it. But that doesn't really count as a boss fight, so I don't think I included it in this video, but it's one of the worst sections of the game. It was like, ooh, it brought me so much pain and misery. And the Hind D fight, one of the most important things about the Hind D fight is sound design. You need to have some headphones plugged in, you need to have stereos out, you need to have like stereo sound, because you need to be hearing where like the helicopter is like flying from. You have to always be like ready to take cover from a very specific direction, and then also be ready to like pop off some shots once he flies a certain way, especially when the Hind starts like hiding in more suspicious ways. And once again, because this is the hardest difficulty, this little helicopter here has a ton of health. But all things considered, this is not so bad of a fight because it is leagues worse to play against in the Twin Snakes. It's like the Twin Snakes took this exact same fight and just made it like 5 times faster. It is actually infuriating. While here, the pace is somewhat slow and methodical. Well, I don't know if slow and methodical is the right term, but it's a bit slow, you know? Like, I mean, you have a good amount of time to react to everything. And oh, that guy's still shooting. I'm actually taking some very risky shots there. I mean, I have no idea how I did not get clipped, but yeah, compared to the Twin Snakes version, like, this is so easy. This is easy sauce. Easy sauce. I've never said that in a no damage video. This is the first time I probably said easy sauce, but yeah, I'm saying it right now. And now I wonder if there's really any other tips I have to deal with this fight. I forget exactly how you deal with that missile that just kind of comes in. I think hiding here, I just seem to be hiding here, so that should be fine. And I think I'm just pointing the first person thing there precisely to get a shot on him once he's like flying around. And oh, the shot doesn't even no damage him though. That is the one annoying thing about this fight. Oh, there's a couple annoying things, but one of them is that sometimes you'll fire a shot, and if you just fire it at the wrong time, like when his iframes are still active, I don't know if iframes is the right word, but like when his like super armor is still active, iframes, or if he's just transitioning phases, the missile just won't damage him. And that's also true of like Metal Gear Solid 2 with its like little helicopter. He doesn't use a helicopter in Metal Gear Solid 2, but like it's a similar type of fight. It's a lot more complex in Metal Gear Solid 2, and I like the Metal Gear Solid 2 one better. But yeah, if you shoot the missile at the wrong time, it just doesn't damage him because he's like transitioning phases or the iframes kick in. I find that very annoying because like, dude, I shoot the missile, I targeted him, the missile actually makes contact with him, but no damage. It doesn't deal any damage. Like, what's up with that? And by the way, no damage means I take no damage, but the enemies, they'll be taking a lot of damage because I have to defeat them without me taking any damage. That is the essence of a no damage video. But yes, I have run out of things to talk about on the outline for this Metal Gear Solid 1 video, and the funny thing is that this previous outline was just for the entire game, not just the boss fights. And wait, actually no, I think I only took the tips I had from the boss fights in those outlines for my outline for this Saga commentary video. But yeah, this fight just kind of goes on and on and on and on. I really don't have much to say. other than the fact that there is like news about the Snake Eater remake that actually got revealed recently. That's what inspired me to pretty much dig up this no commentary video and finally do some commentary for it. Because my playlist, I have 2 different playlists, alright? I have long form no damage commentary, and I have long form no damage no commentary. And back before I did that Saga video, those 2 playlists would always have the same exact amount of videos, you know, 80-80 or 70-70. But ever since I never did commentary for this video specifically, this is like the first compilation style video I ever tried to make. Like every video before then was like wholly original and like new, but here I decided, hey, I think it would be really interesting if I just compiled all the boss fights from my Metal Gear Solid videos into one shorter video. Well, the shorter video ended up being 5 hours, but you know, if I compiled every single Metal Gear Solid thing into one video, it would be like 20 to 30 to 40 hours. So this is very short in comparison, but yeah, this is like the first time I ever tried like a compilation style video. And while thinking about compilation, I thought maybe I would have new commentary, maybe some new insights, you know, come at it from a different perspective, a different voice. I am older now. I am much older than I was before. But just because this video was 5 hours long, covering like 7 different games, which each with different gameplay styles, which I was not familiar with for like the longest time, it was just kind of hard to like intuitively point to things and say, oh yeah, the game feels like this, the game feels like that. That's gonna be one of the most entertaining things about this commentary video. I mean, I don't know about entertaining, but it's gonna be unique. That like, you know, I'll be talking about Metal Gear Solid 1, and then Metal Gear Solid 2 happens, and there's a whole bunch of different things with its gameplay that I have to like mention. Snake Eater, from Snake Eater to Portable Ops, my goodness. Actually, just elaborating on that, like a lot of the old memories are kind of flooding back in. Like, I mean, I should probably mention this in the Portable Ops section and not in the Metal Gear Solid 1 section, but I'm just remembering how Portable Ops just transitions, just takes a lot of the gameplay from Snake Eater just wholesale, like the animations, being able to interrogate enemies, while Peace Walker actually removes certain things from Snake Eater just to like have a more smooth gameplay experience. But yeah, like you can't crawl in Peace Walker, but you can completely crawl in Portable Ops. You can interrogate enemies, you can actually move enemies while holding them up with a knife like you could in Snake Eater, but you can't do that in Peace Walker. But honestly, since you're still playing Peace Walker on a original PSP, those simplifications actually made the experience a lot more smooth. Though, like now that I have every single game on a console, some of those like restrictions are still a little bit annoying, but the game is designed around it. But I should probably mention, I've never actually played Metal Gear Solid on an original PSP. I've only played the Metal Gear Solid games in a portable fashion on the PSP Vita. Which I say that with a bit of melancholy because I've kind of divorced myself from that console after a very specific thing. And that specific thing is I jailbroke my PS Vita. I tried to emulate an N64 game and it ran like ass. And I realized I could do this better on my computer. And then once I had a Steam Deck, I realized, hold up, I could do this better on my Steam Deck, and the Steam Deck is portable now. So honestly, I really don't have any purpose for the PS Vita. I've kind of done this thing where I don't really play games on a console that I can't record footage from. I know it's a little sad, but that's just kind of the way things are. And there just really isn't any good way to record like PS Vita footage like natively from its hardware that I know of. I actually have a way to natively record footage from the original PSP, because now I actually do have an original PSP. I should mention that in my childhood, I did own an original PSP, and then I got it taken away, but then I had a PSP Go, and then I had another PSP Go, and then after a long time after the PSP and the PSP Go and the PSP Go, I now have a PS Vita. Honestly, the PSP Go is a device I would really like to own just for like a collector's like reason. It's such a cool design for a console. It's probably like my favorite PS Vita design. Like just, I mean, like getting inspiration from like a cell phone, just kind of like the little flip phone aesthetic, just like flipping down the controls. That just seems so cool. But I have not been able to hold the PS Vita in my hand in like quite some time. So like maybe now like my hands are too big to like comfortably actually play with that thing. But it was so cool. It's like one of the coolest things ever. And yeah, the PSP Go is kind of like indicative of some of the more annoying design, I forgot how to say that word, but like choices which the PlayStation like company make nowadays. You know, like with the new PS5, there's a version which allows you to play with discs, and there's a version that is purely digital. And I also own a PS5, and I'll tell you right now, I could not get the digital one, because the reason I wanted to get a PS5 is because it would replace my PS4, and I can't replace my PS4 if I don't, you know, if I can't insert my discs into the console. And also, like, it was kind of insidious because the PS5 got scalped so hard in the beginning. You know, you had to, like, pay, like, $1,000 if you just wanted to buy it immediately. While me, I had to go to Best Buy at 2 a.m. to stand in line until 9 a.m. because they were holding a special event where, you know, the first people that showed up to Best Buy got to have a PS5. And you could actually pay normal price for it. And I just stood in that line for around 6 to 7 to 8 hours, and I actually had no idea whether or not I was actually going to get the PS5 I want, because it would be so depressing if I stood in that line from 2 a.m. to like 8 to 9 a.m., and then they told me, oh, I'm sorry, the only version of the PS5 is the digital version. Like, I just straight up wouldn't buy it. And yes, the strategy here, I'm taking the very, very cheap and very just cruel strategy of just hiding in a corner and spamming the rocket launcher to defeat Sniper Wolf here. Like, you could kind of play a sniping battle, but I remember that there was probably an annoying reason why I just don't do it. Just the battle can be very annoying. It's kind of hard to tell where she is. So I'm just taking a very cheap and just very safe strategy of just spamming rockets and just hiding behind this corner where she's never, ever, ever, ever going to shoot me. She's not like Revolver Ocelot. And I should probably mention why I used the grenade strategy instead of a normal fight with like Revolver Ocelot. It's just that if you fight Revolver Ocelot normally, there's just going to come a point where he's going to get a cheap shot on you. He's going to like do a little diagonal shot. It's going to hit you. But yeah, we're just going to be absolutely destroying like Sniper Wolf's calves and like just the abs. They're going to get so many explosions that just like absolute destruction. I mean, she must have like bones of steel. She must have like the fucking Wolverine setup to like survive so many rocket launchers to her entire body. Oh, even the face. But she's like Wolverine, you know, like adamantium, like skeleton adamantium skin or whatever the hell. I mean, that's how she's the Sniper Wolf, because actually Wolverine has nothing to do with wolves, but he does have his claws, but his claws are more inspired by Wolverines themselves. I don't know why they settled on the name Wolverine, but you know, it works very nicely. Wolverine's cool. Wolverine's cool as hell. I mean, don't cancel me. I think the character Wolverine from X-Men is very cool. You know, don't cancel me for that. But yeah, let me get back to the PS Vita, because the way I'm talking about it, it seems like I hate the console. I don't. The PS Vita is awesome. And for the longest time, the PS Vita was my Metal Gear Solid machine. That's probably where I replayed this saga of games the most. Though when it comes to replaying all these games, the original Metal Gear Solid 1 is probably on the lower end of my rankings of the entire franchise, which I know some people are going to be pretty mad about. They're like, what? Metal Gear Solid 1 on the lower end of the rankings? But it's such a classic, you know, it's Kino and all that. And hey, I like the game quite a bit. I just like a majority of the other Metal Gear Solid games a lot better. And while I'm at it, yes, the original Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake will not be on this video, because I made the excuse that, you know, Metal Gear Solid, it doesn't have Solid in the title, but also like around the time I was making this compilation, I haven't like no damaged the entirety of those games, and I do want to one day, but for now, this compilation will only be the games with Solid in the title, so Metal Gear Acid is not involved. And also, I've actually never played the Metal Gear Acid games. But the one thing about the original Metal Gear Solid 1 is that I do like it better than the remake. I guess I'll elaborate that once we're doing the remake boss fights. And here we go, Vulcan Raven. I think I actually do a cheap strategy with this guy too. Oh my goodness, this is crazy. Wait, the way you can cheap out this guy is actually insane. So yes, playing this fight normally, it is easy to kind of get clipped, and it is also one of the most fun fights in the entire franchise, one of the best fights in the entire franchise. Just an incredible setup, just super dope environment, just so many fun gimmicks, like the way like your healing items can freeze if you stay in here for too long, like just an ingeniously designed fight, but you can cheese it just by spamming missiles like this, you know, like so. But yeah, no, if you just play this fight normally, it's very easy to get ambushed, especially without the mini-map, which, you know, they just get rid of your mini-map in the hardest difficulty of this game. And there, boom, he's down for the count. Oh my goodness, I actually have points to talk about with this Metal Gear Rex fight. Some very important fights, but first you kind of start off, you point there, and you wait for that big thing to pop up, but the most important things, oh, you can actually start shooting before you have the target thing on there. But yeah, the most important things with the Metal Gear Rex fight is that you can use chaff grenades in order to make the missiles not hit you. But if you don't have that many chaff grenades, you can also get the same effect by staying close to Metal Gear Rex and running towards it whenever it shoots the missiles. You'll probably see me doing this while playing, like in this gameplay. And also, you're going to want Metal Gear Rex facing in front of you, not to your left or right in front of you, because when the Metal Gear Rex is facing in front of you, wait, oh my goodness, okay, I just got confused. I'm trying to read off this point on my outline. Oh, I'm destroying this Metal Gear Rex health bar. Oh my goodness, that is really fast. I mean, there must be like a second phase of this fight where like the health bar becomes a lot bigger, because like, oh my goodness, that is very, very quick. I was not expecting to do that. But yes, let me actually read off this point in a more clear fashion. So, You'll want Metal Gear Rex facing in front of you, not to the left or right of you, in front of you, because when you go into first-person mode with the Stinger, running forward translates to aiming upwards, which is exactly what you want to do. The other areas like left or right complicate this, and it's just not cool, man. I hope that what I said there makes sense. But yeah, those are the main 2 points I wanted to get, like, you know, right with the Metal Gear Rex fight. And yes, just like with most Metal Gear Solid fights, there's a lot of ways to go off the beaten path, which introduce a lot of complications. But for this no damage, you want to go as like simple as possible. Not sure if anything changes in this second phase here. I think it's kind of the same, you know. You want to have them in front of you. You want to dodge the missile just by going left or right, and then get a shot in. And then when you start shooting the missiles, then you just go forward, you go back, and you don't want to stay too close, because if you stay too close, he'll use kind of like his laser piss to kill you. But yeah, just a decently fun fight if you know what you're doing. And you can get like 2 shots in every now and then, but I guess that shot missed, or I just hit him while he had iframes. But yeah, no, just very iconic robot. Love this robot. Super cool robot. You know, like not very stealth focused. That's kind of the one thing about Metal Gear Solid 1. To get back to why I kind of rank this game lower than the others, I just find that the second half of the game, a lot of the most fun stealth gameplay is pretty much gone. You know, you have the first half, you have a lot of fun stealth rooms, you have fun boss fights here and there, but then you kind of reach the second half, and the stealth gameplay is almost gone. There's just really not that many interesting stealth scenarios. It basically devolves into a bunch of set pieces, and that's also kind of true of the future games, but I find the set pieces in the future games are a lot more interesting. While in this one, you know, you have like going down the stairs, very annoying. You have the section where you're just kind of like running around the base, around the Metal Gear Rex, while getting info dumped, and the only enemies are just like guys on like stairways, which just kind of walk slowly. That's just not very interesting. It just feels like a lot of padding. Like I feel like anyone who's played the original Metal Gear Solid 1 kind of gets what I'm talking about when I say that the second half of this game is just kind of a big downgrade than the first half. Because the first half, you know, I mean, mind you, Metal Gear Solid has a habit of doing this where they'll have like some of the hardest areas like straight in the beginning, and Metal Gear Solid 1 is like probably the most famous example. Metal Gear Solid 1 starts off with like the helipad section. You know, it's like a snowy field, and you can leave footprints in the snow, and the enemy can follow the footprints. You know, you have like the little helipad spotlights, which can catch you if you like go across them at the wrong time. You have to like learn the patterns there. There's like hidden items here. There's cameras there. There's guard patrols you have to watch out for. You know, there's multiple entrances inside the building. It's like the best stealth room in the entire game, and then the rest of the game isn't nearly as complicated. That, oh my goodness, I have to go get my laundry. I am sorry about that. But yeah, the liquid fight in this game is very hard. Just the liquid fights in both games I find very difficult to just get through, and I don't really have any solid strategies for him except for 2 things. And the 2 things is that in this final boss fight, on normal difficulty, if you fall off the Metal Gear, you would hang on to it and not fall. But on extreme, the difficulty I'm playing on right now, if you fall off the Metal Gear, you just fall off immediately. I don't know if I did something wrong, but it is very, very difficult. And there's this famous YouTuber I really want to mention, because some of the things he says, or like does in his video, is very useful, but I don't do it in my no damage here. But Plywood Gaming knows how to infinite liquid. Basically, like just have him in a combo which is just infinite, but I just could not copy him. It was just kind of hard. I couldn't get the timing down. And I just could not tell you like the slightest thing about how to no damage this guy, but there is a lot of similarities with the way you fight the ninja. Ooh, that is actually a great strategy I do there. Basically, when I land the kick, I open up my inventory just to like make it easier to pretty much like run away faster. Pretty much just kind of giving myself like a little delay buffer. I don't know if that's the right term, but just, you know, you have to react very, very fast once you land that last kick to get away. I mean, do you see how fast he attacks right after you land that kick? So basically the way I do it is I just give myself more time to react by opening up the inventory while I land that last kick. So that's pretty much the way I do it. I think I'm actually like doing the infinite in that exact moment, but I was not able to do the infinite like for the entire fight, but that helped me out so much. I dealt so much damage at that point, and also this is a timed fight, so you can't really like hit Liquid too many times and knock him off, because it just wastes a lot of time. You basically have to like bait out a lot of his attacks. You know, sometimes like in this phase here, you start, you know, dancing around you have to bait that out. And also there's that big charge attack. That thing gets so hard to dodge every now and then. Like, I don't know what it is, just like it's super hard to dodge. But yeah, if you can land the infinite, you know, good for you. Try that out. I don't really know exactly the rules of the infinite. And yeah, just be sure not to like mess up your inputs, because if you do, things can get really, really nasty. But like, it may look easy to like dodge that little bull charge he does, but like it is a lot more nasty when you're actually playing it yourself. And besides that, I don't really know how to continue my ramblings here. But I mean, this is like the 4th time I want to get back to it. But the PS Vita used to be my Metal Gear Solid machine. You can play Metal Gear Solid 1, Metal Gear Solid 2, Metal Gear Solid 3. You can play the original Metal Gear on the MSX through the Metal Gear Solid 3 version on the PS Vita. You can play Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. You can play Portable Ops. You can play Peace Walker. And you can play like a secret third other game. Actually, I don't think you can. I think those are all the Metal Gear Solid games you can play on the PS Vita alone, and it's all portable, and it was beautiful. Though one issue is that playing the Metal Gear Solid 2 on the PS Vita and Metal Gear Solid 3, the game would run at 30 FPS. The 30 FPS performance isn't too bad for Snake Eater, because the game on the original PS2 did run at a somewhat shaky 30 FPS, but for Metal Gear Solid 2, which ran at a smooth 60 on the original console, getting a downgrade to 30 FPS on the Vita is a little bit of a shame. I'm actually not sure if it runs at 30 FPS or like a 60 or an inconsistent 60. I'm pretty sure it's 30 FPS. But yeah, like every single version of Metal Gear Solid 2, aside from the PS Vita version, runs at a 60 FPS. Like just this game was like black magic, you know. It just ran at 60 FPS on the original PS2 console. It's one of the launch titles. It looks great. Now the footage you're seeing here is from the PS3 HD collection, so don't be fooled. This is not PS2 footage. The PS2 footage would look a little bit more fuzzy, but if you upscale it a little bit, it still looks great. And just there's a lot of great animation. There's like these smear effects. Just Metal Gear Solid 2 launch title, the PS2 launch title is just graphically so insane. The jump from the PlayStation 1 to the PlayStation 2 is one of the most impressive things in the entirety of gaming, and I don't think really anything really matches it, just because we went from blockhead people to somewhat realistic looking individuals. Just like the rendering, just the animation detail, it is an insane boost. And also just, Metal Gear Solid 1 doesn't run at 60 FPS, does it? It kind of runs at a slower frame rate. This complete 60 FPS, it's like human beings, it's beautiful. However, one thing which is not beautiful is this boss fight. This boss fight is insanely hard, especially on the hardest difficulty, because there's like dynamic things you can affect in the normal difficulties of this boss fight. Like if you're playing this on normal and then like Olga here like shoots the blinds there to like hide behind them, you can just shoot the little thing below the blinds in order to get rid of the blinds entirely. And when like she activates like the little lantern to blind you, you can like get rid of that in the normal difficulty. You cannot do that on the hardest difficulty of this fight, which I think is a stupid decision, but it just means you have to be more balls to the wall. You have to kind of, honestly, a lot of this fight is luck. Because you basically, like, the way you, like, avoid a lot of the more annoying things she does is just by, like, stun locking her before she can do them, and I do not succeed at doing that, and also getting headshots, because the headshots deal a lot more damage, and yes, I am doing this non-lethally. I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to do this lethally. I think you only have access to a non-lethal weapon, and I believe for most of these fights I will be doing them non-lethally. I can't think of a single Metal Gear Solid 2 boss fight which I did lethally, because I think for the most part it just isn't really that much easier to do it lethally, but I might be wrong on that. I don't fully remember my playthroughs, but yeah, this fight on European Extreme is one of the hardest things in the entire franchise. Metal Gear Solid 2 European Extreme is one of the hardest things in the entire franchise. It might actually be the hardest thing in the entire franchise, just like the game is super punishing. Like basically 2 shots from her and you're dead. And also you have all these annoying little details which you just can't get rid of once she activates them. So once you reach this point and you don't find a way to, you know, not deal with that, you're pretty much screwed. Like the way I know damage this part was pretty much pure luck, pure utter luck. And doing it on PS Vita was leagues worse, because guess what? I actually got the platinum for Metal Gear Solid 2 and Metal Gear Solid 3 specifically on the Vita versions, and the platinum for the Vita version of Metal Gear Solid 2 is probably one of the hardest things I've ever done in my gaming career. It is insanity, and I would not recommend it for anyone. In fact, I've heard that the Master Collection actually gets rid of some of the harder achievements just to make it easier. So, you know, for people playing these games on the Master Collection and you want to get the Platinums, you actually have it much easier than the older HD collections of the games. I don't think it's an issue with the older HD collections of the game, but it's just like, it's way harder. It's a lot more demanding. While I'm at it, I do think Metal Gear Solid 2 is a big improvement on Metal Gear Solid 1. Metal Gear Solid 2 is probably my second top favorite in the entire franchise. And when it comes to like the top 3 Metal Gear Solid games, the way I see it is Snake Eater Subsistence, I do not know how to say that word, Subsistence at number 1, Metal Gear Solid 2, The Sons of Liberty at number 2, but also like the special version of that game which gives you the VR missions, and number 3, The Phantom Pain. That's my top 3, and I know some people may agree, may disagree, but those are like my top 3 favorite games in the franchise. As for this specific boss fight, all you have to do is equip the cardboard box and go left and right, and you should be good there. Like, every time she shoots like a little lightning bolt, go the opposite direction once you're done there. Here it's going to get a little bit scary because she stops having a little pattern there. You're going to go boom boom, keep going because you have space, then you have to turn around. The reason you want to use the cardboard box is that it just makes it easier to go left and right. If you don't have the cardboard box equipped, there's the slight chance that if you go left and right, you might like lean up against a wall by accident. Like you might lean up against some of these barrels that she can explode. That's what's really scary about doing it without the box. But the box, when you have the cardboard box equipped, you're not allowed to lean up against any of those barrels, which means you can just go left and right without having to worry about any of that. Oh, Fatman. Fatman can be so annoying to deal with, especially since I think the radar is a lot more limited here. And also, I'm pretty sure I did not get, like, the big thing. Oh, I'm actually gonna kill Fatman. Oh my goodness. I guess, like, yeah, shooting him with, like, a gun is easier than shooting him with a tranquilizer, because the tranquilizer is a little bit more direct, you have to be a little more careful. But with the gun, you're more prone to spamming, but he's still so hard to deal with. Like, I actually really don't have any good ways of dealing with him, just kind of, like, maybe camp him out every now and then. But he can get really random. You also have to follow him, you have to make sure that you're not, like, in his path of shooting things. I think what I'm trying to do is, because I'm trying to leave this one bomb available, just so that he always comes back for the bomb, just in order to, like, deal the most amount of damage possible. Am I gonna land a hit before he gets up here? I am! Oh my goodness, I am so smart. And there, like, I mean, once you, like, disarm that bomb, he's gonna wait for you to, like, pretty much stand out. Like, basically, I just abuse the most amount of time possible with those first 2 bombs before he installs more bombs, because if you keep letting him install bombs, it just kind of gets a little ridiculous after a while. Like, he installs so many bombs that it's just kind of hard to deal with. You have to watch out for, like, the little guns, and also every time he tackles you, you take a little bit of damage. Just, yeah, no. Fighting this guy lethally is a lot easier, and I just decided to do it because he just annoys me so much. It's still a really good fight, but just there's something about it that just makes it a lot more annoying than, say, Vulcan Raven, which is kind of the fight he's copying here. It's a very similar style, you know, you're kind of like... It's not really stealth, though. It's a lot more like you have to, like, run and barrage him before he can do anything. The thing about the Vulcan Raven fight is it is more stealth, but this is just... This guy's very annoying and moves very fast. That's what's annoying about it. And also, you run out of ammo very, very quickly. And another thing is that there's a very specific, like, control setup you have to do in order to shoot very, very fast. And I forget what it is. You have to, like, press a button to lock on. And, like, let me tell you something about Metal Gear Solid. Like, these earlier games with, like, these weird control setups is that on your first playthroughs, they're not going to feel natural to play at all. Like, I remember playing these games when I was, like, 12 because I bought the HD collection on the Xbox 360. This footage is not recorded from that, but, like, my first time playing Metal Gear Solid 3 and 2 and Peace Walker, because those are the only versions of the game available on the Xbox at the time, it was very, very hard to get into because the control setup just, and like the ways that stealth work, I didn't fully get it. But once you fully get it and get kind of good at it, the games might start to feel a little bit simple when compared to some other stealth games. You know, like Metal Gear Solid doesn't have stuff like the shadow system of like Thief or Splinter Cell, and the level design tends to be a lot more linear than some other stealth games. So like once you fully understand the controls, then you start to realize, okay, Metal Gear Solid might be a little bit simpler than other stealth games in a lot of aspects. And yeah, the reason I do that here in this boss fight is because there's iframes when you flip over like the hanging thing there. So instead of taking cover to avoid that, you just flip over there to abuse the iframes and go from there. Like, I'm not even done fully explaining the Fatman fight, or even just fully explaining, like, my things with Metal Gear Solid 2, but just Metal Gear Solid 2, like, one of my favorite things about it, but also something that kind of makes it confusing to get into, is that there's so many little, like, controller, like, intricacies to how to play the game and get good at it. And yeah, like, for the Fatman part, there's, like, a specific button for locking onto the enemy, which allows you to, like, run really fast and shoot them super fast at the same time. And there was also, like, a unique control setup for, like, Metal Gear Solid 1 in the Revolver Ocelot fight, which allows you to, like, shoot and move at the same time. You have to, like, hold down the X button and shoot at the same time, but I didn't do that in that fight. I did something completely different, so it doesn't even apply, but I'm just saying that it does exist, like, that controller setup. You have to, like, you don't have to be standing still while moving with a gun and shooting. So you can actually move. It's just you have to do something very weird in that first game. And here, I think I'm going to do the exact same thing. I'm going to wait for a very specific call. Like once I that happens, you have to flip over. Now the stage is completely different. It's kind of broken up a little bit. But I'm just saying, like, oh my goodness, like I haven't even fully started explaining this fight, but you have to be very fast. You have to be very on the ball. You have to like be tackling him. He has a couple like attack patterns, like I'll let you go out in style. Once again, boom, you can use this to your advantage to avoid that attack. Then there's also like the machine guns. You do kind of have to take cover for the machine guns here and there. I hope the video is kind of self-explanatory. Oh, and in this second phase, he starts doing this. And once he starts doing that, oh, that's not even the thing I was referring to, but yeah, once he does this, it's better to just wait it out here. Pretty much just like hide under the cover there, and I'm not sure if I even leave this cover, but like once he starts like assaulting you with missiles there, you pretty much just kind of wait there, and once he's done shooting with missiles, you can just abuse him from the bottom here. Though sometimes your shots do kind of miss, and you end up in situations like this, which do suck. And also, something you really don't want to take advantage of is shooting the missile and then targeting him afterwards. Because like you don't always have the liberty of being able to target him first and then shoot. Sometimes you have to shoot and then target him later, but the timing for that's a little bit specific. It's a little bit tight. You have to watch out for that. So yeah, for missiles, you can do that, but for the machine gun, it gets a little bit more tricky there. But yeah, the phase I was talking about has not appeared yet, and the phase I'm talking about is also like you have to use the box for this. And I'm using a very specific box here. I guess I'm using the Zone of the Enders box because it looks cooler. It is like one of the cooler looking boxes. even though I've never played Zone of the Enders, there is that. I've completely dropped the voice. I'm not doing any deep Solid Snake. Hey, I'm on the edge of my seat here. I'm not doing that. I'm just talking normally now because I am really in the rambling phase. Metal Gear, I'm rambling. You have to watch out for the machine gun there. Like, you really do have to pay attention to his movements. You don't have access to your minimap because I am kind of rushing it. I'm not really accessing the minimap at all. Like, oh my goodness, it's just, oh holy moly, it's a real pain. It is a real pain, especially like in Metal Gear Solid 2, where like enemies now have like advanced AI, where like if you're not in their cone of view but you're slightly in front of it, they'll go into like a caution phase and be like, huh? And they'll start getting closer to you. That's like harder to deal with when you don't have the mini map. But yeah, no, I mean, this fight does have a lot going on, but I mean, I don't know how to fully explain all of it. But I really hope that like, what I'm doing in the video there is like self-explanatory enough. But yeah, just getting used to all the controller intricacies of Metal Gear Solid 2 is a whole task, but once you do it, it's really fun. And oh wow, I guess once we get to this part, you hide here instead of the other place. And just, I even think taking cover here can be a little inconsistent every now and then, because I'm pretty sure I've taken damage. I mean, I should probably be taking damage there. I mean, look how many explosions happened. I decided, you know, I'm just going to go here, because at that moment in time, I might have panicked, or this piece of cover might have been closer than the other piece of cover, or maybe the other piece of cover doesn't work anymore. I mean, who knows? I mean, these boss fights get really, really complicated really, really fast. And there's like the whole little sniping section before this boss fight they have to do. That one's not too bad, though. Trying to find every single one of them on the hardest difficulty can be a little bit tough, because like there's just so many of them. What else? What else? I don't know what else. But yeah, this is like my top 2 in the entire franchise. I know some people have it as their favorite in the entire franchise. Oh, and this is really tough and tricky. Like, oh my goodness. This one you really have to like immediately go. That was a whole rush there. Like, I could have gotten clipped at like any moment. Just such a stressful, such an intense fight. Big health bar, honestly very satisfying to play. I think Metal Gear Solid 2 has like better and worse boss fights in the original game, because like, I don't know, there's like certain encounters in the original game that just in this game are not as iconic. You know, you have like Vulcan Raven. I don't think most of the fights in this game are really on the same level as Vulcan Raven. But then you have like the Olga fight, which is slightly better than the Revolver Ocelot fight. Then you have the Vamp fight, which is slightly better than the... Actually, I don't know what the Vamp fight is slightly better than. I don't know, just in this game you don't really have any strong stealth boss fights. That's the way I'd put it. Well, at least Metal Gear Solid 1 had the Vulcan Raven fight. And well, the final boss fight in like the original game and this game, I think is better in this game, just because, you know, like it's just cooler, you know. You have a little bit more to do, like the gameplay is like a little bit more out there, even though you are introduced to like a combat style that's completely different than anything else you've ever had to deal with in the rest of the game. Ooh, the Grey Fox fight. Like, I mean, there's really nothing like that in this game aside from like the final boss. And also this game just has less fights in general. While Metal Gear Solid 1 has a lot more fights, but then there's also like a lot of fights in the first Metal Gear Solid that are kind of fillery. You know, you have like the tank fight, like, okay, you're gonna fight the tank. And then Sniper Wolf, you do kind of fight her 2 times. And Sniper Wolf, I mean, you know, she's kind of neat conceptually, you know, like a sniper v1v1, but that whole entire fight is done a lot better in Snake Eater and then in 4. And honestly, it's even done better. I mean, it's definitely done better in the Phantom Pain as well. So just kind of an early inception of like a very ambitious idea, but just a little bit bare bones in that first game. And as for the actual big robot fights, you know, Metal Gear Rex versus like the Metal Gear Rays of this game. Oh my goodness, the Metal Gear Ray fights in this game are insane. It was insane to no damage on the hardest difficulty. You have to like take down like 20 or 25 of them. It's like an endurance, it's like the biggest endurance test in this entire franchise. I actually forget how I tackle Vamp in this video, and here I guess I'm just kind of like taking a little break. I mean, I think I saw that like I had like 0 Stinger missiles, and I got kind of sad. I think that's what I did. Oh, I go for the cheapest strategy possible. Basically, this Vamp fight can go wrong in so many different ways. Like your period to like actually attack him and like deal damage like non-lethally is very slim. You know, it's like very tight, and also all the projectiles he throws, you can get a little bit random with that. And then in the third phase, it gets like that. There's like that little moment where, if there's still any like light sources in the area, he can like tape your shadow, nail your shadow to the ground, and then pretty much like you can't move until you destroy all the lights. Like, I mean, this fight can get very complicated very fast, and honestly, a lot of it just does revolve around like very quick aiming in first person mode, and it gets very annoying. But if you want to be cheesy, you can just hang here, wait for him to do that attack, get up like while you still have iframes, and then just deal a full melee combo. You can repeat this over and over and over. This is actually the first Metal Gear Solid game I did on the channel, like in terms of a no damage walkthrough. Metal Gear Solid 2 was the first one I did. Honestly, it was kind of like a COVID invention, you know, like I just wanted to get to it. Honestly, I don't think I would be doing no damage videos if not for COVID. COVID was just such a strange period of time, just an awful period. I'm glad we're over all that. Just like the isolation, it was very unbearable. But yeah, no, I don't think I would be no damaging video games in the same way if not for COVID. Like, I think I did like my first Yakuza 2 no damage all boss fights video because I had some time in COVID and like I was still waiting for my wisdom teeth removal to be like recovering and all that. I was still in recovery. But yeah, the timing for this is very specific. You really do have to wait for him to like get into a certain animation and then get up. And thankfully you can do this on grip level 1. And yeah, but I do kind of want to redo my original Metal Gear Solid 2 no damage video because in my original no damage video the whole game, I collect 0 dog tags. But I thought it would be really neat if I did a walkthrough where I collect all the dog tags. So that's actually one of the most fun things about Metal Gear Solid 2 to me. It's pretty much like, you know, Metal Gear Solid 1, you just have to sneak past the enemies, and you can still play this game in that fashion, but then if you add in the whole aspect of, okay, how can I sneak past this room while also collecting every single dog tag from every single enemy in every single room, I think the gameplay just becomes a lot more interesting. You know, like, things are a lot more frantic, you know, you have to, like, plan out things more, you have to, like, learn the enemy, like, patterns more, and it's super fun, but for no damage walkthroughs, it gets a little bit too complicated, so I just kind of, like, settled for just, you know, like, playing the game normally. But if I were to redo my Metal Gear Solid 2 video, it would be specifically to collect all the dog tags. And also, the way I would record the game would be different, because if I were to do all the dog tags, I think I would actually try to like record the original PS2 copy of Metal Gear Solid 2. Now that I have an upscaler that can upscale to 1440p, and I can actually record 1440p footage now. I mean, yeah, it's not going to look as good as this still. I mean, even though this is 720p, like the graphics and the textures are a lot more high res, but still, it would be really interesting to like record a walkthrough of that on the original PS2. And I think maybe the original PS2 version might be slightly easier, maybe less dog tags or something, because the subsistence version, it adds like freaking the VR mission. I don't even know, man. I don't even know. But yeah, a lot of the boss fights in this little video here, this little compilation, are going to be pretty cheap strategies, because like the portable ops, let me tell you, once we get to portable ops, that's going to be mostly cheap strategies. Like, so many of the portable ops boss fights are so infuriating. Like, there's not much to them, but, you know, if you just cheese them a little bit, you can, like, take them out in, like, you know, 7 minutes, because they have huge health bars, too. That's the other infuriating thing about them. They're, like, so easy to, like, mess up, because you have, like, PSP controls, and PSP controls are just infuriating. But another way you can tackle the Vamp fight is that whenever he's swimming in the water, you can just spam like stinger missiles at the surface of the water, and it just depletes his like oxygen tank and forces him to come out quicker. Or you could use the rocket launcher and shoot at one of the specific like water like towers, like the little structures which are holding up this building, which somehow also damages him. It's a very intricate fight. There's a lot going on. It is pretty cool, but I think it is just slightly too reliant on first-person aiming, which I'm just not the best at in this game. It just feels very punishing. Metal Gear Solid 2, there's a lot of sections which just, if you're not good at first-person aiming, like it becomes unbearable. There's a specific sniping section that's a bane of my existence. It's like the escort mission, the Emma escort mission. Oh my goodness, that is infuriating. I did not know damage that by any means, and also that doesn't count as a boss fight, I think. I don't even think I included it in this video, but that is infuriating. But yeah, no, this game, it's not perfect. It is almost, for the most part, perfect for me, but there is a couple things which are annoying. Just like Metal Gear Solid 1, the second half of this game is kind of like a step back from the first half, because in the first half has a lot of interesting stealth scenarios, especially on the tanker. The tanker's one. Oh my goodness, yeah, no, I did not include the sniping section. We're in the Metal Gear race section, and this thing, oh, you really do have to keep a nice pace. It's not that complicated of a fight, but like it's an endurance test. You also have to be very much on the ball. I'm trying to like land hits on like every single Metal Gear before they start doing their missiles. Like, I think what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to deal as much damage before they start doing their missiles, like just spamming as many missiles as possible, trying to stun lock them all in a very specific order. But once one of them starts shooting missiles, you cannot get this fun. So just trying to like deal as much damage before things get too hectic. I think like once he shoots his machine gun, I just kind of realized, okay, we have to let one of them get up here. And this is really where you have to start shooting missiles before you're allowed to target. You have to like learn the timing for that. Where basically, you know, you shoot a missile, then you start targeting one of their legs or like their mouth. You like have to be very on the ball about that. You know, it's like micromanaging so many different elements for 20 minutes on end. And if you fail at any point, things can get really hectic. And I wonder if I start using chaff grenades or not, because you don't really have that many in this fight. You kind of have to learn how to deal with the missiles regardless of the chaff grenades, but there will be missiles. Like, ooh-wee, just one of the tougher challenges in this series, but honestly, I don't think it's that frustrating, just because like the scale of this is so awesome. And also, you have to watch out that this thing doesn't like stomp you. There's like certain attacks these Metal Gear Rays that can pull off that can be just so infuriating. Like the little knee rockets, they can like open up their kneecaps and shoot rockets at you. Those things can catch me off guard so many. Like those attacks have caught me off guard so many times. And also like the little machine gun there, you really do want to stun the Metal Gear Ray before it's even boom, there we go. There's the big old missiles. And yeah, the chaff grenades will help with like the missiles like not aim nearly as close to you, but still. Ooh. And every now and then, I don't know if they're gonna do it in like my no damage attempt here, but there's like a laser attack they can do that can be a little bit annoying, just like. But I think they may or may not do it if you get too close to them, just like in the original game with the Metal Gear Rex. But yeah, no, this is just insane. But yeah, no, like I mean, the Metal Gear Rays are a little bit simplified in what they can do and like how fast they react, because you have to like take out multiple versions of them. You have to like deal with like 20 of these, but like in Metal Gear Solid 4 and Metal Gear Rising, yeah, these Metal Gear Rays get a lot more aggressive. While here, they do take their time a little bit more. Thankfully, I do not want them to be faster. Like they're pretty much like tuned perfectly at this exact moment for like how much you have to deal with. You know, to be like 20 of these all at once, like it's the most badass thing. It's one of the most badass things in the entire series. Oh my goodness. But yeah, no, to get back to like the first half, second half like dichotomy of like the Metal Gear Solid franchise, it's just so many of the games suffer from it, like all the way up to like the most recent one, kind of. But yeah, no, in this game, like the first half, you have so many like interesting little stealth scenarios. Honestly, I really like the bomb disposal section. Just like that's a fun little challenge. Not only you can't just sneak past the enemies. You actually have, like, you know, like get rid of all these bombs, and then you have a cool boss fight. Then you have to like be in a disguise to sneak into a place, and then after that, like, you know, the second shell or whatever blows up, and you spend a good amount of it like swimming in an escort mission. And yeah, I think things do kind of take a bit of a downgrade there. But then the climax of this game happened. It's like one of the most batshit insane things in the entire franchise. And like the whole stealth section where you're completely naked, I think it's really awesome. I mean, mind you, it's trippy as hell, like story sense. But it's also like a cool little challenge, you know, like you get rid of all your tools and you actually have to like sneak by without any of them. It's like one of the most interesting like applications of that. Yeah, it is a trope in this series that, you know, you have to sneak past without any of your tools, but that's like one of the best versions of that in this entire franchise. Just very memorable, just very out there, and just, yeah, no, the story of this game I'm a huge fan of. Yeah, it is super info dumpy, and like, you know, it's not the most elegantly written story, but just like all the meta aspects, like the allegorical nature of it all, like its relationship to like the first Metal Gear Solid 1, like the twists and turns, like, you know, the S3 plan, just, oh my goodness, that it's actually incredible. It all comes full circle. It is so satisfying. And just like the whole ending of the game, I mean, I know some people aren't fully happy with the ending of the game, like, oh, it's not conclusive enough, but like, just, dude, I mean, just like after every single game has come out, like, I'm very happy with the way this game ends, even though, like, oh my goodness, the whole AI thing, like the entire conversation, like, just, it's so bleak, but also like, oh, there really is no way to explain it. It's just probably one of the most insane like finales in any video game, and I am so happy that I've experienced it so many times. Like Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 are probably like my most replayed, because, you know, my combined replays of the Xbox 360 version, the PS3 version, the Vita version, and also my no damage runs of them. Some of the most replayed games I've ever played. Like, I have a ball just replaying Metal Gear Solid 2, 3, and well, also 4. 4 is also one of my most replayed games in the franchise, even though I think 4 has a lot more issues than like 2 and 3, but there's just certain aspects about 4 which I just find so compelling and like fun to play through that it's still like one of my top favorites. Like, I would put 4 over the original 1, and I know some people would be like, what the hell? But like, just the gameplay of 4 when it's really shining is just like nothing else. Just insanity, man. Ooh, wow. I really wish I had something else to yap about at this point, but I'm kind of lost for words. I mean, just, this fight goes on for so long that you kind of lose track of what you're talking about anyways. Just like, even if you explained every single strategy in this like fight, there's just gonna come a point where you just run out of things to say. So I'm just gonna mention like the Rays, like one of the Rays has the name Rose in it from like the way it's set up. It's like, oh. Also, I'm not 100% sure like what the differences in difficulty are when, like, with this fight in particular, because I know like on the lower difficulties you fight less Rays, while on European Extreme here you fight the most amount of Rays, which is around either 20 or 25. Like, even just when fighting them, you lose track of how many of them you're fighting. But yeah, on the lower difficulties, oh yeah, whenever they stand super still like that, they're gonna do like the little splitting knees attack. So they do have a bit of a tell there. Like, he's like, if they're gonna do the machine gun attack, you know, they kind of move their arm. But if they do another type of attack, they kind of move in a specific way. But if they stand like eerily still, they're gonna do the whole like missile attack. You have to watch out for it. Just the way the missiles like kind of like hone in on you can be kind of random. Like, a lot of the time I do avoid it just by like doing a dodge roll there. They'll like dodge a little flip. Like a little cartwheel, but sometimes if you cartwheel the wrong way, it just doesn't work out. Just, they have a very weird trajectory. You have to really like just hone in. You have to dodge the exact right time, positioning, just the whole 9 yards. Just, what a fight! What an intense fight! What a way to end the game! Though I do wish there were more fights that employed stealth more, and thankfully Snake Eater was a lot better about employing that, though there's certain fights in Snake Eater that I'm still not a huge fan of, but there's a couple fights in there that are just like all-time like fantastic great fights. I mean, honestly, I think this is also an all-time great fight, just like not really a stealth fight per se. Just like if it's a stealth franchise, I really wish more of these fights would incorporate that sneaking around, just because, you know, I wish just Metal Gear Solid in general would incorporate more sneaking around. Like some of the more modern games were a little bit better about that, but you know, it's still a classic, still a banger. Metal Gear Solid 2, just it feels so smooth to play too. Like it took like the control scheme of Metal Gear Solid 1 and just made it more smooth, like more elegant. Even though there's a lot of things that if you have no idea how to play, it's a little hard to get used to. Once you're used to this, like this is just a breeze. You're just breezing through. Also like the tech. The tech in like Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 is so much fun. I mean, like, but in terms of talking about the tech specifically from like 2, there's this really fun thing you can do with holdups in this game, where basically like you can get into a cardboard box, get in like to the field of view of an enemy, let them notice you, like let them pick up your box, but while they're in the middle of picking up your box, you can unequip the box and they'll still be stuck in that animation, and then like get behind them and then hold them up, and it's just like it's such a silly way of going about things, but like that was like a piece of tech which this game specifically introduced, and yeah, it does come back in basically every single game, but then they got rid of it in like Metal Gear Solid 5, but then Metal Gear Solid 5 added like a new way of like using the box, so it's a kind of a non-issue there, but up until like Peace Walker, you could do that exact same thing. Just equip the box, wait for the enemy to get to you, wait for them to lift the box, and then unequip the box, get out of the box, and then hold them up or like knock them out or like kill them. And just, oh, it's so fun, dude. Because like in Metal Gear Solid 1, the box, I mean, like it has its uses, but it's just nowhere near as versatile. Because like once an enemy notices that you're like in the cardboard box and like starts approaching you, it's over. Like there's nothing you can really do. Like you're gonna like open the box, you're gonna go through that whole little animation, and then they're just gonna kill you. Like they're just gonna fire at you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Like you can't really escape that situation. But in Metal Gear Solid 2, there's an actual way to escape the situation. It's like the most goofy tech ever, and it's just I love it so much. Though in Snake Eater, there's not really Snake Eater and in 4, there's not really too much of a reason to do it because you know the camo's a lot more overpowered, so you can just kind of crawl away from enemies. But it's fun. It is really, really fun. I love it a lot. And it has nothing to do with this fight, but in terms of actual gameplay, that is what I really love. Like, that's the reason why I didn't just want to do, like, the boss fights in terms of no damaging these games. Because the boss fights, I mean, they are really good, but they're not really representative of the most fun parts of Metal Gear Solid. Like, the stealth gameplay is, like, some of the most fun parts of Metal Gear Solid, and you can't really show off the stealth gameplay no damaging unless you do the entire game. So my Metal Gear Solid no damages were me just going through the entire game no damaging basically the entire game, except for 1 or 2 sections which I thought were impossible. But now some of those videos have kind of aged badly because, as it turns out, certain sections which I thought were impossible are actually not impossible. I think a speedrunner actually found a consistent way to no damage like the entire like Tengu showdown at the end of the game, where you're like killing them with a sword. I think they actually found a way to no damage that section, and I had no idea that you could do it that way. And I was like, what? So now it just kind of makes my video super dated in retrospect because I'm just yapping. I'm like, when I say that it's impossible, no, it's actually very possible. Though I didn't actually watch that speedrunner speedrun, but apparently there is like a strategy you can do blindfolded. That guy like speedruns these games blindfolded. I forgot his name. He's like Apache Smash. Super, super talented speedrunner. But yeah, no, I need to watch his speedruns because I could learn a lot from that guy. For like, if I ever want to redo my Metal Gear Solid videos. But honestly, if I'm going to redo Metal Gear Solid 2, it would be getting all the dog tags in one run. You know, like on European Extreme, of course. Because I do want to do my no damages on the hardest difficulty, but man, European Extreme is just so hard. And also, on my original Metal Gear Solid 2 no damage, like the one which this clip is from, I did not get the big boss rank because, one, I killed Fatman. And also, like, you have such limited saves if you want to get the big boss rank in like Metal Gear Solid 2. It's like the hardest big boss to get in the franchise, just because you can't save that much. Like, I think like you can only save 4 times, or like it's either 4 or 8 times throughout the entire game, which is insanity. Because I used like 30 saves to do my no damage run, Metal Gear Solid 2, okay? Like, I was way above that. So just, oh man, just insanity, insanity, insanity. Just, and this fight's still not done. It's still going. I really don't know what to talk about. Honestly, I think it's like the sort of point. I think it's like the part in the video where I just kind of stop talking for a little bit and let the game just kind of play out, just so you can kind of get a feel for it. Also, something I forgot to mention is that you'll see it in that previous fight is that you do have to make use of your inventory, like quick tapping out of it just to like bring up the stinger, bring out the stinger, so that you're not slowing things down. You know, you could just hold down the entire inventory and select the stinger every single time, but you really do have to get used to just bringing it out quick, aiming it, shooting, boom, bam, pow, and also get used to the first person aiming with a stinger, which I think it is easier in this game than in the first Metal Gear. I know there's a whole strategy to this Solidus fight. Like, basically, you just kind of like keep tapping at him until like he blocks. Once he blocks your attack, you block. Most of the time, he'll do the kick, and that's what you want. Just like 2 hits. Like, block him while he's like recovering, and most of the time, he'll like block. Like, when he's in a recovery stance, boom, hit him. And then just, this is the way you infinite him. Though I do fail to do that in this video, but I do take advantage of the infinite just because he has so much health. He has so much health. Doesn't matter if like you do lethal, non-lethal, it's all the same. He has a massive health bar. Massive health bar. Like, this fight takes like 6 to 7 minutes. It feels like it takes forever. And like, yeah, I do like the fight, but like on the hardest difficulty, it is kind of a slog. It just goes on and on. But hey, he is the final boss. You know, you do kind of want him to feel epic, especially on the final like level. But you do want to take advantage of the infinite just because he has certain attacks that are kind of hard to deal with. That's actually one of them. Because sometimes you can't like go down there fast enough to like avoid it. And like some of his combos can be a little bit hard to read. So like taking advantage of the infinite is in your best interest, but just be aware that it's going to take a while. You're going to be here for a while, so don't get impatient. Because there, boom, I got impatient. Now he can like shoot missiles. And like in the second phase, he gets real wild. Honestly, the second phase, you're going to have to do some very precise blocking. And that, like, he has so many attacks you can't block. That's what's hard about him. The little attack with the tentacles there, you can't just block that. You actually have to like be far away from him, so you have to like, get a lot of distance. And it is wild though that they introduced an entirely new combat system to like deal with this guy, and you have zero idea how to use it until you reach this point. But the combat system you do use in this part is more fun than like the hand-to-hand stuff you do in like the first Metal Gear Solid. That's just my opinion. Using a sword is cooler and just it feels nicer just using the right stick. Not like the right stick is very like an unconventional control style, but I do think it's pretty fun. And also, I think one of my favorite things about the Metal Gear Solid franchise is that they really do not play like any other game. Like, even like when they started like adopting more conventional control styles, like in Metal Gear Solid 4, it still does not play like any other game, really. It has like so many little, and that little fire dash he does. Like, whenever like you knock him down and he gets back up, he has a chance of doing that, and you have to avoid the fire. You really do have to be careful with this guy. And it gets even worse in the second phase, but yeah, no. Like Metal Gear Solid 4, you know, you still have the whole camo system, and you still have like the sick little inventory system where you have access to like almost everything, though it does kind of adopt like, you know, Metal Gear Solid 3's thing where you can only have a limited amount of items, but the limited amount of items is still like 8 at a time, like, you know, for healing on one side, and then like 8 weapons on the others. Wait, it was like 5 weapons actually, right? It was a little bit more limited with the weapons, but you still had like a whole little inventory. You can just kind of like stop, pick out your weapon at any time, and it just works. And then even when it gets like slightly more conventional in like Peace Walker, where you only have like 2 to 3 weapons or so, I actually forget exactly how you access the weapons in Peace Walker at this exact moment. And even when it gets more and more conventional with like Ground Zeroes and the Phantom Pain, like the movement and the movement and flow of like Ground Zeroes and the Phantom Pain is so smooth. Like, I don't think there's very few games that replicate just how smooth it feels to like play Ground Zeroes and the Phantom Pain. Like, even Death Stranding just felt a lot more clunky than like the movement in Ground Zeroes and the Phantom Pain. It's just so smooth. You can like, there's so much like little movement tech you can do. Sprinting just has so much energy to it. Just, ooh, I love the movement in like the Phantom Pain. Also, I mean, just the improvement from like Ground Zeroes to the Phantom Pain is also very noticeable, because like there's a little bit of awkwardness in Ground Zeroes that just is not there in the Phantom Pain. But yeah, no, once we're in the second phase here, sometimes you will have to go into first-person mode just to like actually like, you know, position yourself right in front of like his dash he does. He does like 3 different dashes. You know, you can't exactly like fully position yourself without going to first person. I mean, you can, but it's just harder. And yeah, this is kind of the part where you really do want to take advantage of that infinite more often, because if you don't, he starts doing that silly stuff where he really hones in on you. And also, I think you can't block that 3rd attack from what I understand. So yeah, no, this fight is just crazy. The boss fight theme, it's pretty funky. I don't know, there's better final boss fight themes in this franchise, but like this one's funky. It's kind of neat. But like this soundtrack, this is like the first soundtrack composed by Gregory Grenson Williams. I forgot how to say his name, but I think he helped out with the first Shrek movie. He was like one of the composers on that, and also a bunch of other movies as well. Like, I think it was like this one military movie he helped out with. And yeah, now he composes a majority of the Metal Gear Solid games, but he kind of stopped doing that as heavily with like Ground Zeroes. Look, he helped out a lot with Ground Zeroes, but with the Phantom Pain, that was like an entirely new composer. But Ground Zeroes and the Phantom Pain both have like a very like different sound than like the other games. While the other games have a lot more like orchestral themes, just like a little bit more iconic. But like Ground Zeroes and Phantom Pain do have a little something going on, just that it is missing a slight touch from like the previous game's soundtrack. But yeah, no, this Solidus is about to die. Oh, not die, I just non-lethal him, but in the cutscene he dies and boom bam pow. And now we're in the remake of the Twin Snakes, and looking at this footage, I am a little bit sad that I didn't record this with like my more advanced setup. Like here I'm using like the Elgato Game Capture HD, no upscaling, like the actual component cables, like very basic setup, and also like my audio capture is very quiet. But now I could have recorded this so much better, man. Like I could have upscaled it to like 1440p. You know, I could have like done the HDMI transfer. The sound would have been better. Just it would have looked so much better. I mean, it's not like this footage is 100% awful or anything. Just I could have done it way better now. That's just my one hiccup with this like old game. Yeah, in that previous fight for Revolver Ocelot, you do use a cheap strategy, not with grenades. You just go into first person mode and you kind of stun lock him with the tranquilizer. You do kind of have to like do something very specific. You have to kind of like stun lock him with very specific timing or else he doesn't get stun locked. But, you know, just a couple headshots and then boom, he's done. And then for this tank fight, it is easier than the original games, but I pretty much mess up. Like the way I tackled this, I made it like a lot more complicated, and I just dragged this fight out and made it like a lot longer to no damage than was really necessary, just for like a lot of reasons. But the main reason is that you can like deal with this fight by using like the empty clip magazines that you can pick up by doing a certain thing in this game, and I had no idea how to do that certain thing, so the way I dealt with this fight is just completely different. And honestly, a lot of the strategy I did were luck based. I ran out of stun grenades, so I tried to like hit him with first person mode, and just I overcomplicated this fight by so much for almost no reason. But you know, whatever, at least I no damaged it. It is a no damage. I took no damage. That was a very funny noise that character made, but there's a couple points on my outline I do kind of want to cover. For one, the tank fight in the original game started with a tank round fired at you, while in the Twin Snakes that just doesn't happen. It's a bit strange. And also, like I said before, the tank fight in the Twin Snakes is more involved because it's easier. But it's still hard until you get it down, because I was paying attention to where the machine gun was, because if I ran the wrong way of the machine gun firing, the bullets would actually curve and hit you. Like even if you're like not in the machine gun's direction, if you just run the wrong way, even though you would be able to dodge the bullets are just going to curve and hit you anyways. It's a bit inconsistent, you kind of have to watch out for that. So I think what I'm doing here is I'm just waiting for the machine gun to fire a little bit. I try to like pop off a shot with the tranquilizer, and then I wait for the machine gun to start up again just to run the other way, and that's what I'm going to do for a majority of this fight here. It is a little bit dragged out. I do have to kind of wait him out of it, because I think there's two gunners. Because you start off with the first gunner, and then there's like another gunner, and then I have to like get more ammo. It's like a whole complication, I don't know. Or maybe it doesn't actually last that long and I'm just like tweaking, I don't know. And then there's another thing in the Twin Snakes which I wanted to mention. Oh wait, there's like an important YouTuber who is very important to how this whole no damage happened, like of the entire game. But like the things I'm gonna mention have nothing to do with this tank fight. Oh yeah, but one thing I'm going to mention about the Twin Snakes is that I'm just not a big fan of the Twin Snake. I mean, I like the Twin Snakes. It's a very fun game, but I definitely like the original game better. I like the cutscenes and like voice acting a lot more in the original. For the most part, I like the music in the original more, though it is nice that they gave every single boss fight a unique theme, but overall, like the original soundtrack I find a lot more iconic and catchy, but there's a couple nice tunes, like some nice original tunes for these original boss fights. Because in the original game, a lot of the boss fights pretty much have like the same boss music, just like a boss theme, and the boss theme is iconic and all that, but you know, I guess like to bring up some more variety, it is nice that every single fight has something new going on. But also, I want to mention a previous point I forgot to mention, but during that Solidus fight, like the final boss fight of Metal Gear Solid 2, I'm pretty sure I was screaming my head off in a Discord call, you know, like, ah, Solidus, I hate Solidus, ah! You know, like I was just being all crazy, because this was also during COVID. You know, just like my second year of college, just a very strange, weird time. But I was just yapping in a Discord call, like screaming my head off. I was being very loud while also no damaging the fight, and I also got the no damage during the call. So I think that's worth mentioning, but I forgot to mention it during that specific fight. Oh yeah, there is a second gunner, so that's kind of what I'm dealing with here. And here I'm just trying to go into the little holes just to kind of like space things out more. Like, I mean, I think this strategy is pretty self-explanatory, and I think I did come up with it on my own. It's just very suboptimal, and there's really like no reason to do this, and you also have very limited ammo in the beginning. You don't get like the ammo upgrades until like later on, or like after you beat every fight. I actually don't know how you get... I don't even know if you get ammo upgrades. That might just be all the ammo you get. Like, you have like a 16 ammo clip and that's it. That might actually be it. Maybe that's just the way European Extreme like affects things. because I'm pretty sure it's something kind of similar with like, no, that's the same thing in like Metal Gear Solid 2 though. I don't think it was 16 bullets. I think you had a little bit more, but that maybe you did have 16. I just wasn't paying attention. But yeah, no, European, like on the lower difficulties, you have a lot more bullets to hold on to, but you know, I mean, on the harder difficulties, you know, you have to be a little bit more stealthy, a little bit more conservative, and you also just have to be better at the game. Same thing here in the Twin Snakes. But yeah, no, like, I mean, it is fun to play the original game with like Metal Gear Solid 2's gameplay, which I do find better, but like the original design of like Metal Gear Solid 1 just doesn't always gel with like the Metal Gear Solid 2 gameplay. You can break the game in a lot of aspects. It's like certain sections just aren't as fun anymore. But for the most part, this is still a very fun game. I do like collecting dog tags in this game. Just I'm very sad there's zero reward for collecting them in this game. Like, it's basically just there for shits and giggles, because in Metal Gear Solid 2, collecting all the dog tags actually gave you in-game rewards and there's like an actual reason to do it. But here, you just get names, which is kind of neat, but just like, why don't we get like extra upgrades or like a new thing to play around with? Like, no, you don't have to. So yeah, no, just like it feels more pointless in this game, but it's just fun to do. So that's like why in my no damage run of this game, I collected all the dog tags on that difficulty. So yeah, like, I mean, for my Metal Gear Solid 2 video, I didn't do it, but I decided, you know what, for this video, I decided to do it. Though, I do regret one thing, and the thing which I regret is that I did not time code every single dog tag I got. I really should have kept better track of that, because once I was done with this video, it was just too late to actually keep track of all that. I think it's really neat that in this fight, whenever you attack him, you deal damage to both his, like, non-lethal bar and his health bar. I think that happens with every single fight in this game. Wait, no, that's not true. But yeah, it happens with this fight, because there's just no avoiding fighting this guy. Then again, he doesn't really die in this fight anyways, but you know, you are kind of fighting to the death like a man. And he has a brand new voice, because I actually never noticed this, but in the original game, he has the exact same voice actor as the DARPA chief, and I do prefer that voice. I think it's like more manly, and like by the end it just hits harder. Like this new voice, I think might be playing it up a little bit too much, but it is an interesting direction. I don't entirely hate it, but you know, it is a little bit like off-putting, I think, compared to the OG Gray Fox voice. I definitely prefer that one more, even though he does sound exactly like the DARPA chief. But yeah, no, just like the new voice acting in this game, like it is awesome that like David Hayter used part of his paycheck to pretty much bring back the entire original cast. But I just think that the performances are nowhere near as good as the original game. Yeah, better audio quality, but I think just like the inflections just don't hit the same. And also just like Naomi without her British accent just, I think, is a lot less compelling. Just like without the British accent, she just sounds a lot more emotionless. And it's not the same. And yeah, like in Metal Gear Solid 4, they ditched the British accent. Like I do think like Mei Ling getting rid of her accent in Twin Snakes is a good choice, but... And also, even like Solid Snake and like Colonel's like deliveries are like a lot more hammy in this game compared to the original. Like in the original, they're a lot more low key, and they're not even like that low key in the original game. But just in this game, it's like a little ridiculous. Like you need to chill out with that. And also, this game in the cutscenes specifically get a lot more insane, because like the action director is like known for doing like really insane slow-mo action scenes. So that's pretty much like the way they set it up. And he brought some of that to this game. And also Kojima like encouraged them. He was like, you know what, don't repeat what I did. Do something new. You know, like do something like, you know, more in your style, just to see the differences. And like, you know, I used to be a lot more mad about it, but these days there's a very popular like just little headcanon about this game that basically the original Metal Gear Solid is the way the events actually happened, while the Twin Snakes is the way that Raiden remembers them. You know, it's like the way the events have been foretold, like after they happened, you know, like in the legend and all the books and all that. I think that's a fun way to look at it. It's kind of like a VR mission version of the original like events. You know, like more dramatized. You know, Snake's more of a badass. He's like backflipping off missiles. But the original game is just better for emotional experience. There's like a Sniper Wolf's death is just like very hampered in this game. While in the original, it's one of the most emotional pieces of like the entire franchise. But in this game, they really hampered it. The composition is nowhere near like the exact same, because like in the original game, like the sky is completely black. It's like a black void. And also like they do a lot of like dumb slapstick with Otacon in that moment specifically. Like the slapstick with Otacon wouldn't be too bad in other moments, but in that moment specifically, it was a very dumb choice. Like I think, and even the music might have been worse. I don't know. Do they use like the credits theme in the Twin Snakes, or do they not? Like I know they use it in the credits. I just don't know if they use it in the Sniper Wolf death. As for the differences between like this Gray Fox fight and the one in the original game, I actually don't remember. I don't know much of the differences. Like it seems to be kind of the same thing here, you know, like you have to watch out. You have to wait for him to do a dodge. Oh, you have to wait for him to like teleport, then you hit him there. But the one thing is, I don't like the melee attacks in this game in comparison to like the original, because like in this game you do like a jumping kick, and that kind of leaves you suspended in the air. I think a little bit longer than the original game. While in the original game you just do the straight kick, so you kind of have to get used to that momentum in comparison to the original. But besides that, I honestly, I hope my footage is like clear enough that like, you know, maybe you can pick up on the strategies in comparison to the original, but I'm kind of blank. This is like one thing which like playing it in the moment and then talking about it like, you know, 2 days after I beat it, I would know a lot more. But right now, I'm like 2 to 3 years separated from this fight, so I can't say too much. Like, yeah, no, like this thing, like he's like too calm and he's like, you know, hurt me more. Like in the original, he's so frenetic with it. You know, he sounds like so desperate. While here's like a lot more chill about it. And I prefer that more frenetic energy of the original in comparison to this. Like, honestly, it's like a little bit like kinky. He's like, yo, dude, chill the fuck out. While here, you know, he's like chill. He's like, eh. But I mean, it is kind of an interesting direction. I mean, he does kind of give off that vibe, but I do prefer the original performance. Oh, we're here now. This fight is very similar to the original game, but there's a couple choice differences which I think are important to mention. For one, Meryl is way more aggressive with the gun. Like, once she gets taken over, like, you have to play her a lot more careful because, like, oh my goodness, she can be so aggressive that way. And also, you have to insert the controller into the 4th port to never have your mind read, because if you insert into like the 2nd or 3rd port, you'll only be unmind controlled for a short amount of time, but then Mantis gets used to like your new controller port and just takes it over. If you're in the 2nd or 3rd port, you have to go straight to the 4th port, and then he'll never read your mind from there. And also, whenever Psycho Mantis moves a deer head or whatever, like that's when he's most still, so it's a prime chance to shoot his feet, which seems to deal the most non-lethal damage for some reason. Maybe because like because he's psychic and he's always floating, he's just not used to having strong feet. Like, just shooting his feet is like one of the best strategies for dealing the most amount of damage. However, there's this other thing about this new version of the fight. Basically, you can go into first-person mode for only so long. And you have those little T-posing statues, okay? Yeah, because you can only go into first-person mode for a short amount of time before Psycho Mantis like jacks your vision, so you need to shoot him in like that short period of time before he like takes over your vision. And also in the OG game, you crawl to avoid most of Mantis' attacks, but now in the Twin Snakes... Oh wait, no, this is just kind of repeating what I already said. Basically, while crawling, you can go into first-person mode to shoot him, so... In the original game, when you were crawling around, you couldn't really attack him. Basically, you were like completely useless, while in this game, you can abuse like crawling in order to, you know, actually... you know, attack him. You can actually attack him while crawling. And here I am using the thermal goggles just to make it easier to find him when he goes invisible and all that. It can be a little bit troublesome to deal with. And yeah, that's pretty much everything I mentioned in the outline. And now we're just going to see how this fight plays out from here on out. And there was another point I wanted to mention just because... Oh, and there's so many new little effects in this room, but there's also a couple effects taken away from the original game. So like the camera like is swaying a little bit, kind of like you're on a sinking ship of some sort. But you have to be really, really quick with Meryl or she'll shoot you really fast. Like a lot faster than the original game, and she was kind of tough in the original game too, so you know, I think that says a lot. Just a lot of things in this game are faster than the original. And I think a good amount of the time it could be to the game's detriment, like with the helicopter fight. Just the Hind fight is so much more annoying in this game. But yeah, no, like I was saying, I was gonna say something. Oh my goodness, I forgot. I straight up forgot. But yeah, no, okay, I just remembered. So basically, in the original game, you have the reflective floor, but now this floor isn't really as reflective anymore. Like, you know, where are the reflections, you hacks? Ah, oh, Metal Gear, metal reflections, ah. So yeah, no, that's just kind of gone. It is kind of sad to see it gone. I guess the room still kind of looks nice on the GameCube version, but, oh yeah, I also forgot, I do not like playing this game on a GameCube controller. Just like, the first Metal Gear Solid just feels like so finely tuned to like the PlayStation like controller setup, that playing it on the GameCube, there's just like a little bit of awkwardness with like the new buttons that just, it does not fit this game. Like for one, like pressing like the tiny ass Y button instead of like the big, like, you know, triangle button to climb stuff does not feel right. And I forgot what the X button does, like I don't know. Like, and I think you have to press A to like crawl. Just like the fact that like all the buttons are the exact same size on the PlayStation controller just feels so natural. While on the GameCube, like those specialized like little buttons only feel good if the games are designed around it. You know, like in Smash, you press the little buttons to jump, that feels good. You press like the slightly red B button to do special attacks, and then like your basic attacks, you have the big attack button. Like, yeah, that feels good. But then like here is like, of course, this game was not made with GameCube in mind. It's working with like the same kind of setup as a Metal Gear Solid 2. It's just like it doesn't work as well. And also you have like less triggers and all that. And Psycho Mantis really does kind of float around in this room a lot. But thankfully you don't have to play with a keyboard and mouse. Unless, I mean, how would you even play this game with a keyboard and mouse? And yeah, if I were emulating this game, I could maybe set up a PlayStation controller instead of a GameCube controller. But even like setting up the codec, like the codec was one button press in the original, while here you have to press start and A at the same time. It's such a weird little setup. I don't like it at all. But it is fun that like this version specifically, like when he reads your save data, he mentions like Nintendo games instead of PlayStation games. He just oh, Super Mario Sunshine, Eternal Darkness. He doesn't talk like that at all. What the fuck? What the fuck was I pulling? I was like talking like Dracula there. So yeah, here I'm using the thermal goggles to kind of like spot her quick, but I don't know what my exact strategy is. I guess I'm waiting for her to take a shot or like rearrange herself, but I guess I stopped doing it at that point. Yeah, like the thermal goggles, it adds like a nice little view there. It's like very funny to use these goggles. I don't think there were thermal goggles in the original game, like not to like this extent, to like with these visuals. I do not remember that in the first Metal Gear Solid. And I'm pretty sure I have a certain outline point about this fight in particular. I'm not sure if there's any difference between this one and the one in the original game, aside from like non-lethal stuff, like lethal, non-lethal. But anyways, let me get back to it. I'm just trying to read this here. So yeah, no. You can't press your back against the wall to see where Sniper Wolf is unless you use the thermal goggles on the right side of the arena. So basically, like, I mean, she blends in so well into the environment that you really cannot make her out that well in this like GameCube version unless you're using the thermal goggles on the right side of the arena, which in that case it makes it a lot easier to like, see her. Oh, I think her animations are actually slower in this game unless she like speeds up randomly for no reason. Because, I mean, her animations are actually really fast in, like, the original. She just instantly crouch, instantly pop out. While here, that was pretty fast. She was about to shoot me. Like, her laser was right on top of me. That's a fun detail. Oh, no, she's being really fast now. I guess, like, once she has lower health, she gets a little bit faster. But whenever she does that crouching animation, that animation is a lot more elaborate than the original. Because in the original, she just immediately go prone. While here, she's, like, slowly getting down, slithering down. Okay, there's a bit of a difference with this one, but I forgot what the difference was. I don't know if it got easier or harder, but let's see what I do. I think instead of like swinging from side to side, I may just swing all the way down. That's just my assumption right now. Ooh, it is really fun to skip all the text that fast. Yeah, it seems I'm just going down without actually, doing anything. I guess it became easier to do this. I mean, does feel like a little less cinematic, but the snow effect is really nice, though. I will say that. Ooh, and they also have a grip level. What's up with the grip level? Do you have to like stop swinging in order to like recover your grip level? Is that what it is? Oh yeah, I think I was about to mention that in my Metal Gear Solid 2 like no damage thing. But since this the entire video is just me yapping about every single game in the series, I might as well just mention it now. So yeah, no, if you want to get all the dog tags in Metal Gear Solid 2, you kind of have to like waste some time just grinding out the grip level because there's certain dog tags that are hidden behind a level 3 grip, and you can only get a level 3 grip if you do like 50 pull-ups in a certain part of the level. It's kind of like infuriating and dumb and just very like gimmicky for no reason. And the thing is, you have to do it on the tanker for Snake, and then once you reach Raiden, boom, you gotta do it all over again because, Raiden is a whole new level, a whole new chapter of the game. So like they're very separated, those two things. So that's very annoying. And you also have a grip level thing here in this game, but I don't really know what's the point of upgrading it here, but it's just kind of a brought over mechanic from the second game, and here we are. So yeah, this fight sucks. This fight's terrible. It's like stupidly fast compared to the original game. You have to like react so much faster. It's so much more infuriating. And yeah, you can't like non-lethally take out a helicopter, so you're just kind of here. Yes, the thermal goggles do help. Like, he moves so fast. He did not move that fast in the original game. Like, oh my goodness. Like, what? What the fuck did they do to the Hind D fight, dude? Like, I much prefer the boring fight of the original over this bullshit. Like, its patterns are too sporadic. It doesn't really feel like it's like that consistent. And also, like, when the second phase where, like, he goes under and he waits to, like, come back up to shoot you. Like, in the original game, it kind of takes a while for him to come back up. While here, it's just, like, he comes out so fast that it's, like, barely reactable. So it's like, ugh. Just, oh, so much more challenging. It's like fucking, it's a whole new fight. It feels like an entirely new fight in this one. You have to pay a lot more attention to the sound just because you have to react to it quicker. Just boom, 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 boom. Ah! But yeah, no, while I'm doing this really shitty and annoying fight, no damage again. I'm gonna mention some things I forgot to mention on my outline for this. So I want to shout out a couple YouTubers which really helped me out with this Twin Snakes no damage. Okay, I think I actually lost my place in the outline here, but here we go. Yes. Important YouTubers I need to shout out. Tyler2022 did a speedrun of the game getting all the dog tags, and that's how I found out how to get the PAL card back. Because you lose it at a certain point in the game, and straight up I forgot how to get it. I think it's like slightly different in this game compared to the original, but yeah, that speedrun helped me figure out how to get it again. Ramsay Sausage, I think I'm pronouncing his first name wrong, like Ramsay Sausage, has a series where he gets all the dog tags, and that was also useful for knowing like which enemies did and didn't have dog tags, because it's kind of, you gotta figure that out. You know, the game gets a little bit silly with that. And also, another YouTuber, Jaguar King, no damaged all the boss fights in the Twin Snakes, which helped with my own attempts at no damaging the boss fights, especially like with fights like this. Ugh. And new YouTuber, BBK Hardcore Hard Mode Entertainment Production, did the entire game, no saves, all cutscenes, and he's just a crazy person, awesome swag, and like certain things he did in his video helped me out a ton, like just a ton. Just like those YouTubers were essential to me being able to complete my no damage for these boss fights in the Twin Snake and just for most of the game, though. Twin Snakes, in comparison to the original, there's just like certain sections which feel a lot more impossible to no damage in the original game. And that's not to say that the original game is not hard. The original game is definitely hard, but I'm just saying that like there's like certain sections where I swear the enemies have like hit scan, while in the original they didn't. So like certain sections just feel a lot more impossible. But not 100% sure about that. Maybe a speedrunner figured out a way to like actually no damage the entire game, like every single section. But like the part where you're with Meryl shooting the guards, that feels impossible. Like there's like no way. There's no way you can no damage that. While in the original, I'm pretty sure I did no damage that in my walkthrough. And then there's like a part where you're like on a little like elevator and like enemies are assaulting you. I'm pretty sure that's like that feels impossible in this game, but in the original I actually found a way to like no damage that section. But it was hell to do in the original, but I found a way. While in the Twin Snakes it just felt flat out impossible because like it's like hit scan enemies. You can't really deal with it from what I understand, unless there's like a strategy you didn't know about. But here I'm playing the sniper wolf fight a lot more like, you know, actually well. I'm actually playing this fight well. I'm like using a sniper, I'm doing it non-lethally. Wow, definitely like a much more fair attempt than what I did last time. But yeah, just like with Sniper Wolf, you always have to be sniping her. You always have to be like on her like level. You need to have like steady aim the entire time, or you're. And also, I'm just gonna run out of ammo. So here's the part where things get really risky, and I have to. Oh, I guess I just pick up some bullets there. No, it does get risky because I have to like walk across the entire map, and I have to really pray she doesn't like, you know, bring out like a little sniper there. Like, yeah, no, like still kind of limited like in the first game, but you know, I'm actually having a little bit of fun with it because I guess I can't use the same strategy to like destroy her like last time, but I am using the stinger to pretty much figure out her location, so I am doing that. So, you know, there's that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I find this fight better just because like actually aiming in first person feels like a lot more natural than like the Metal Gear Solid 1 aiming. Though the Metal Gear, I mean, this is kind of taking the same aiming as like Metal Gear Solid 2 from what I understand. I don't know of any like subtle differences in like how the sensitivity feels, but like Metal Gear Solid 2 like aiming is like pretty sensitive. You know, it feels like whenever you like move the stick, it moves really fast. You kind of have to get used to it, but once you get used to it, I think it's pretty smooth. Though I'm still not the biggest fan of the sniping challenges in Metal Gear Solid 2 because it's so intense. It's like actually so intense. That's one reason why I can't get big boss rank in that game. The sniping section is going to ruin the entire. There's like so many sections in like Metal Gear Solid 2 where it's like there's no way I can get big boss because that section is going to screw me over. Like, there's just no way I can do that section with only 4 saves throughout the entire game. Like, just repeating every single part of the game, and there's like that one you know, it's like the game's only like 2 hours and like 30 minutes. And you also have to beat it under a certain amount of time. And it's just like, you know, 4 saves, you know, 2 hours, 30 minutes divided by 4, 2 hours divided by 4, you know, that's like what? 30 minutes each. In each 30-minute section, there's like one part that's like brutally impossible and would take me like 100 tries to do individually, that one part specifically. So doing that one part specifically plus everything else around it while also collecting all the dog tags, my god, hardest challenge in the series by far. There's no way there's a challenge more hard than that. It is brutal. Brutal challenge. But yeah, Sniper Wolf fight is done, and I pretty much played it the way you're supposed to. And now we have the Vulcan Raven fight, which I'm going to cheese. I know I cheesed this one. I think I take advantage of the fact that you can crawl, and then you can just eliminate them like this, and it feels weird. Like, this is not something that should happen in this game. Like, but they just didn't design it like that. I guess if he gets a little bit too close, then he can damage you because he can just like step on you. But if you keep him at like arm's reach, like, you know, if you keep him like a really good distance, just keep doing headshots with a tranquilizer, like little sniper here. Boom, bam, pow. We get to take him out that way. Oh, I need more ammo. No. How do I get more ammo? Oh, I guess I wait for him to get out of the way because if I stand up, I take damage. So then the rest of the damage I just kind of deal with the stun grenades, and that kind of works out. And thankfully on the hardest difficulty of this game, you can still use your mini-map. That is like a saving grace compared to the original, which in the original on the hardest difficulty, which is not European Extreme, it's just Extreme because I don't think they've made European Extreme yet. But yeah, ooh, oh wow, that is crazy. Oh yeah, now that I'm like looking back on it, there actually are thermal goggles in the first Metal Gear Solid. It's just that they have a different coloration. Basically, when you put on the thermal goggles in the first Metal Gear Solid on PS1, everything turns red and the subjects become white, while here, the colors are more varied. I guess it's like a slightly more realistic thermal goggles, but I'm pretty sure these thermal goggles still are not realistic. One of the most baffling like goggle decisions in any video game has to be Splinter Cell. So like, In the first Splinter Cell games, whenever you equip like his iconic night vision goggles, everything turns black and white, and like you get a lot more clarity in the environment. And isn't that just how night vision goggles work, like realistically? Isn't it just like a black and white view? Is that what it is, or was that just like a gameplay thing? But then in like Blacklist or whatever, whenever you equip like the night vision goggles, everything turns green, and it doesn't even give you that much visibility in the darkness. Like you might as well not use them. They're like kind of useless. It honestly makes things like slightly more dark. It was just kind of baffling, like what are we doing here? Because the Conviction just didn't give you night vision goggles at all, but I guess Blacklist kind of made that concession, because Blacklist kind of feels like a version of Conviction where it's like, yeah, let's give you some more of your tools from the previous games, but every now and then some of the things they give you back, it's kind of like, dude, this is not how it used to work. But then again, Blacklist I don't think was ever like that dark that you ever really needed to use them. You can kind of get used to the darkness in like Blacklist, while in the original first 3 games, those games can actually get really dark and you can't see anything. So you need that tool in those first 3 games. And yeah, the strategy seems to be the exact same as the original game for this Metal Gear fight. You know, just kind of avoid the gun, shoot the missile, and then like the missiles which that Metal Gear shoots, you just walk towards the Metal Gear, and that's that. And I assume it's going to be the same thing for the big face. Ooh! But we start off here, and that is very ugly. It is very ugly to start off here, and then the camera, I guess, tries to be a little bit more cinematic here. But sometimes, I guess, the more cinematic camera can kind of fuck you over. But besides that, this fight does not seem that hard if you just know how to play it. If you're familiar with the strategy from the original game, just kind of go from there. And yeah, just like the original game, there's a lot of like little things you can do which you don't really have to do for the no damage, which is like the fight is like very well designed. It's got like multiple little entry points, like multiple attacks at the very least. And oh, I aimed at the exact wrong thing. That is the one thing. I guess now you have like multiple like things to target onto, but you only need to target onto one specific thing. So if you mess up the targeting, then that's oopsie daisy there. Not sure how to really avoid that. I guess you're just gonna have to get used to it, or just look at the footage and kind of judge it for yourself. But yeah, but there's a couple things about Sniper Wolf I forgot to mention. Basically, in this game, she does this thing where, you know, she'll lay down, like I was talking about before, to snipe, and if you shoot her while she's laying down, like if you land a shot, sometimes she won't get up and instead will prepare to fire again, and it's kind of hard to tell if she's like actually doing that, but sometimes she does do that. She is very bad, she's very horrible, she's very mean for doing that, I'll say that. But another thing that really sucks about the Hind D fight in this game in comparison to the original is that just like he just fades into the background. He's like actually camouflages into the night sky. So like not only is the fight faster and more aggressive, it's also harder to see the fucking thing you have to like avoid and shoot at compared to the original game. And that's kind of the thing with the art style between this game and the original. Like the original, I think, like, you know, like the people are a lot more blocky and, you know, like less realistic, but just like this is a much more drab, slightly grayer game on the GameCube. While in the original, it's like very metallic. It's got a lot of brightish colors. You know, it's got nice pop. While here, I think the pop has been diluted somewhat. Some things about the visuals here are still kind of cool, but it doesn't have the same pop or like flair as the original, surprisingly. Aside from like the brand new cutscenes where he's doing a bunch of sick flips and shit. And also just compared to Metal Gear Solid 2, this is an uglier game. Like Metal Gear Solid 2 is like character models and just like environments do tend to look a little bit better. Yeah, and also just Otacon. They fucked up Otacon in this game. He looks like fucking Skeletor. Even though in the original, you know, even with like his kind of like low poly like PS1 model, he looks like, you know, he's got some handsomeness going on. And in Metal Gear Solid 2, they carry that over. But just like in the Twin Snakes version, man, he's a real fugly guy. And I think this fight may be more annoying in the Twin Snakes here. But yeah, you have to like knock him off to get like his dog tag. That's like the final dog tag of the game there. But yeah, there's a couple things that are really annoying about here. Just like the way you collide with him whenever he like crosses your path. It like interrupts you. It just kind of like, it makes you like stagger a bit in a way that just did not happen in the original, because now we're dealing with like Metal Gear Solid 2 physics and like collisions, and it doesn't really work for this fight that well in comparison to the OG. Do not like it. Do not like it. And also like Liquid has this thing whenever he does like the bull charge, you know, like his famous bull charge attack. Like after he's done doing it, he's not open to attack. So it's like, what? I'm pretty sure he was open to attack, like in the original, but here he just isn't. So it makes him more frustrating to fight. And also, more important YouTubers. Oh wait, no, actually, these important YouTubers are actually for like the next section of this video, but I'm not even sure. Like this outline is kind of all over the place. It's actually kind of hard to like figure out like which parts of the game this outline is referring to. I'm pretty sure I ran out of things to talk about on my Twin Snakes outline, but this is the final boss of the Twin Snakes, and just, yeah, I just do not like it as much as the original. Like the colors don't really pop as much as in the OG, and just like the fight's a little bit more annoying. Oh, but you can do this though. You can cheese him this way. I'm pretty sure I'm just cheesing him right now, which is really great. Well, you cannot do this in the OG, so yeah, now the way the Twin Snakes work, it gives you a brand new way to abuse this fight, and yeah, I think I'll just let this one play out, and I'll start yapping once the next game starts. Oh, never mind. Things are getting a little bit different, and I start doing some very weird strategies I do not remember. I guess like I'm doing 2 hits just because if I go with my full combo, I might get stun locked. Just because I think it's like an infinite you can do in the GameCube version specifically, but I'm pretty sure that the infinite in like the original game works kind of similar to this. But yeah, no, because of the new physics and just like your new combo, I guess landing that final 3rd hit leaves you kind of stuck in place, which is not good because he can kind of counter it. And boom, we're in Snake Eater right now. Okay, we're getting straight to it. And Snake Eater, just for the most part, has better boss fights, though some of these boss fights do kind of like, can kind of like dwindle down to like first-person just shooters, you know, just kind of boom, you have to aim at him and shoot him, but like, this is just a better version of the Olga fight. Like, there's a little bit more going on, you can kind of like take advantage of it more, like the environment plays a big part in this battle. Like, I guess it is a little bit restrictive, because yeah, it is pretty much just like a one-on-one shoot down, but it's just cool, it's just a cooler version of like the Olga one. And it's just like less punishing as well, though it can get punishing if, you know, you get yourself in a bad position. There's just so many, you can like shoot the like his hat off while like doing this fight. Just Snake Eater is just like the master of like little details. I mean, all the Kojima like Metal Gear Solid games and Death Stranding have a lot of really great fun details to take advantage of, and like here I'm just getting rid of the suppressor because you don't really need it right now. Like there's snakes in this environment you have to watch out for. Just dude, Snake Eater is just one of the it's an all-time classic. It's gotta be one of my all-time favorite games of all time. I mean, 2 also applies, but Snake Eater is just better. And I know some people disagree with that, and I can kind of understand why they would disagree, but like, oh man, this is crazy. You also have to like avoid the people shooting you around. As for specific strategies with this Ocelot fight, honestly, I kind of forget. He's about to go down. Oh my goodness. He's actually about to go down. And also, if you set yourself up a certain way, Ocelot will actually like agree to like a dual showdown. You can like have a duel with him. And I'm pretty sure I like cheat instead of like actually taking. Yeah, I just cheat. Boom, bam, pow. I love that fight. That fight is awesome. The pain, I fucking hate this fight. This fight is terrible. This fight is fucking terrible. Ugh, Metal Gear. The pain. Metal queer. Ooh, yeah, there are gay people in this game, Pride Month, but I don't know if you should really get too prideful about that, because like one of them is just like a sexual harasser, Nazi, no, not Nazi, Russian like war dictator, like fucking. But he's a great villain. I love that guy, but he's pretty terrible. But like, I mean, yeah, Kojima, I think some of the jokes he has in this series maybe haven't aged the best, but in better news, I think him giving like every like main character like an insanely like fat butt has aged very well. Just like fucking Metal Gear Solid 2, that dude is cheeked up. And even when he's like 80, like genetically like 80, 70, 60 or whatever in 4, he's still cheeked up. But however, he's so cheeked up that in Fortnite, when they finally brought him back for Fortnite, they removed his butt, dude. Like, that's crazy. They removed it in Smash Brothers, and now they removed it in Fortnite. What a world we live in, man. Like, even when he gets ported to other games, he does not look or play the same. Like, Kojima games are just too unique that way. But yeah, the pain, I fucking hate this fight. This fight is terrible. There's probably like a lot of strategies here that you can like employ. I'm probably already employing them right now, but like, I mean, there's also like no damage strategies to like defeat this guy quicker, but like I could never get a read on them. Like, I could never like aim precisely to like actually like, you know, no damage this guy effectively. Like, you know, you have to do smoke grenades, you have to like, you know, wear the croc hat. Actually, I think I'm just wearing the croc cap in order to swim faster. No, not swim faster. It's just for funsies. Like, I'm just doing it for funsies. And thankfully that attack does not damage you. Like, this fight is going to take 9 minutes just because I played it in a very sloppy way. But hey, the sloppy way gave me a no damage, so like I'm fine with it, but I hate this fight. And then you have to use like the shotgun to like blow apart like his bees if you don't have like a stun grenade or a grenade anymore. And I just spend a lot of this fight just kind of like swimming whenever he summons bees to attack me, or like a gun. It's infuriating. I hate it. I hate it so much. I don't know if I have it on my outline, like any specific things I really hate about this guy, but it's just, it feels restrictive, you know, like, you really do have to, it's one of those things where you really have to aim good, and if you don't aim good, like, you're pretty much fucked. And the shotgun, you have to, like, destroy all the bees, you deal such little damage to this guy, just, like, it's a whole bunch of shit, and I just hate it. Like, a lot of his attacks are just kind of, like, you can't really deal with them too much unless you, like, perfect it. Just, if you get, like, perfect headshots. I mean, I know there's people who, like, can, like, stun lock this guy and, like, defeat him in, like, under a minute. And I managed to do strategies like that with other fights, and oh yeah, the fight has 2 phases. I thought the fight was over, but it is not. The fight has 2 phases. And then he has like these like red stinger bees, which just complicate everything even more. But yeah, there's people who like, they do like a weird strategy where they like bring the gun up, they like unequip it, equip it, they bring the gun up again. Like, it's like a speedrun strategy, which I could not get a feel for, and it's just like insane. It's like, it's incredibly impressive to see in the speedruns, but I have no idea how to do it myself. But anyways, on my outline, I have a couple YouTubers to shout out, and I hope these YouTubers are related to Snake Eater. I see George Nikai, if that's how you pronounce his name. I think he's a pretty famous like Metal Gear player and has done a lot of great things in Snake Eater. But yeah, the important YouTubers are Jaguar King again, as usual. Source Spy 91, because his walkthrough was very useful for Foxhound, though sometimes I missed things like smoke grenades. And Georgia Salon Nike had like very useful info on certain weaknesses of certain fights. Also, he taught me how to counter the boss. Like the actual final boss of the game, like his videos kind of taught me the timing for the CQC in this game, which is very tricky and it doesn't feel that natural, but once you kind of got it down, you can kind of get it down. And for that final boss fight, you really need to get it down or you can't no damage it, basically. But yeah, no, like once again, the boss fights have a ton of health on Extreme, and this is very apparent with the pain. It's the worst example of it. I just hate this fight so much. I hate it. I hate it so much. Ooh. Wait, no, actually, I think that outline point is actually referring to Portable Ops. Like, because Portable Ops, I don't think has European Extreme. I think it only has Extreme. This game does have European Extreme. But yeah, no, I mean, I'd still say that the boss fights, for the most part, have a ton of health. But Snake Eater just has, like, ways to cheese the health. Just, like, instantly defeat boss fights, like, very, very quickly. But I end up doing those cheese strategies in other places. Because here, like, the strategy you can do to, like, quickly defeat them, it just, I don't have, it's a skill issue for me. Huge, huge skill issue. But I really do hate this fight. Like, this fight is just unbearable. Like, I really hope everyone understands, because, like, every other fight has, like, a unique tactic which makes it easier. But, like, the unique tactics for this fight don't really make it easier. Just, it's still as tedious as it would be playing it normally, basically. Like, you have such a little, tiny frame. Like, once you, like, get rid of all his bees, you have such a tiny, like, amount of time to, like, actually land some, like, tranquilizer hits. And, you know, you want to get headshots, because headshots, like, you know, deal the most damage. Look at that. He already has his bees back after, like, 5 seconds. I hate that. I just despise that. I'm running out of ammo, you know, just aiming in this game. I can't, like, get it down as, like, as a perfect science. Just, oh, I could yap about how much I hate this fight so much, but the crop cap is very funny, and I like using it, and it is very cute. I like it a lot. Yeah, no, they were making, like, gay jokes in this series ever since, like, I don't know if, like, the Metal Gear or Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, but Metal Gear Solid, you know, like, Psycho Mantis, like, pretty much, like, just, like, tries to call you out, or just tries to, like, insult your straight-anidity fucking heroin. He has, like, the little joke where he's like, yo, you don't like girls? He's, like, being a little tweaker like that. He's, like, being a little troll. He's, like, trolling you the whole fight. Ugh. But yeah, I've run out of things to talk about on my Snake Eater outline, what I believe to be my Snake Eater outline, but there was something I wanted to mention during my Metal Gear Solid 2 no damage, and my Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes no damage, and my Metal Gear Solid 1 no damage. I've been alluding to it this entire time, but yeah, the Snake Eater remake, more footage has been shown out, and it seems to be taking a somewhat similar approach to the Twin Snakes, but without getting goofy with it. Basically, it seems that they're going to have, like, the exact same... They're going to do the cutscenes, like, not like the Twin Snakes. It seems like they're doing the cutscenes in a style like the Kiwami games, where it seems like the animations have been, like, borderline copied from, like, the original game, like, just code for code, like, you know, get riz for riz. I am so fucking sorry for saying that. Fucking the times we live in, man. And hey, guess what? That's what else is about the time. Snake Eater. Snake Eater's about the time. It's about scene. What I just said was actually very thematically relevant. But yeah, anyway, so... Yeah, it seems like it's just the exact same animations, like, copied onto, like, more high-def models. I don't know if they touched up the animations at all, but from what I'm seeing from the trailers, it does seem to be just the same animations with, like, more HD models, and the models look pretty nice. As for the gameplay itself, it seems to be, like, in the exact same areas, but with, like, basically the reason I compared it to the Twin Snakes is that it seems kind of like that game. The way the Twin Snakes took, like, the levels of Metal Gear Solid 1, but with a control style of, like, Metal Gear Solid 2, it seems this Snake Eater remake is going to take the levels of Snake Eater, but, like, with a control style of something more akin to Metal Gear Solid 5. And I'm very interested to see how that plays out, because, one, you can actually crouch walk now, which is actually an addition in the 3DS version of the game, which from what I played, I don't like as much as the PS Vita version, or this version of the game, the HD Collection version, just because, well, the 3DS version runs like shit, that's one thing. Two, the 3DS version's, like, graphics are a little bit weird. Like, yeah, it has, like, slightly higher def models, but I think the art style just, I don't think is as appealing as much. And just has a lot of little gimmicks there. But I've never actually beaten the 3DS version completely. I only played the demo of it, but I did run that demo back, like, a lot of times. So that was fun times there. But I never actually owned Snake Eater on the 3DS. But it did have a couple unique things to it that were very entertaining. And yeah, like, basically Snake Eater took the control style of Peace Walker and put it into Snake Eater. Yeah, like, took Snake Eater and gave it, like, Peace Walker control. So you could crouch walk, you could aim your weapon. You could still crawl, though. You couldn't do that in Peace Walker, but you could do that in Snake Eater 3D. So that was a good addition. But yeah, no. Crouch walking is back, but it seems to be more of a Metal Gear Solid 5 type of crouch walking. But yeah, no, it does seem like Metal Gear Solid 5 style controls and like a Snake Eater like level with HD graphics and all that. And what I'm really excited for gameplay-wise with that remake is if they could just make everything seamless. Because one thing about the old Snake Eater, which I don't mind too much, but it can get in the way of things every now and then, is you do have to go into that menu a whole bunch in order to, you know, change camo or change your inventory. And it can kind of interrupt the gameplay. So if they can find a way to seamlessly allow you to change your camo on the fly, that's going to be great. However, if they get rid of the camo system, that's going to be a huge step back. That's one of my favorite things about Snake Eater. So yeah, here I'm just taking advantage of some of the cheap things you can do in the fear fight. So basically, you can like pretty much pretend to die with a fake death pill, throw a couple stun grenades, and while he's stunned, this is actually a crazy thing you can do in like Snake Eater. Basically, when you throw a stun grenade and the enemy's getting stunned by the stun grenade, you shoot them with an AK. The damage from the AK like translates to non-lethal damage while he's being stunned by that stun grenade. And now one of the more fun things you can do in this fight is that you can like pretty much throw poison food out. He'll go eat the poison food, and while he's eating that poison food, like, you know, he'll start taking damage from it, and like also he'll like kind of get stunned for a little bit. You can like take a couple shots here and there. Because I'm pretty sure in the second phase of the fight, that's when, you know, he starts doing cool little thingies, like trying to hunt for food. Because, like, if you don't throw out the food, he'll just hunt for food himself. He'll, like, try to kill a rabbit here, kill a rabbit there. So, yeah, I mean, I pretty much deal enough damage with, like, a little flashbang and, like, AK-47 tactic. I think it was, like, an AK-47U, whatever. But, like, with that tactic, it deals, like, half of his, like, non-lethal health bar. While here, you know, once we're in that second phase, he's going to start hunting for food. So just throw the food before he hunts for it. But still keep an eye out on him because he could still get some, you know, actual good food if he eats all your bad food at first. But yeah, just really fun way to cheese the fight. Just like this fight, yeah, it is kind of like a first person, you know, you have to watch where he goes. Kind of like the Vamp fight, pretty similar, but a lot more open-ended and also a lot more easy to cheese. That's kind of like one of my favorite things about Snake Eaters, is the fights, you can like pretty much approach them in ways that make them like a lot easier. And that is what I did here. Oh, he just activated one of his own traps. And yeah, like the arena. The arena's awesome in this one. That's another thing about it. Just like, you know, you have all these traps you have to watch out for. You have to get familiar with it. And also, you've already explored this place. So before this fight even starts, you know, you can kind of explore this place and kind of get familiar with the traps before the fight even happens. But yeah, no, like, it's a dope little fight, though I guess I would have preferred if stealth kind of played a bigger part in it. But I still think this fight is pretty fun. You know, it's just open-ended. There's multiple ways to approach it. Very well designed. And it still has like a decent little challenge there. But, you know, sometimes you can get a little bit annoying with being invisible and jumping in trees and just attacking you from a certain place. And he can run very, very fast. And yeah, no, just like this group of like, you know, combatants compared to like the other combatants, like, you know, like the boss fights in Metal Gear Solid 1, they all have like little somewhat compelling stories. So a lot of it does kind of come down to I have a sad backstory, but you know, it's still cool. Metal Gear Solid 2, they're a little bit less memorable, but they still have something kind of going on. While here, a lot of these guys are borderline cartoon characters. But I really do think there's something like very endearing and very powerful about the end. And yeah, the end is like one of the greatest boss fights in the entire franchise. Maybe the greatest boss fight in the entire franchise by far. But yeah, the strategy I'm going to do here, I probably took from one of the YouTubers I mentioned before. I follow a very specific path. You know, I use like the box to kind of like rush in on him. Like, this is very much like I'm following kind of a script for this, like no damage here. And yeah, I'm playing the HD collection, which allows you to switch between two cameras. The original game's camera, which is like, you know, pinned to like a bird on the sky somewhere. I stole that joke from Zero Punctuation. Yahtzee, alright, shout out. And you can switch to like the more third-person camera. Neither camera is ideal, but like using both at the same time, you know, switching between them has its uses. And now, yeah, just for like exploring like this, using the original game's camera does work here. And it is a very cheeky move that the final boss fight of the game, even on subsistence mode, does not allow you to use like the third-person camera. You're forced to use like the more fixed camera angle just to like make it that the boss can still hide from your attacks and all that. Seems like the boss was entirely designed around that fixed camera angle, while the other ones, not so much. So yeah, now I've kind of reached where this old guy is. I'm gonna like smoke him out. Oh, I think when I'm holding a smoke grenade, I actually, like, my footsteps are silent. That's why I did it. Little SIG spray, and then I think I do that. I hold him up. I try to get his camo, I guess, or maybe I do something else. I don't know. I guess I SIG him again. So yeah, like, just using the SIG spray seems to be, like, the most effective way to deal a bunch of damage. Oh, and a stun grenade. If you get really lucky, you can just deal a stun grenade, and if you get really lucky, I think you can, like, do the SIG spray again. You can do the SIG spray again. Oh, my goodness. I think there's actual ways of just, like, destroying him like this, but I don't think I, like, managed to do it. But I guess for speedruns, you can really take advantage of all these like silly little tools and just like compound on everything. Like, the screen is still like faded out to white. I mean, where did he go? Oh my goodness, we really need to catch up with this guy. Yeah, he's just gone. So I guess now that the script is kind of done, I'm trying to, like, this is more free form. This is more me. I have to figure things out on my own. But, like, in the beginning there, I do think I follow a very specific script to pretty much find the old guy. Once I find the old guy, I destroy him that way. But now I think I'm going to have to actually... Things are getting a little bit hectic. But yeah, this fight can go so many different ways. The arena is huge. There's so many different ways to track him. But he also, like, deletes his tracks while you're doing it, so you can get lost in this fight. He, like, heals himself by photosynthesis. Just, like, this fight is on a whole other level. And, like, really... It's got to be the best final boss fight. It's got to be the best boss in any Metal Gear Solid game. It's always fun to fight this guy. It just plays to it's like this game's every single strength. Oh, it's beautiful, man. And it's got a great atmosphere, just beautiful locations. Just adore it. Adore this fight to no end. Just like just a great fight. Like, just boom. This is what a sniper duel should be like. Being able to sneak up behind him, or you could like actually get into a sniping fight with him yourself. You know, just like there's so many different ways to approach this. Or you could just get into a mad dash, just always chase him down. Just like, it's so good, it's so good. Like, you would be doing yourself a massive disservice if you, like, kill him early on, or if, like, you set your save out, like, 2 weeks in advance or he dies of old age. Like, you would be doing yourself such a disservice. Like, it would be so bad if you tried to skip this fight, because this fight is, like, the best part of the game by far. And yeah, no, Snake Eater. So one of the best things about Snake Eater is that it has one of the best second halves in, like, the franchise. Though the second half I do think is slightly less interesting than the first half of the game, like the other Metal Gear Solids, but nowhere near to the same degree as the other games. Because, like, Metal Gear Solid 1, you know, that first half, you know, it has, like, the most interesting, like, stealth sections, and then once you reach a certain point, it's all set pieces, and the set pieces don't incorporate stealth in any way whatsoever. And just like the gameplay, I think it's a lot more simpler. And ooh, there's a spider camo where as long as your, like, hunger meter stays, like, you know, really nice and not hungry, you can pretty much have full, like, 70 camo running around. So I'm just taking advantage of that. Very nice, very nice. Love doing that. Oh, there was another thing I wanted to mention. Oh yeah, in the pain fight, you may have noticed I called a certain radio, and the reason I did that is because it, like, heals my hunger bar. So I just kind of did that to not eat any food. I mean, I'm pretty sure I may or may not have had any food at that point. So there is that. You know, whoop-de-dee-doo. But yeah, no, then you get to Metal Gear Solid 2. The first half has a lot of really interesting little stealth scenarios, but then you kind of get bogged down in the swimming sections, and then, like, the little escort mission there, the sniping section. And yeah, one of the best climaxes ever. Absolutely, I agree. But just the stealth of, like, the bomb disposal and just, like, infiltrating with a new disguise, it really doesn't come back. And I just kind of sniped him with a little tranquilizer there. That's awesome. That's lovely. And boom, the fury. Okay, this fight can go so random. Like, it's honestly infuriating because of that. But if you get lucky and just, like, actually get really lucky with your shots and, like, his setups, and he doesn't get you while you're shooting him, you can end this fight really fast as long as you have the sniper rifle. Like the non-lethal sniper rifle. You can just immediately just incapacitate this guy just by landing a bunch of cheeky headshots with, like, a technique which I don't even think the game wanted you to do. But basically, you just kind of, like, click out of the sniper after taking a shot. You don't have to reload it. Just boom, boom, boom. It's, like, insane. So basically, like, if you land 3 shots like that, you deal an insane amount of damage. Like a damage I don't even think the game accounted for. But that's pretty much, like, the way you do this, and you just get really lucky just doing that over and over and over. Yeah, you have to, like, set up your rifle in a really good way, or, you know, you'll miss all your shots. Like, boom, he's already, like, on, like, his last health bar there, boom. But this is nowhere near as easy as it looks, because you may or may not get that lucky with the Fury showing up there. You could, like, miss a couple shots here. And once you miss a shot, like, pretty much, like, all your luck is over. You could, like, fly over your, like, flame. You could, like, fly in your hallway and just flame the entire thing. Like, just, it really is not that easy. And honestly, like, I can't get a full read on this guy's patterns. I really did not fully understand this guy's patterns. I got really lucky here. But getting really lucky is easier. We can deal that much damage with, like, the non-lethal rifle like that. Anyway, am I going to fight Volgin right now? Oh, it's the Sorrow fight. Oh, wait, actually, I take damage this one. Oh, no. It doesn't count as no damage, but I decided to just kind of, like, end the fight quick because, like, you know, if you just let it play out, it just kind of lasts forever. But I'm taking so much. I completely forgot that I did this. But yeah, this is the way I did it. But yeah, if you kill yourself early, you can end this fight early, which is fun to do. But, you know, I took damage. No. Oh, what is this, man? Why did I do that? Why, oh, why did I do that? Now we're at the Volgin fight, and I really like this fight. Yeah, there's no stealth involved. There's so many, like, fun little gimmicks you can do in this one. Just so many fun little gimmicks in, like, all these fights. Well, the pain is, like, the one I don't really fuck with, but, you know, whatever. But yeah, no, this fight is very easy to screw up if you don't know, like, the little gimmicks. And also, like, the third shot of, like, the tranquilizer there is very easy to miss. I mean, I did it, like, with my first 3 shots. But yeah, first off, if you have your gun equipped or any sort of gun equipped while he's like doing the electricity thing is gonna hone in on you. So you need to unequip your gun while he's shooting the electricity thing, and then you can like CQC him, just kind of throw him to the ground. And then from here, like I mean, if I remember any other strategies, I'll just mention them along the way. But one thing which does kind of annoy me about this section of the game, which it is the second half, is that there is a point where you lose everything and you lose every single like food you get. So there's this one food item that's really important for the second phase of this fight. It's like the Russian mushroom cap, and you're only allowed to get a limited number of them before this section, which may be just a straight up a design choice. But another fun thing about that item is that if you eat it, it like, you know, refills the batteries of like your battery equipment, which is just really quirky. But yeah, no, you just equip the Russian glow cap, you throw it in the arena, and all the electricity he throws will like go towards that object. And it seems like, yeah, and I'm just throwing them out like preemptively in the fight just whenever he does electricity. Okay, now that Tommy gun, I'm not sure how to avoid. I think it's actually one of the harder things to avoid in the game. Like I try to like get him to shoot in one specific corner, but it can get a little bit tricky. But yeah, now once he, yeah, I guess I'm trying to bait out the Tommy gun every now and then. Like it's actually an attack I don't remember that much, but it seems you just kind of go from one corner to another to like pretty much deal with that. And there, my attacks just really are not hitting that much. And what happens here? I guess because I have like little because I brought out like the mushroom glow caps, his bullet attack there doesn't work. But the attack I'm actually trying to bait out is completely different. But those mushrooms do work to pretty much block out that mushroom attack. Yeah, there we go, boom. All the electricity goes towards the mushrooms, and you get to take advantage of that. You just throw them down there, roll, and also you can get cheap with this fight too by like pretty much pretending to die. I don't know if I do it in this run, but oh, and he has like these punch attacks where he throws electricity, throws bullets, like. Just, it was such a cool CQC fight. Thankfully, you don't have to like deal with like counter CQC stuff. You only really need to do that with the boss. But for this guy, you can just get him when he's like vulnerable. And once you learn how he can be vulnerable, it just becomes a lot more fun. And boom, just for like the final couple hits, I'm gonna pretend to die. He's gonna like look away. I'm gonna get back up, and then like I'm just gonna get him that way. That's always fun. And also, I think the camo you get from this fight for doing it non-lethally is very fun to use against this guy if you're doing a New Game Plus run, but I'm not. Because I think he'll stop attacking you if you show him like a certain side of the flag. Or that might just be later on in the game. Ooh, and even like that sort of attack, just it all goes to like the mushroom you throw out in the arena. But those mushrooms, like they do have a habit of like pretty much just running out. They disappear after they absorb enough lightning attacks, I think. I think that's how it works out. And now we're going to equip the Cold War thing. Which, I don't know, I was not able to no damage the rail shooter section of like this game. It was still very confusing for me. And there, a little devious move there, just doing it right now. Maybe appropriate now, but maybe not appropriate later. Oh, and then there's this. This is probably one of my least favorite Metal Gear Solid fights. Well, I mean, no, not Metal Gear Solid fights, but like Metal Gear big robot fights. Because, you know, you have the first Metal Gear Rex. It's just that you're not allowed to move. Like, this entire section is a complete rail shooter. That's like the one thing I'm not a big fan of. I forget if there's like ways to, oh right, you just change weapons to like deal with like some of his attacks. Like if he starts shooting rockets at you, you have to like use another weapon to pretty much deal with the rockets. Like this fight's not all that bad. It's just like compared to some of the other fights, like the Metal Gear Rex, you actually move around. You have to like physically position yourself. And then for like the Metal Gear Solid 2, you have like the 20 Metal Gear Raid fight. Like of course this fight doesn't match up to that, but I do not want to fight like 20 of these. But then again, there is like a second half of this fight where you are on foot, and I still don't like that one because it pretty much just like revolves around just sniping him, and he's very tiny, he's always moving. It's just not that fun. It's probably like my least favorite of the giant robots, probably my least favorite of the giant robots in this series, but maybe Portable Ops has it beat because this isn't really like offensively bad or anything. It's just kind of like, it's alright. You know, like, I mean, I have fun shooting the rockets, stunning it, waiting to get a little chance there, but yeah, like, the one annoying thing about this fight is that sometimes you'll shoot a rocket there and it won't deal damage because it, like, you know, the iframes will kick in, or you like shot it too early. Like, it's just kind of inconsistent. Like, maybe you shoot at an angle which the game doesn't like, and sometimes you shoot like those little wheels and they don't get stunned until you shoot like 3 or 4 more rockets. You know, it gets annoying that way. So yeah, like when you shoot another one and like yeah, why doesn't that deal damage? You know, it should deal damage. So it just kind of makes the fight feel like a little bit weird, and like, I don't know if the right word to use here. But now that we have some time to actually like yap, I'm going to yap about the second half of this game. Okay, so the first half of Snake Eater is probably like the most interesting because you have the most access to camo, right? You know, like the most interesting stealth scenarios are like, you know, dodging enemies, like the area is a little more open-ended. You have like that little like area right before Ocelot, which is like completely optional. I'm pretty sure in my no damage run I just avoid it. But you can go inside that area to get more materials, and you have to like be more risky. you know, like it's more heavily guarded. Just like the pacing in Snake Eater is fantastic. You know, it's just it just always ascends in difficulty. It reaches like a peak and then it starts going down, simmering down, you know, calming down. It's just this perfect arc of like pacing and momentum all the way to the end of the game. Like, you know, it just makes you want to play and beat this entire thing in one sitting. It's just lovely. It's lovely. It's lovely game design, lovely pacing. I'm no expert on this, but it's beautiful pacing, this one. Just But yeah, in the beginning you have those more open-ended areas, you know, and some of them are optional, yes, but they're more open-ended. You have some fun stealth challenges, and then, you know, you fight like pain, then you fight the fear, and then you have to like go into the lab with a disguise, or maybe not a disguise, I don't know. I mean, you have to like figure that out with the scientist, you know, like meet up with that guy who like shows you his fancy boots. And then, like, I believe after the end or the Fury fight, that's where the second half kind of kicks in and it gets slightly less interesting. But the way it gets less interesting is still really fun to play around with, and it's still, like, incorporating stealth gameplay. Like, once you reach the base, you can't really take advantage of, like, the camo that much anymore, which is an increase in challenge. I do appreciate that. But, you know, it's, like, a big part of the stealth system. It's just kind of gone now. So now you have to go by, like, more conventional, like, stealth mechanics. But it's still fun to engage with. You can still mess around with the enemies in that area. And then you get to do this little fun disguise thing. We have to, like, kidnap someone and, like, steal their clothes. Like, that's awesome. And then you have to break out with, like, limited tools. And, like, it's, like, kind of brutally hard. But, like, it's still interesting. Just like, especially on European Extreme, where you can't get caught by anyone, like, yeah, that is brutally hard. With Snake has, like, 0 things to work with. You have to, like, play it in a very specific way, or you're basically screwed. Especially for, like, no damage and whatnot. But then, like, the climax of the game, I think, is a really neat, like, return to stealth. Though, not as interesting as some of the stuff in the beginning, but still, like, really neat, and you're still engaged with most of the game's mechanics. Like, you know, stuff like... You know, you get all your gear back. You know, it's like a big epic. You have to go inside the building, you know, sneak in, and you have to, like, put... this on, you have to like bomb, you have to place like C4, C3 bombs, like every little thing. You have to watch out for the scientists, like the enemies. There's a lot of fun little play arounds. And then once you're done with that, yeah, we do go into a lot of set pieces, but it's not like the stealth gameplay has been abandoned. Like these little scenarios, the little like stealth set pieces are still really fun to play around with, especially if you have like certain disguises, or if you like wear a certain disguise, or like a certain camo, or like if you make your footsteps like silent, or if you wear like the thief, just like there's still so many like fun stealth gameplay systems. It's not like completely relegated to like action set pieces until the Vulcan fight, which at that point you're happy to see it. You know, it's like, yeah, I'm down to like have a little bit of action now. I'm down to have like this little rail shooter section, and then like, yeah, a little boss fight with a big robot. Though, yeah, you have to like kind of stun it. Then you have to like spam him with like a sniper rifle there, and he gets kind of annoying to deal with. But you know, whatever. But it is still fun. And then after this, there's, I think, the rail shooter section where you're like with Eva, like on the little cart or whatever. It goes on for a little bit too long, but once you crash, you do have a bit of an escort mission. But honestly, I really like this escort mission. I think it's a great break in the game before you go into the final boss fight, because now you actually have full access to your camo. And even the way that like that specific escort mission works is very weird to me, because like I think Eva's like, or like, I mean, fuck, there's so many different ways to pronounce her name. I think like her like visibility to the enemies is directly tied to how visible you are. So like I've had scenarios where like an enemy is like looking straight at her and they don't see her because I'm like 99% camo on like another corner of the map. I don't know. I'm not sure if that's exactly how it works, but I've just had situations where that just happens. I'm like, oh, okay. So like I don't think it's anywhere near as frustrating as like the Emma stealth like stuff, because it's like a little bit more open-ended and freeform. You can like kind of like plan around it, though there's a few annoying aspects of the Eva like stealth mission. Sometimes she gets stuck in a corner and you have to like go back to like, you know, get her back. She walks pretty slow, but at that point she's walking slow. You can crawl, and if you can crawl, you have a higher ammo index, a higher camo index. It works, and I like it, and I think it's a great little pace break. It's just, it's lovely, it's lovely. And then you have the final boss, which is like a fantastic final boss. Mind you, I think the end is still like the best final boss in the entire like franchise, but the boss herself, I think, is one of the best final boss fights in this franchise. Might be the best final boss in this franchise, now that I'm thinking about it. Like, who is she competing against? Okay, like, she's better than Liquid Snake. She's absolutely better than Solidus Snake. Is she better than the guy, I mean, Liquid Ocelot in Metal Gear Solid 4? I feel like that fight is like more iconic. But like, I love the way that stealth is incorporated, and like in the boss's fight here, while stealth has no place whatsoever in that final boss fight of like Metal Gear Solid 4, but the Metal Gear Solid 4 when it's like so iconic and, you know, just super epic in scale. And here we're at the boss. But yeah, if you learn to CQC timing and like use certain really powerful weapons, you can kind of destroy her in like 4 to 5 moves. It's like chess, you know, you just checkmate her in 4 to 5 moves if you do certain setups, like with this sniper rifle, just like with the Fury. But yeah, no, if you don't learn to CQC like timing, this becomes a lot harder. Because you really can't avoid her. She runs so fast towards you. You have to like deal with the CQC somehow. So you either tank that hit or you don't. But me, I'm basically like just baiting her out just so I can continuously counter her, throw her to the ground, deal a bunch of damage. So yeah, the way I'm doing it isn't the most elegant. It's very like cheesy and somewhat cheap, but you still have to learn that CQC timing, which is still a bitch. So I think it's still worth it. And it's also no damage. I don't take a hit. So you pretty much have to like go into a tree, you know, take cover then whenever she uses her big gun. And oh, what am I doing here? I got confused. I think I'm trying to change my backpack to something else. I think like you can sometimes use like the cigars there. I don't think I end up using them in this fight, but there's like certain situations where it's actually useful to use those cigars. But yeah, no, just like the choice to have no music for like the first 5 or so minutes of it, and then the Snake Eater theme kicks in. I'm a little mixed on that. I don't think this fight really needs a Snake Eater theme, but it does kind of make it epic in like those last moments. But I beat her so fast that like you're never gonna hear it. But the silence really does strike a mood. It really, this is like your mentor, dude. This has so much weight and like heft behind it. Like, yeah, this is definitely a better final boss than the one in Metal Gear Solid 4. But I'll give props to the Metal Gear Solid 4 one. It is really on a whole other level of scale and all that. But like this one is just more in tune with the game's actual mechanics. Like the Metal Gear Solid 4 one, just like the Metal Gear Solid 2 one, just throws a completely new style of combat at you at like the last minute. Like the Metal Gear Solid 4 one, like you've never played with that style of combat. It's completely brand new, exclusive to that fight only. It's not really in conversation with the rest of the game's like actual mechanics, so it's just like, it's not really a culmination of your skills. It's just a brand new like little gimmicky fight, but it's awesome. Like it really is awesome though. But yeah, no, like it is a lot more gimmicky than this one, so I'm just gonna give it the point to this one. This is the better final boss. Like, and then after that we have Portable Ops. Hell no. I mean the Portable Ops final boss is pretty neat. But, oh my goodness, he was so painful to no damage. A bit of a disrespectful teabag there. Oh, did I just say teabag? I don't know if we're allowed to say that anymore. But, yeah, I think I was getting a little bit fed up with, like, the fucking CQC, like, timings. Because it is a little bit weird. And here we're in Portable Ops. And I'm emulating this game, but I did not install any 60 FPS patch because just I didn't feel like doing it. And also, I don't think I installed, like, a new control setup. I think I'm actually playing... Wait. I think I mapped like the face buttons to like the control stick, and then I mapped like the D-pad to like the face. I did some weird setup to have it play kinda normal, but it's still a little bit awkward. And it's like pretty much running at 20 FPS because that's how I ran on like the original PSP. But I did upscale it though. It is upscaled, that it does look nicer than it would on a PSP. But yeah, for this fight in particular, we're pretty much just gonna cheese the hell out of this guy with a shotgun, which deals like no damage. I'm playing on the hardest difficulty, and there's just 0 damage on this one. It drives me nuts. It drives me really nuts. But yeah, no, Portable Ops, there's a lot which I like better than Peace Walker, but overall I think I do like Peace Walker overall, like better, but there's like certain things about Portable Ops which I'm a much bigger fan of. For one, Portable Ops is like actually much closer to Snake Eater than like Peace Walker. Peace Walker just, it simplifies a lot of things to like pretty much play better on a PSP, but like Portable Ops just like this weird ambitious little thing which tries to like take over a bunch of mechanics from like Snake Eater, even if it doesn't run the best with it. Like, you know, being able to actually like hold up guards, hide bodies, you know, like that sort of stuff is just completely gone in Peace Walker, but those are still mechanics in this game, and I really appreciate that. Being able to crawl, like the level design in this one, like is nowhere near as linear as like Peace Walker. That's actually something I really like about Portable Ops. Is that, you know, these levels you actually have to like open up a map and like explore. It's kind of easy to get lost in, you know, like they're like intricate little bases, you know, like slightly non-linear design, like not completely non-linear, but like I think this is more what I want out of a Metal Gear Solid game than like Peace Walker's like linear set of challenges. Like I prefer the more non-linear, like kind of like cubic like design of this game. You know, like a lot of the levels do end up being kind of cubey. And like another thing is that a lot of these levels, you know, you enter a house and it has like multiple floors, but the floors also have multiple entrances inside. I really like that. But yeah, no, the controls do bring it down a bit, and these boss fights, I'm not the biggest fan of them. Good atmosphere though. Kind of scary, you know, like I mean a lot of fog, but like for no damage it just gets so frustrating because these guys have like, I'm pretty sure have hit scan weapons. So I'm just doing this like very cheesy strat where I just drag them out here, then I go all the way down the stairs, I drag them down there, I shoot them down, and that's pretty much what I do for like 6 to 7 minutes. And a lot of the fights pretty much just end up being that. I go to a place, I go up and down, I just shoot them whenever they're... Because they have like there's a lot of situations where you're just going to get fucked over if you don't do this. And it just makes no damage in these guys infuriating, so I'm just not dealing with it. I'm going to go the cheapest way possible and just kind of deal with that. It's like, yeah, fuck it. But yeah, no, Portable Ops, for everything I do like, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. Having to carry bodies to like the truck to recruit enemies every single time, it gets pretty old pretty fast. Not every level is a winner. I can't really mention like specific examples, but like it's not like this game is like, you know, 100% non-linear and everything just works really well. There's certain parts which are a little bit too simple for their own good. you know, like more in line with some stuff in Peace Walker. But like when this game really shines, I mean, I think it really shines. You know, just asking you to like engage more with the stealth mechanics and just actually hide from enemies more. While in Peace Walker, you can kind of bum rush a lot of those encounters. You know, just throw a couple smoke grenades, knock everyone out. You know, use a trank to like pretty much take everyone out immediately. You know, it's a lot easier. While here, you know, like I like sneaking around more. But yeah, no, there's a non-existent camo system. And it can be a little easy here and there, but I do really appreciate a lot about this game. And yeah, the boss fights just kind of infuriate me to no end. There's a lot of these boss fights I'm just not the biggest fan of, especially for no damage. I think I'm kind of just running in circles here, but yeah, in terms of like first half versus second half, not sure with this one. Honestly, it's kind of hard to judge with like the style of like Portable Ops, Peace Walker, and the Phantom Pain with like their mission structure. They don't really have like a whole campaign in the same way that like Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, and 4 do. You can kind of just branch out in like multiple different ways. And also, I don't remember exactly how the campaign plays out in this one. Like, you know, you just kind of go into a level, you do a couple things, maybe sometimes you repeat a level to recruit more people or to do like a side mission here and there. And it's just kind of harder to judge, but I do remember that like some of the later levels, they get a little bit harder with like the stealth challenges, you know, you have to be a little bit more precise. I think actually I have to go in as like a different party member to rescue Snake from prison one time. But yeah, no, I forget. Oh wait, there is like one part of this game where it gets a little bit more action-y, but I don't know, is it this game's stealth? It's like a little bit more complex than you would expect, but also simpler than Snake Eater, of course. I mean, they weren't going to be able to fit everything in Snake Eater. Oh, I'm playing as a completely different character. This is like some random chick from the Metal Gear Acid games, but she runs so fast. She is such a fast runner. She can climb these stairs so fast, and that is very important for this level, just like very fast speed. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to climb up, I'm going to take a shot, and if I miss or I don't, I get off the stairs, and then I wait for him to get down, and I take a shot, and that's pretty much like my entire strategy. It's a little inconsistent, but that's what I do. And then every now and then I'll just kind of run around this, I think I'm going to run around this building. I'm going to wait for him to cross a corner, and then every time he crosses the corner, boom, I take a little shotgun shot. Beam, boom, pow. But yeah, no, I'm actually going to be using different characters like a good amount of times in this little run. She's just really useful, you know, she runs so fast, like boom, bam, pow. Very little health, but mind you, if it's no damage, it doesn't really matter. Also, one thing which I am proud of with Portable Ops is that with like my Metal Gear Solid 2, 3, like yeah, 1, 2, 3, and 4 runs, like my no damage runs of the entire games, there's a couple sections where I take damage. However, in Portable Ops here, in every section I play in that video, all the main story missions, I never take damage. Like literally, it is no damage for the entire game. I'm proud of that. And that also happens with Peace Walker. I was able to do every single main op without taking damage. So there's not a single part of a main op which is not like unavoidable damage. You can avoid every single piece of damage in the main ops as long as you're like fully upgraded. Because that's the other thing with like these new like Metal Gear, like this style of mission-based structure, is that you can kind of grind for more equipment, or you have to like spec yourself a certain way, and that definitely changes the outcome. You can like level up certain things, so it makes it more complicated to judge pacing when you have to consider all those little things as well. But yeah, Peace Walker, all the main ops, I was able to do every single one of them without taking damage once. And the same thing with the Phantom Pain and Ground Zero. So yeah, no, just the mainline games, like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, those ones, like, there were just a couple sections which like I think were impossible to avoid damage in. But for like the portable ones, and also just like the ones which are very inspired by the portable ones, I was able to do without getting clipped once. So yeah, thumbs up for that. It is fun just kind of seeing like what stuff I don't really remember that well and what stuff I just immediately like remember, like, yeah, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, or I did this because of that, and what other things I'm like, oh, I don't really know why I'm doing that. You know, like 2 to 3 years separated from when I started doing all these runs, these Metal Gear no damage runs. But yeah, my outline for Portable Ops is kind of all over the place because there's like a lot complaining about a certain fight, which when it happens, you're gonna know. But then like there's details which are related to like stuff which happened before that fight, but I put those points like after the fight, which I'm gonna complain about once we get there, so I don't know. But yeah, the boss fights all have like a stupid amount of health on extreme. It is very frustrating. Ugh! There it fucking is, dude. So like fucking Metal Gear like KYS over here has like this weird ass quirk to it that when it opens its wings in the second phase, if you shoot a rocket while it's closing, you just die, and I hate it. It's like I don't even know how that works. We're not even in the second phase yet, but it's worth mentioning because this has to be like the worst robot fight in the entire franchise. This thing might as well have, like, the game design here might as well have been coded by Hitler himself. This is fucking terrible. I hate it so much. And who am I even playing as? I have no idea who this character is, but she runs fast, and that is very useful. She's probably like in one of the Metal Gear Acid games. But before I was playing at this chick here, I think I tried this fight as another character. I'm pretty sure that I was trying to play as like Signet for like a specific reason, but it was so stupid because I had less rockets to fire as him, while he's in his assigned role. No, he have less rockets to fire as Signet, because if I play as him like in game, I lose like his assigned role. If I have him like as a support role, he gives me more rockets, but I have to play as a different character to do that. So that's what I'm doing. I'm playing as a different character. I guess I was trying to be quirky and it just didn't work out. So you just need a fast character, because it's just like I was struggling like hell, like this to no damage this like Metal Gear, because Signet just was not a good use for it when I should have just used someone fast like her. And just like the rocket patterns are insufferable. Like you have 2 large groups of them, but then you just have an extra one you have to watch out for. It screws with my rhythm. I hate it. Like, oh, dude. But yeah, no, and I'll just mention some important YouTubers, because this fight is just a bunch of bullshit. There's like a bunch of stuff in this outline that doesn't even like mention like how you know damage this guy, like when do you take cover. There's like this whole phase where it's like all cinematic and it just runs like at 20 FPS, because of course it does. It's terrible. Is there a phase where this thing just bum rushes you, like just physically? You have like this where like you pretty much have to like take advantage whenever like opens its big pods, but when it opens its big pods, it also just starts shooting rockets at you, and yeah, if you like land a shot and it closes in, it just kills you for some reason. It's like, oh, the patterns are just awful. It's terrible to get used to, and like the controls don't help matters at all. Like the openings are very thin and like, you know, little, and just because, oh man, it drives me nuts. It drives me utterly nuts. And that's just kind of a point we have to go collect more rockets. Just like the way the rockets fly around, it's like hard to dodge around. Just it's like a cacophony of a bunch of bullshit, which all just fucking explodes into like this nuclear waste of a fucking game fight boss. Easily like my least favorite Metal Gear in the entire franchise. Like it's the worst one to fight by far. I can't think of one that has infuriated me this much. Like none of them. Like there isn't a single one. I'd rather fight fucking 40 Metal Gear Rays than fight this thing. It is insufferable. But yeah, now let me mention some YouTubers which help me out with no damaging portable ops. Some important YouTubers are Sam, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, Sam Bikodin, for their no damage with the Boss Rush of Portable Ops Plus, which has a boss rush mode, but that's not the game I'm no damaging here, because that game doesn't really have a campaign. I mean, it does, but not this same story campaign. Also got to shout out Jaguar King for their no damages on all the boss fights except for Gene, which is that'll be important later. And the Sappy Joker Gaming for their ghost run of Portable Ops. It's just super cool. I'm also pretty sure that same guy might have done a ghost run of Peace Walker, and it was just super cool seeing like these strategies, which I never did because it's just so easy to like bum rush Peace Walker and just eliminate everyone. But yeah, it is really neat that you can like technically do a ghost run of Peace Walker and Portable Ops. Like actually play those games 100% stealth like. You know what I mean? It's really hardcore. I love seeing it. Even though me personally, I don't know if I'd be dedicated enough to pull that off. Maybe one day in the future, like way later on. Yeah, like this section just gets infuriating. The machine gun, everything about this fight is some of the most infuriating shit ever. Like, I feel like I can't think of someone who's played this fight and like likes it. And look at that, I just shot a rocket and they're not dead. Like, I mean, it waited a little bit before dying. Like, oh, it just drives me insane. And finally, we're back with Null here, except I'm playing as Zero for some bizarre reason, like for a shotgun or something. But yeah, we're playing as Zero now. Just for the lulz, I guess. And yeah, same strategy. We're just gonna kind of like abuse corners just to kind of get like easy shots on this guy. Because if you just fight him one-on-one, he'll like shoot you with a bullet, or he'll parry you, or he'll do like a blade attack. He just does weird shit. It's just what he's known for. Like, I think this one is slightly harder than the previous Null fight. But yeah, no, there's just a lot of sections in Null's like fight in the cutscenes, and like also some of his battle grunts where Null just kind of sounds like a crackhead MJ at points, just like yeah, jump on. Like, he just kind of has those inflections every now and then. But yeah, no, I've gone through my outline here for Portable Ops, except for one very important point for the final boss of Portable Ops, which is going to be really, really important. Honestly, I think the final boss of Portable Ops, I mean, pretty much like the only fights I play fair, per se, is like that Metal Gear one, because there's like no other way to, you can't cheese that Metal Gear fight. You have to deal with this bullshit. And then like the final boss, I'm pretty sure those are like the only ones I don't cheese. And yeah, they're like some of the hardest fights in the game. Honestly, the final boss I think is really dope, but like there's just certain sections of that fight which are, honestly, it's kind of luck. It's just kind of like straight up RNG whether or not you like avoid damage. Like, it's really hard to explain, but like I vividly remember how that shit goes down. It was like one of the hardest achievements. It's like one of the hardest final boss fights to like actually no damage. There's like so much going on. Like, honestly, a lot more going on in that fight than like the final boss of like Metal Gear Solid 1 or 2. Just because, you know, it's not just combat. There's like a bunch of different variables that just kick in every now and then throughout the phases. Like, I think it's really nice. I just wish the controls were better. Because if the controls were better, it really would be a more hype-like showdown. But it is a really dope showdown. Just And I definitely prefer it over these other showdowns, maybe because I actually have to like learn his movements and all that, because you can't cheese it. There really is no way to cheese that fight. Though the one thing is I am going lethal with all these fights basically, because like going non-lethal is just an insane chore. Now for this fight, I forget if this fight's like easy or hard, but or if I cheese it or not, or if he has like, a specific thing you have to do, but I do remember him being slightly annoying, but I think with like that big like fuck off gun, it becomes a lot easier to deal with him. You just kind of like shoot him down, then you crouch, you shoot him, and then when he starts doing missiles, I don't know what I do exactly. Maybe I go into first person mode and shoot the missile before they reach me. Oh no, I just kind of walk around and just let it happen. So I'm pretty sure I pulled like whatever strategy I did for this guy here from like a YouTube video or whatnot, but yeah, I'm just kind of doing that. Doesn't seem too hard, but I may be misremembering my frustrations with this guy. It could be harder than I remember, but it seems like this guy's pretty easy. Oh, I'm just reloading, just so I don't have to go through that whole reload animation. Very nice. Very smart of me to do that. Yeah, this guy seems pretty easy. I don't know if he does anything like difficult. I mean, he's got the missiles. I guess like that could get a little bit troublesome if you don't see it coming. I'd be sipping on ginger beer, and I don't know if that's really the best choice. And we're gonna do long form commentary because it's got so many bubbles. And it feels a little bit scratchy in the throat. Well, it doesn't really feel scratchy, but you know, because it's kind of like a harsh drink, you know, because it's got ginger in it. And ginger just kind of has that effect, especially if you put it like in a liquid, like ginger beer. I don't really know why they call it beer in the first place. It's got 0 alcohol. The way that fight cuts out is really funny. Anyways, boom, we're in the final boss. Let's talk about some outline points. But yeah, like he's gonna do this mind control trick, and you basically like, it's kind of RNG whether you like land a shot on him or not. It could take like 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, or 6 shots. You pretty much have to go through that. It doesn't like destroy your health, but it does destroy your little concentration meter. And you know, the lower that goes, like the worse you aim your weapon. I guess like, it affects a lot of little attributes. He has like so many little attacks, which you actually just have to learn his attack patterns. You know, like whether to deal with like his sword throwing thing. You know, like you wait for him to like do that. You try to land a shot. He always dodges. He's a very dodgy individual. And then there's just a certain point where he'll just like go in a circle to shoot a bunch of knives. Like, you know, it's just, you never know when it's really a good time to shoot him, because sometimes you'll shoot him and he'll just immediately counter with like a knife, and it's just very hard to deal with. So you really can't spam. You have to like do something very specific. I don't know how to like be like very close to him or wait for him to do something specific. It just, I don't even know. And he also has like the one thing where he just charges you like Pikachu, boom. He just does like a little thunder dash. But yeah, no, this fight took me 3 hours to no damage. And while trying to no damage, it actually stubbed my toe super hard. It was like, ow, it actually like kind of hurt a little bit. I did manage to do the no damage because this video exists, but I'm just telling you, like, it was a tough little cookie. I really hope that the way this fight is going, like, better explains things, but like just, it is not easy to actually like land any hits on this guy. It just feels inconsistent whether like your hit will actually like land, because he'll either dodge it, and sometimes when he dodges it, he immediately throws a knife, and that just screws up your whole no damage. You kind of like drag him around corners, just wait for him to do the big Pikachu thing just to land really heavy hits. And well, oh yeah, that one attack, you really want to set it up in a very convenient place, because if you don't, that attack is kind of unavoidable. You also have to just watch out when he's going And yeah, he's also voiced by Steve Bloom, but he's like doing a really high-pitched voice. Honestly, it sounds a little bit silly. It's like a nasally voice, right? So he's trying to like differentiate the character. And also like the Pikachu dash, if you're not ready for it, can be very hard to avoid. And also when he does the Pikachu dash, first person mode, shotgun blast is the best way to go about it, just to make sure you don't miss, because you do not want to miss any damage on this guy. I think what I'm trying to do is actually bait out the Pikachu dash to do damage, because trying to do damage at any other point is just way too inconsistent and will end up with you taking damage. So I'm just trying to bait. I mean, every time he does the knife attack, I dodge it, you know, just kind of like roll at an exact point. But besides that, I really need him to do the Pikachu thing, because if he doesn't do the Pikachu thing, I can't, like, there is no guaranteed damage. And also whether he takes over your mind and how hard that's to deal with, that's also a little RNG. In fact, the one convenient thing about this fight is that I actually end up in a situation where the final hit I deal when he's like controlling my mind actually ends the fight, and boom, we're in Metal Gear Solid 4 with this boss fight. Laughing Octopus. And all the boss fights in Metal Gear Solid 4 have insane amounts of health, but one of the things I love about Metal Gear Solid 4 is that you can change the color of this menu. I forgot how, I forgot what conditions like activate that, but you can change the color of that menu. I'm a really big fan of that. Honestly, it kind of reminds me of like Fallout 3. You can like, or New Vegas, you can like change the color of your menus and all that way, but you can't change the color of your UI here. I'm pretty sure that just stays orange the entire time, like this orangish, yellowish color. But yeah, no. Let's just go to my Metal Gear Solid 4 outline now, which has a couple points. I'm trying to see here. Oh. Okay, I'm just trying to see like which points here relate to Metal Gear Solid 4 and which don't. is I have a lot of YouTubers to mention here. And yeah, there's also tactics with like Laughing Octopus, but honestly, I don't remember every single little thing, but she just end up being just a boss you have to shoot a whole bunch. And yeah, she employs a lot of fun tricks. She camouflages into the environment. She sends out like little robots again after you, like every time you like deal a hit or something. She can also chase you down. She can like hit you with her tentacles. She has a gun of her own, like a really cool looking gun, but she has so much health. And also, it doesn't really matter if you do this non-lethally or lethally, because once she like removes the robot suit and just like it's just a chick trying to chase you down, then you can do it non-lethally if you really want. But I forget if I do it non-lethally or not. I mean, I'm pretty sure I do. There really isn't any reason not to do it non-lethally by that point, because I did get the big boss rank in like the big boss, the super, like the best rank in the game, like in this no damage walkthrough I did. So I'm pretty sure like I did every boss fight non-lethally. Just that for this big robot phase, you can just take them out however you want. Non-lethally, lethally, just dealing damage on the hardest difficulty is just a complete crapshoot. But yeah, all the tricks she employs is really fun. The atmosphere is like excellent. The way she uses camo against you is really fun. But like one of the more annoying things, yeah, like you really need to like know how to deal with like her weapon attack. Oh, the rolling ball. When she starts rolling into a ball, you want to get on top of a bed, and then you can attack her a couple more times. And also those windows. That's kind of like a little bit of an RNG element because I don't fully understand her patterns, but like you really want to be in a situation where when she jumps through her window, she's not like jumping at you. So you kind of like set yourself up that way. And just also be aware of all the little tricks you can do with camo, and also just be aware of those little robots that end up chasing you later on. But yeah, anyways, important YouTubers to mention for my Metal Gear Solid 4 no damage is Bond Lover 1313, who no damaged the entire game except for certain parts. Dante Devil 12 from Yakuza no damage fame for his Metal Gear Ray no damage. He played some Metal Gear Solid and he did no damage that fight. And Jaguar King for his speed run and his Vamp no damage, which did help out. George Salonique, I can't pronounce that last name, man, for his defeating boss fights easier, though a lot of his tactics and his videos relied on me being on New Game Plus, and also assumed that I wanted to take some damage for certain fights, which I did not. Vash12349 for his run of the final area of Act 2, which helped me out a ton. Mosaic J for their no damage of the Act 3 set piece, which I was not able to do, but it's very impressive that it's actually possible, but it's like super insane. But yeah, whenever you have like the night vision goggles equipped in this game, the game does run a little bit better. So that's like kind of fun to see. I think I mentioned that earlier in this video. Now I'm mentioning it again. You're seeing it in action, but also I am using the night vision goggles just to spot the camo, because sometimes it's a little hard to tell where she is, well, like the little tricks she can do throughout this fight. Yeah, Mosaic J for the no damage of the Act 3 set piece. And yeah, I think that is like the one outline point I wanted to mention before we reach Act 4, because the rest of my outline is around Act 4 and Act 5. So yeah, right now we're just going to spend the rest of this talking about Laughing Octopus. Yeah, just so many fun little tricks. Like, I mean, that's really fun, but this fight doesn't feel like as fun to fight as like some of the Snake Eater guys, but probably just because you can't cheese it. Like, you really do have to, these are bullet sponge boss fights no matter what you do. There's like no strategy to get past like the bullet sponginess of these sections. Like, you just have to deal with it. You have to shoot her a bunch of times, you have to deal with a bunch of her things. But like, out of most of the boss fights in this game, well, okay, actually, there's one boss fight there's one boss fight that's way better than like Laughing Octopus here. But like, I mean, just a good majority of these boss fights do just kind of like boil down to you have to shoot them a whole bunch, regardless of their gimmicks. It still just boil down to you have to shoot them a whole bunch, which does kind of drag it down a bit. But at the very least, this one is one of the more inventive. Like, you have to shoot them a whole bunch fights in a way that isn't like utterly infuriating. And you can still like do a bit of stealth. Wait, no, you can't. I mean, like, you can, but you can't. I mean, I was like misremembering this fight. I was remembering like the part where like the frogs like assault the base before the boss fight. That you can stealth, and you kind of have to. Yeah. But like, this boss fight can be a little bit infuriating because sometimes she'll just hop in out of nowhere, and if you're not prepared for it, she just like stomps you. Like, if I was under there, she would have stomped me, and I would have fallen over, and I would have taken damage. But yeah, there's like not really much to say. I mean, the gimmicks, they're like very cinematic and fun to see, but they don't really change the way you approach the boss fight that much. You just basically shoot the gimmick. You know, you don't fall for the trick, and you just shoot them. And that's that, you know, like, I don't know, it doesn't feel like it changes up, like, the way you go about this too much. And yeah, you really do have to, like, rely on armor, especially for, like, her gun. So it is kind of like, you know, a 1v1 shooter fight. But yeah, I still like this one. Just, you know, a little bit too much health for my liking. And just maybe you could have used a little bit more of a stealth, like, take on it. Because it doesn't really feel like you're sneaking, per se. She just kind of ambushes you every now and then. And then you have to, like, kind of protect yourself and then ambush her back. And yeah, just the shotgun just seems to work really well in this game. But I feel like there was probably a stronger shotgun I could have used in this game. It feels like some of the videos I see, people deal like way more damage than me, and I don't really know how that happens. You have to be really careful with those windows. You have to like listen for sound cues. good fight. This is a good fight. I like this one. There's another one which I don't like as much and is a lot more infuriating and not as fun. But this one, you know, it strikes a nice little balance. Oh, and just going up there. That is devious. That is a devious little move from Laughing Octopus there. And there we go. Boom, we are done with that. But now that we're on Metal Gear Solid 4, I think it's really important to mention that this game has, like, a very similar second half problem to, like, Metal Gear Solid 1 and Metal Gear Solid 2. Like, it's not as strong as Snake Eater in terms of the second half. Because you have Act 1 and Act 2. Just, like, one of the best additions of Metal Gear Solid 4 is that you can, oh yeah, and here we have to fight this naked lady. Well, not naked lady, but she has like a weird ass like sexual suit there. And yeah, this is like one of the weakest aspects of like Metal Gear Solid 4. I mean, like you can kind of get an Uncanny Valley vibe thing going on here, but it's honestly just kind of cringe. Like it doesn't stick the landing. And like Drebin just gives you like the same backstory, like oh they had to do this and this, and it was so fucked up, man. And he just knows it somehow. He's like talking about really like it's not good. I don't like it. But like some of the effects which happen during these sections are kind of cool, like the way like some color gets grayed out, like the screams of war you hear like around the area. But like the way the stories all like come together, it's just there's just not much to it. Like even like it's always the same shit, you know? Like you fight one of these, you hear their backstory, like everyone just has like a very similar backstory to like everything. Probably like the weakest unit of like crazy people in like all the Metal Gear Solid games. Well, there is the Skull unit in the Phantom Pain. They're not great either. I mean, like, you know, they have cool little, like, actions and all that, but in terms of, like, an actual personality, yeah, this is probably my least favorite boss fight in the game. Is it? Is it? Yeah, I mean, it might as well be. It might as well be, yeah. I mean, every other boss fight's better, no? I mean, like, just that this boss fight is basically another bullet sponge, but she flies around, and you have to, like, snipe her, and she, like, her patterns are a little bit weird. Like, whether she, like, will stomp you or bomb you, it's just... I find they're very annoying to keep up with, and you once again, you barely deal any damage to this one. So yeah, we're going to be here for like a solid 6 to 7 to 8 minutes. And just like this chapter in general is kind of like when the second half kicks in and you're just kind of like, Because like the first two acts I'm a really big fan of because you actually get to engage with like this new stealth gameplay. Like one, you have the Octocam, which means you don't have to go into the menu to like activate your camouflage anymore. You just stay on top of something for a little bit, and then boom, you're camouflaged. That's awesome. It makes like the camo stealth like a lot more like, you know, real time, engaging. I love that. And also Acts 1 and 2 have like this like battlefield stealth where it's like, you know, there's always a constant war zone, you're just like sneaking through it. I always love those sections a lot. It's like the most engaging. There's like in the beginning of Act 2, there's like the whole section we have to like rescue like the hostages or just like kind of deal with like the whole safe house. Like, the enemies have kind of like captured like these other enemies, and you can kind of fuck around with that in cool ways. It's just like that beginning area is like so big, it's kind of going like up and down. It's a little bit frustrating like that beginning area because it's so big, but like it's so cool also. And you know, every now and then throughout Acts like 1 and 2, you get like a little set piece to kind of shake things up a bit. And you know, I think it works really well. I think the blend works really well. But then you get to Act 3, and in the entirety of Act 3 is just one big-ass tailing mission, so which gets kind of old. It's just a big-ass tailing mission, right? And then just one big rail shooter section, which is very cinematically shot, you know. I mean, it looks very cinematic. I mean, it's not the best. I mean, like, stuff like Uncharted 2, like, I mean, it was just more involved gameplay-wise, but, you know, cinematic-wise, like, you know, it's like cinematic language-wise, it was super dope and cool, but, okay, you know, kind of got slightly old after a while. Well, I don't know if it got old, but, you know, you have like one tailing mission, one little like railgun section, and one boss fight, and that's it. That's the entirety of Act 3. And this one boss fight you deal with is like my least favorite in the game, though it still has a couple interesting aspects. One, like the multi-level like setup of it all is kind of neat, but just she does end up being a big bullet sponge, and it just kind of ends up being a little bit boring, a little bit frustrating to deal with like the bombs from here and there, like some of the decoy enemies she sends out. We're just trying to hunt her ass down. She's just kind of like, sometimes she goes in a little corner here and there. She goes on like a little rooftop. You have to like snipe her down. Just like, she's so hard to like get a lock on. She has like a grenade launcher. You have to watch out for that. And even just landing hits on her, because you can also like defend herself. Just very frustrating fight. I'm not a fan. Just not a big fan of this fight at all. And yeah, no, on the hardest difficulty, very little damage. Just, and also missing shots is probably like the worst in this fight, because it's like, you know, and it seems like my rocket like ammo is pretty limited as well. So that also adds like another frustration in this fight. And you can't really play it like that stealth-wise. You can't really, like, there's no neat trick to this one. Like, it just is what it is, you know? Like, and there I'm just doing a little syringe to get some extra adrenaline running. But yeah, no, like, the second half of this game, it just is not as interesting. Because, you know, like, the tailing mission, the area Like the actual area they designed for like this tailing mission is fantastic. I love the vibe. I love camouflaging myself into like this like noirish street. It's just that I would much rather like be doing like a normal stealth walkthrough and trying to get past enemies instead of like this tailing mission. I mean, it's not the worst thing ever. I mean, you can deal with it, but it's just not as interesting as what we had before. And it's not like I want more battlefield stealth, but what I do want more just stealth, more camo stealth, without like the restrictions of like a tailing mission. We have to like follow one guy. And yeah, things can get a little bit hectic if you lose track of the one guy. You have to like track one enemy, follow like a radio signal, and then kind of like go through the areas again. But also if you do that, it gets a little bit frustrating, so you might as well just never lose sight of the guy. Just, Act 3 is like the weakest. Wait, I'm not even sure that's true. I'm not even sure if Act 3 is the weakest chapter in the game. But yeah, in the second half I just find a lot less interesting. However, it does have a leg up on, like, say, Metal Gear Solid 1, because I think like some of the set pieces are really awesome in the second half, but it does kind of like relegate itself to set pieces. And then you get to Act 4. And yeah, like Act 4 is pretty awesome, but it still feels kind of empty in the sense that like the stealth is just not as interesting as those first two acts, because basically there are no human beings on Shadow Moses Island, right? The only stealth is with the robots, and camo pretty much means jack squat with the robots. So the robot stealth kind of like mimics the same sort of stealth you would encounter in the original Metal Gear Solid 1. It's all line of sight. Like that's the entirety of it, but I just feel like line of sight stealth is a lot less interesting than the camo stealth of Snake Eater, you know? Like, I mean, that's like one of the biggest improvements in the series, and now we're going back to a chapter which is kind of going back to a more simplistic sort of stealth, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but it still is kind of fun. But one issue is that just the stealth with the robots isn't even like 100% parallel to like the sort of stealth you do in like Metal Gear Solid 1. Because like those little ones, there's just so many of them. They're like so jam-packed in like each crevice of that level that it gets really overwhelming. But like that, Act 4 is really awesome. Just like the recreation of Shadow Moses in HD is really fun to explore. Just like so much history and just like, it's a great concept for like a chapter of your game, just to like revisit that. The Crying Wolf fight. Not as good as the end fight personally, but I still think it's awesome, though. You're gonna see that fight later in this video, and I do not have a concrete strategy for it. Like there are concrete strategies that exist for that fight, but my own no damage was just me like scrambling for 8 minutes for like dear life, and I just somehow ended up not taking damage. But it's like a really messy no damage, and it's just really long and overdone. But it felt very natural. It felt very in the moment. And like the fight can kind of go on and on if you don't have a good strategy, and that's exactly what happened to me. But it was awesome. I love that fight. And then there's like the fight with the Metal Gear. Well, the Vamp fight's alright. But then you get the fight to the Metal Gear Ray. Oh, that's so awesome. And there, boom, we have to fight this lady again. It's going to be Screams of War. It's kind of the same deal over and over again. What am I going to do here? What weapon am I going to change to? I guess I'm going to change to like a non-lethal one. Just do some stun grenades here and there. Like, alright. Maybe like roll into... Oh, actually, you can't roll into these enemies because they'll just kind of dodge and then just do a grab attack. And then the grab attack will like reduce your endurance or something. Oh. Wait, I gotta go with non-lethal shotgun though, right? Where's that non-lethal shotgun at? Oh wait, am I gonna need the sniper rifle? I mean, I feel like I'm confused in the moment. I'm like, ooh, what do I do? What do I do? I guess I'm just trying to get every single non-lethal weapon equipped in like my inventory there. Also, like one thing which can make this New Game Plus run, or just New Game Plus runs, are kind of challenging. No, not challenging, but like kind of silly. Is that you can like buy new types of bullets for like your tranquilizer. You can like buy fear bullets, laughing bullets, like angry bullets, and those bullets are really fun to use and have like really fun effects. Not sure if you can do it on a New Game, but you can do it on New Game Plus, which is really fun. I don't even know if this playthrough is on New Game or New Game Plus. It does seem like I have a good amount of weapons. I'm pretty sure this might be on New Game Plus, and I just bought a bunch of cool weapons. I don't even know. Maybe I just have to rewatch my original video and just see what I say in that video. Just kind of like capture some information there. But yeah, no. So we're just kind of doing this with a non-lethal shotgun with, I guess, rubber bullets. Boom, Yakuza 4 reference. Do you like that? Boom, bam, pow. Ow. But yeah, I'm gonna have to say this. I had to like repeat the entirety of Act 4 just because when I reached this fight, I didn't have enough stun grenades, and stun grenades are really important for dealing with this. But even with the stun grenades, I think I like mess up and just things get a lot more complicated from here on out. And I guess I did this like on a day where there was a sale. Oh no, I'm not buying anything. I'm just getting my non-lethal weapons ready to deal with this beast. And oh, I guess I'm gonna fight this beast non-lethally. That's weird. But yeah, no, I'm gonna be fighting the frog units around the area like non-lethally. But yeah, this is definitely a huge improvement over like the sniper fight in the original game. Like, it's just on a whole other scale, and it's awesome. This is like still like one of my favorite boss fights in the entire like franchise. So yeah, no, like this act, you know, like the robot stuff isn't as interesting as like, you know, the stuff that was before. But this, I mean, I feel like this more than makes up for it. This fight is insane, man. I love this fight, though it does get a little bit frustrating in ways that the end fight doesn't get frustrating. Maybe just like the constant frogs that keep respawning, and also just the scale of this map. It's actually like hard. It's easy to get lost in this map and just like lose your bearings. Like I straight up, like after I beat the fight, I was still lost in this area. Like, ooh, and then like also like it's gonna be a longer fight, and like this solid eye here, which you can use for night vision, it runs on a battery system, so it's actually very easy to like overuse this and like just run out of battery, and then you have to like wait for the battery to come back. Dude, it's just crazy because this fight is such an endurance test, but I really do like it a lot. But I guess kind of like the nature aspects being gone from like Snake Eater does kind of like make it lose a little bit of an edge with me, but I still think it's awesome. Like, this fight is still awesome. But yeah, no, I like in my walkthrough actually like pretty much reload a save, get a bunch of stun grenades before this fight, because like normally I did not get a bunch of stun grenades before this fight, and you really do need them. But yeah, now back to talking about the second half of this game. So then boom, we get to Act 5. So the reason why I said Act 3 may not be the worst in the game is because Act 5 is also slightly weak, but I also feel like I'm capping if I'm saying that. Because Act 5, all it is you have the beginning section. It's a super tough stealth encounter, right? Doesn't have to be stealth per se, but if you bum rush it, like you just get assaulted immediately. Just like it's a chaotic encounter. You have to be very quick. You need to have a good plan, because if you don't have a good plan, you just get immediately ambushed by everyone on all sides. You know, it's like it's an ambitious assault on the ship, but you can sneak by it, but it's like really tough. Okay, that's cool. But the thing is, it's only one room. And then like once you get past that room, the stealth is gone from the rest of the game. And then all you do is you have like the little screaming Mantis fight, which is kind of underwhelming for like a Mantis fight, all things considered. Like all you do is you do the little trick, and then boom, you just shoot her. It's just shooting her dolls, and that's it. That's the entire fight. And there's like zombies around the area. It's like it's just not as interesting as you would like. And also just the return of Psycho Mantis feels so forced. Just feels like, yeah, there he is, Psycho Mantis, we're Flanderizing him. Like, just like his whole character was like ended off so nicely. Like, you know, in the first game, you know, he regained like a little bit of his humanity back, but now he's just here to just dick around because, oh, the PS3 has Blu-ray players now. Like, I don't like, it's a bit of fan service, which just feels so forced and contrived. It gelled so badly with me. And then after that, you kind of have like the cinematic little hallway. I mean, the little cool cutscene here, and then boom, it's the final boss of the game. But then again, that final boss is incredible and is awesome, and it's just super cinematic and dope. So it makes me feel like, can I really call Act 3 better than the ending, the finale of the game? Like, I don't know, but also, like, I mean, at least you had a little tailing mission in the beginning, but also, like, the beginning, it's either Act 3 or 5 for, like, the worst act in the game. So, yeah, like, when I'm talking about it, like, in this aspect, like, I mean, that's when, you know, like, okay, the second half is weaker than the first half, in my opinion. And it's not even, like, a half. You know, because it's like, you know, 2 acts and then like 3 acts. 3 is bigger than 2. You know, it's not a clean half. But also, I feel like Act 3 is like slightly shorter than like Act 1 or 2. Well, I mean, Act 1 isn't all that long. Well, it's kind of long. It's kind of long. But yeah, no, Act 4 is pretty neat. It's got a lot of great moments. The robot stealth, I do think, is kind of a step back from like the stealth you were doing before with human beings. Because you also just can't interact with the robots like nearly as much as a human being. With the human being, you can like, you know, grab them, you can like hold up your knife to them. You can't interrogate anyone anymore because like, I guess like their nanomachines don't allow them to like reveal information. But you can still play around with them, you know. You can like just like, you know, like fucking grab their dick and twist it. You can like literally do that just to like take all their ammo and all that. Like, that's fun to do. And also there's certain enemies where if you try to pull that shit, like with the frogs, they just kill you because, you know, they have like, they're just advanced for that. They don't get like stunned by you grabbing their dick and twisted because they don't have a dick. So they just fuck you over instead. Like, those interactions are completely gone with the robots, because you get close to a robot, they just hit you. Because you can't like CQC like the little robots or the big robots, especially not the big robots. I mean, you're not Raiden in this game, right? So yeah, that's just kind of like another reason why the stealth in like Act 4 just doesn't really hold up as well as like the previous chapters. Just like a whole lot of interaction is just kind of stripped from you. But like returning to Shadow Moses was like pretty great fun for the most part. And yeah, this boss fight's awesome, but I'm just telling you, man, I do not have a solid strategy for this section. This is literally me just kind of dicking around until I actually win. Anytime I encounter like a frog, I just tranquilize them till like they're tranked, and I just keep doing that over and over and over. I'm just spamming the trank so much. Like, it's such a panicky no damage. And because it's so, like, I'm just trying, okay, well, how do I find Wolf? I'm like slowly trying to find Wolf. And whenever I hear like the wolf like roaring, I'm like, oh, I really hope that when she pulls up, she doesn't run me over. I really hope she hasn't found me yet. It was great. It was great playing through it, but like actually watching it, I can understand why it's a little boring. This is like how a noob no damages this fight. But you know, okay, it's, oh, and there, I guess I found her. that may or may not be her, you know, like it's such an, oh wait, that wasn't her, that was just a frog. You see, like this, ooh, this fight, man. Oh, it gets you, man. I don't know what else to say. Maybe I'll just let it play out for a little bit, but like I can't really do it for this entire time because like it's a really long fight. And yeah, one thing is, yeah, equipping the night vision goggles, it does make the frame rate run better, but also like just this game is so pretty, I don't want to do it. But also, you really do need that visibility in this fight. You need to like know when the frogs are coming out because they can very easily like camouflage themselves into the environment. It's easy to lose track of them. There we go. Oh nope, that's just a random frog, and I'm just sniping her from across the field there. Like it's so tense and like just exciting. Just like the entire time, just like slowly crawling through this. I could do this for like 20 minutes and just be completely entertained. Though if I did it for 20 minutes and then died, I would probably be pretty infuriated. Well, and the one thing about like going non-lethal in this entire section is that, yeah, you can like tranquilize like the frogs, but then they're gonna wake up after a certain while. So like, you know, you're never fully safe. You know, you'll be walking around and suddenly, oh, oopsie daisy, some of the frogs that just woke up. And then like if a frog notices another frog, you go into this caution phase, which just kind of like alerts things even more. And also when you're in a caution phase, I think like your stress levels start going up in the game. And also just the extreme weather can make your stress levels go up. I mean, I don't know if that happens in winter, but it definitely happens in the desert. Just like, oh my goodness, just such a great fight. It is such a great fight. I mean, I could keep yapping about like how cool this fight is. Just like the snowy environment. Getting to return to this in HD is just a great time. And also just Metal Gear Solid 4 is a great looking game. The only drawback is it doesn't really run the best a lot of the time. It's like a sub 30 or so. Though this footage looks decently smooth, though the weather effects may or may not be like making it chug slightly. Just, I really do want to see a remaster, which doesn't fuck up the gameplay, which might as well be asking for a miracle maybe. Just like a solid remaster running at 60 FPS. I mean, that's like magic. Maybe the emulators, like maybe there's some people with really beefy PCs and emulators that have actually found a way to make the game run at 60 FPS, but like just like a console version, PS5, like, I mean, it's got to happen. But I guess like maybe the Metal Gear Solid 4 uses like the PS3 hardware in like really weird ways, and it's just kind of like stupid hard to like get it on PS5. Like I would believe that, and just where is that wolf? You know, I keep going to like trying to find that wolf. I'm trying to like crouch walk now. I'm being like really like, you know, cautious, like, oh, where is she at? Where is she at? I mean, I don't have the most pistol ammo in the world, so I'm just like keep going. Dude, it's just terrifying. This fight is just absolutely terrifying. Honestly, it's kind of terrifying in a way the end fight isn't. So like, I mean, I do like the end fight better. I do think it is the more classy fight, but like just, ooh, there we go. We finally found her across the map, dude. Just like you like crawl and like, you know, crouch walk for so long, and finally you find her, dude. It's so like it's so riveting. They're like, this is the sort of stuff only Metal Gear does, like at its best. Like just stealth boss fights. Like what other game be doing stealth boss fights? I mean, the one in Arkham City was kind of neat. Little Mr. Freeze, he was cool. But like, what other games really be doing stealth boss fights, man? Because like, oh, this is awesome. But then again, Metal Gear, it's not like it's always doing stealth boss fights. It does have a lot of boss fights that just kind of like, you know, just go down to being, yeah, we're just an action boss fight. You have to shoot us till we're dead. Ooh, wow. I do not remember the boss fight playing out like that at all. I thought it was like a 9 to like, you know, 8 minute like boss fight where like I slowly took pot shots at her, but no. Like I just spent like 5 to like 7 minutes like tracking her down just to do this cheesy ass strat where I throw smoke grenades and stun grenades at the same time to pretty much just take her out in like one fellow sweep. So yeah, that's why you need the stun grenades for that strategy specifically. That is so cheap. But mind you, it doesn't feel so cheap when I spend like 5 to 7 minutes like slowly walking over to her, making sure I'm in a 100% safe position, and just gonna go into first person mode for the lulz right there. Very nice. Boom. Great weather effects. This fight is still just the same as all the other ones, you know. Yada yada. Big bad sad backstory. It's just nothing, man. But I mean, no, it's not nothing. I mean, there's a couple of neat things going on here, but here it just kind of feels like Kojima thought these women were hot. Just like, yeah, you could be in this game. Just feels like just sexualized for the sake of being sexualized. Like, okay. I don't really feel like there's anything too interesting being said here, aside from just, ooh, they have a really sad, fucked up war backstory, and it's just like, yeah. But yeah, no, really love the Crying Wolf fight a ton. But I completely forgot that's how you defeat it. Yeah, no, just like for a quick, easy, no damage, that's just how you do it. And I completely forgot about it. I mean, it's pretty cool, but yeah, no, that's how you do it. Do I include the one where I fight the Metal Gear Rays? I don't even know if I, like, just like the geckos. Not sure if I include that section, but I'm pretty sure I did no damage that section. But if I didn't, I'm going to be a little bit sad. It's like the split screen part. I'm pretty sure I included it because it's a split screen section. I mean, maybe I didn't include it because maybe technically it's not a boss fight, but dude, that's like one of the coolest parts of the game, even though I think the game does start chugging a little bit and you do lose a lot of your visibility because of the little split screen structure, but the split screen structure just adds so much tension to it. So yeah, this Vamp fight, it can get really annoying. Like, I forget exactly what the strategy is. I think I kind of trap him in a corner where like the bomb just start throwing fire at him because he keeps like dancing around the fire, but it still damages him. But he just keeps dancing like a little lunatic there. But yeah, no, if you don't cheese this guy, just kill him like very, very quickly, he becomes very infuriating to deal with. He like kind of runs faster than you. Some of his projectiles, I swear, had like the slightest bit of hit scan. Just like if he like his little like running dash like knife you, it's kind of hard to dodge because like sometimes you can roll out of it, sometimes you can't. Just you need to put him down as fast as possible, and then get the syringe, do like the little glitch thing. This fight's kind of like a puzzle once he gets back up. A very gimmicky puzzle, but once you get him, hit him with a syringe, boom, bam, pow. Now you're mortal like the rest of us. Now you're mortal like the rest of us. Oh, I didn't include it. Okay. I guess maybe we would have made the video a little bit too long. Maybe I want to save something just for people who like want to watch my full video, just a little bit thing there. We had this Metal Gear Ray fight against Metal Gear Rex. Like honestly, one of the dopest fights in the entire series, just this big giant robot fight. Getting to like utilize all the weapons, just I mean, if you're gonna do it like one of these times, you might as well just pull it out now. And yeah, no, Dante Devil 12's like no damage to this guy, helped me out a ton. And this guy just, it can be kind of inconsistent whether you like completely stomp him or not. Like, because sometimes like when he like bum rushes you, it's kind of hard to react to it. But don't really know the strat. Sometimes you like do an attack and he just dodges it and attacks you instead. And also like these little QTEs, sometimes it's kind of hard to work them in. You just always have to be on the ball with this guy. You have to be very aggressive, and sometimes some of the projectiles he shoots is a little bit hard to avoid. But this honestly, like this no damage I have here, I think is really lucky. Because I really like do pwn him quite a bit with the laser. You deal a ton of damage there. Like sometimes he just dodges a lot of the laser stuff you do, or sometimes some of the laser things you do doesn't deal that much damage. Like you'll like kind of graze him a little bit, or like you'll be like shooting him right directly in his face and it deals no damage. Like how did I deal that much damage there? I have zero idea. But I am so happy I dealt that much damage because I was really depending on it. And also, sometimes you'll be aiming and he'll just like slide away so fast that you won't be able to like redirect your aim on him like that. Just really tough, really like intense fight. But just you can deal with it, you can no damage it. But just this is some really insane shit. Just watch this. As a day of I'm mixing up my words, the second day of recording this commentary, but yeah, no. The day I'm recording this is the 12th of June, which is the anniversary of Metal Gear Solid 4 coming out on the PS3 worldwide. And yeah, no, a little flashback here, Assassin's Creed cameo. I don't know, I guess like Metal Gear Solid 4 and Assassin's Creed 1 were just, or maybe it was Assassin's Creed 2? No. I'm pretty sure it's like Assassin's Creed 1. Because I think in another game, you could dress up Raiden in like an Assassin's Creed 2 outfit. Oh wait, no, it was more that like in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, you could dress him up in like a Raiden outfit of some sort. So maybe like Assassin's Creed Brotherhood was out around this time. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe it was the first Assassin's Creed. It was probably the first Assassin's Creed. But yeah, no, we have this little cameo where if you do a certain code, or if you do a certain objective, if you like kill enough enemies in a stealthy fashion, I think, then like if you just stab them with the knife, you unlock this outfit. And I'm just using it here because camo just does not matter in this fight. And I'm going to be honest, I actually kind of forget exactly how do you no damage this section. Like, I don't know how I deal with Meryl. I think with Meryl, you just have to, like, destroy the dolls enough where Meryl will just stop attacking you. But, like, the zombies will pop out, like, later on here. So I don't know how I deal with them. I guess I just kind of stay in, like, this little corridor here to, just kind of deal with them. Maybe I throw a couple flashbangs, but... like, I do think I vividly remember that, like, the enemies surrounding Psycho Screaming Mantis here could be a little bit annoying, and I just forget how I dealt with them. Maybe, like, my actual full commentary video, I go into it. But, oh yeah, I guess the shotgun will definitely help with taking out some of those, like, fake zombie people, because the fake zombie people can also be a little bit annoying. I don't think they really have any guns, like, the gun-wielding zombie people can be a bit rare, and, ooh, there we go, there's Meryl, she's about to do the thing she did in the first fight. Remember this reference? I do think it's a little bit forced, but on the positive side, her design is pretty cool. Oh, I think if you keep shooting the dolls, like, the people will just stop being controlled. You have to, like, shoot a certain doll for that to happen. They just keep being flung around like little action figures. Just the physics coming into play there. That's fun, that's fun. So you have to be like really good with just this defeating the doll, I guess. And if you just time it enough times, yeah, I just heard some gunshots go out, so what's up with that? And then you will have to use the non-lethal shotgun, or at the very least be very, very precise with your aim, because if you're not precise with your aim, you may end up actually killing some of the people around here, and I think if you do that, you'll lose like your big boss rank. But yeah, I know you just get rid of one of the dolls. Once you have one of the dolls, you use the doll against the Psycho Mantis, and it doesn't really matter which doll you shoot. Wait, no, the different dolls have different effects. But the one shot with the one doll I did shoot just kind of had, I guess, the best effect I wanted. But sometimes in this fight, I think I just kind of go for the doll, which is easier to shoot against. And then boom, you have to do the whole little control thing. And yeah, you do have to stab yourself with the syringe for this fight, just so that you can actually deal with everything. Oh, wait, never mind. It doesn't actually matter which doll you use because it just eliminates both health bars. And yeah, once she has her atypical phase, which every single other big boss fight has in this game, then it's not atypical. It's very typical. That's what's annoying about it. Each of these little phases is like very typical once you get to this point. Just boom, yeah, just do what you've been doing the entire rest of the game. Except now, I am dressed as Altair from Assassin's Creed. And maybe one day I'll no damage all the main missions in the first Assassin's Creed game, because I do like the main assassinations in that game. It's just that the one issue is just all the side content you have to do to unlock every single main assassination, you know. You can like sneak by, you know, you can like climb buildings. That's one of my favorite things about Assassin's Creed. It's just like the verticality you can get from climbing buildings, though some of the missions aren't really designed to take full advantage of that, honestly. But I guess so with detailing missions, you get a little bit silly with it. But yeah, Assassin's Creed 1, maybe one day, no damage, I don't know. I own the game on PS3 and Xbox 360, but I've only really beaten the first one on Xbox 360. And I assume that's the version that runs better, so if I were to, you know, no damage Assassin's Creed 1, I'd probably go with the Xbox 360 version. And yeah, maybe I could entertain the thought of like a PC version, but honestly, like that PC port is a little bit fucked up, and I feel like I have to mod it a lot to like get it working with a controller. Because I am not playing that on keyboard and mouse. And then boom, the final boss fight of Metal Gear Solid 4, which just has combat mechanics which are completely different than everything else you've played in like the rest of the game. The most similar thing you've played is maybe like the Metal Gear Rex fight, but now we're fighting as human beings, not robots. So yeah, the strategy there is that there's some iframes you can take advantage of by dodging into Ocelot. You can't take advantage of that for the entire fight because honestly it's a little inconsistent and I don't have full grasp of the iframes, but what you want to do is just do a bunch of combos, drag him into a corner, and then just spam these strong attacks, so every time he gets up he's going to block. Spam the strong attack, just pop, pop, and that's how you deal with the first phase. And then the second phase is a slightly different strategy. The third phase is fucking nonsense. I don't think there's a consistent strategy in the third phase at all. And the fourth phase, you're gonna see me get hit, but in the fourth phase, you basically have like an infinite health bar because I've tested it. I pretty much like let Ocelot like hit me like for like straight up like 20 minutes straight in the fourth phase and you don't die. Like it's impossible to die in the fourth phase. Like, I mean, by that point, you're gonna get hit at least once. There's really no way to avoid getting hit in the fourth phase, but it doesn't really matter by that point. There's like no health bars, like you can't die. You're pretty much like forced to win. Like the real skill test here is just in these first three phases, but I'm just telling you that the third phase is complete nonsense. There's actually like zero strategy. You just kind of have to like pray and like hope that, you know, Ocelot doesn't pull out any nasty maneuvers. But yeah, I really hope, I really wonder, what is the experience for people who have never played a single Metal Gear Solid game and are just hopping on this commentary? Because I don't think I'm really talking from the perspective of someone who's trying to introduce people to this franchise. Because like, this is a pretty weird set of games in a lot of ways, and I'm just kind of glossing over a lot of it. Like, I don't think maybe the footage kind of gives you a good idea of what to get into, but I am really talking from someone who's like been on this series for like multiple years or so. Just like kind of that, like nearly a decade or so. I mean, I got into this when I was like, what, 12, 13, 14, maybe slightly younger than a decade, but like, I've been playing these games for a while. I mean, mind you, I have not been playing them since like 1998 or anything, or like 1995, or maybe the 80s, in fact. I haven't exactly been on this series that long. I'm not that old, but, you know, I've been playing these games for a decent amount of time. There's people with the Master Collection who might just want to get into these games, you know, recently. Like, hey, I can finally play this game on Steam. It's finally available on modern consoles. And they're just having a ball there. Or maybe they're just not having a ball because they're just absolutely not used to, like, the old control setup of these games. Like, Metal Gear Solid 4 is, like, the first game where they adopted, like, a more conventional control style, third-person shooter. But even this game's got its silly little quirks. In fact, there's a lot of quirks which are hidden behind like PS3 controller stuff. For one, but yeah, the strategy for the second phase, you kind of have to like bait out a certain attack he does, like the big strong attack. Pretty much you dodge it, but if you get caught in a corner, then dodge it, and then you go boom, one strong punch, because basically he has like counters when he gets back up if you try to do the same thing you did in the first phase. So the most safe strategy, wait for him to do that. Not the most stylish, but also like, oh my goodness, dude, like there's so many ways like this combat system can go wrong in terms of like no damage. So you really do kind of have to play it safe. It's just that in the third phase, there really is no safe strategy. Though the music is awesome, and I love how the camera angle the camera just keeps getting closer and closer and closer in every phase. Just super cinematic stuff. But yeah, basically like the makeshift strategy I have here, which works like 5 out of 10 times, is you wait for him to like dodge into you, and then you just start like doing as many attacks as possible. Like you wait for him to get kind of close to you, then do as many attacks as possible, and then just hope for the best. And here he's really lucky that he's just going for a bunch of grapples, which I can counter and don't really damage me. He is hitting my resistance meter though. And here I'm just kind of landing some QTEs, just boom, just give me a little gut punch there. But yeah, either wait for him to get close to you, kind of close to you, or just dodge into you, and then just go with a couple attacks there, and that you pretty much have to hope for the best. Boom, full combo there. That's not going to happen again. He's going to block some of my attacks. But at the very least, he doesn't counter any of my attacks, which in a way that deals damage. Boom, just pop, 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 pop. But this time he decided to do that. I had to hit the little QT to dodge that. And he's going to do it a second time. He's going to get close. I'm going to, just... Oh no, he's just going to do it again. Boom, bam, pow. Gotta hit the QTs to dodge that. And that's that. This is just like supreme luck. Like if you really want a more consistent strategy on how to do this phase, from what I understand of the game, this is just pure luck. I have no consistent way of no damaging this guy. Like I don't think this guy was like designed to be no damage, but I just got really lucky here. Just boom. Oh, he blocked that one. And also just keep dodging away if like your combo doesn't land. Just dodge away. And then boom, yeah, we're finally in the fourth phase, and there's not really much to say here. It is honestly purely a cinematic sequence. You just kind of slowly get closer to him. You spam that attack button, and yeah, he's gonna land one hit, but the health bars I think are gonna go away pretty soon. Because, we're not... Yep, there we go. They're gone. Just pure little cinematic there. One thing which I don't know if I'm really that big of a fan of is whenever they just show you what music is playing, like in the bottom left corner of the screen, I kind of wish that the music didn't have, like, copyrighted, like, stuff there. I kind of wish the song would just play out, and I would just, like, enjoy the music. I don't want to be reminded that, yeah, there's, like, a copyrighted theme you have here. And a similar thing happened in Peace Walker in certain climactic moments. And well, I think does that also happen in the Phantom Pain? I don't think to nearly the same extent, unless you're using like the radio thing, which is awesome. But yeah, just punching those memories back in there. Oh, just such a great moment there. Even though I'm not fully satisfied with the way everything ends in 4, like it is kind of just a big mess. And honestly, I think like some of the ways like that everything gets wrapped up is like kind of cringe. Like the Meryl and Johnny romance, I don't fuck with that at all. I'm gonna be honest. I think Johnny's like very annoying in this game. And like the scene where the little rom-com scene which happens when they're like, face shooting off all like the enemies and like the little screaming Mantis room and just like proposing to each other. Oh, I hate that, dude. Ugh, yeah, it's like calling back to can love bloom on the battlefield, but it's such a cringy way to bring it back. But also Metal Gear Solid 4 is kind of like the example of like wrapping every single little thing up from the previous games. But something which kind of happens with Metal Gear Solid 4 is that it just makes things really convoluted. Like, honestly, Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3, their plot lines are pretty wordy, and characters don't shut up, and they info dump all the time, but they're not really convoluted. They're a little bit more straightforward than you would give them credit for, even though Metal Gear Solid 2 is kind of like tackling a lot of plot points from the first game, which are really easy to forget. But it still isn't that convoluted. You can still follow it through, aside from, like, the meta aspects and, like, the whole big-ass twist which happens, but, like... 4 is when things get really convoluted in like ways that gets really frustrating, and then like 4 onwards, like all the prequel games are just kind of like taking backseats just to, like further explain like things which happened in 4. So like 4 is kind of when things became a bit of a mess and just kind of annoying. But yeah, no, we're finally on Peace Walker here, and here is one of the only boss fights you can actually stealth through. But I'm not sure if I do a full stealth run here. But yeah, I'm using the sneaking suit. My Peace Walker no damage here will be on New Game Plus, so I do have access to like a lot of equipment which you don't get later on. But this game follows in the path of Monster Hunter. And Monster Hunter is just kind of the thing where some of the early game fights might take you like 30 minutes to like complete, unless you're doing them on New Game Plus. And Peace Walker is kind of similar to that, because it's also kind of designed around co-op. Not that it's impossible without co-op, just that alone, some of these fights take longer, and yeah, no, just having this extra piece of equipment like the sneaking suit allows me to run up on enemies without my footsteps alerting them. But there's a couple things from my outline which I do want to mention here. For one, I forgot to mention that the final boss fight of Metal Gear Solid 4, you can't save before that fight. So basically, I think the closest save point is like right before the microwave machine. You know, like the one we have to like spam a button. It's like this big-ass QT. So I'm pretty sure every single time I wanted to retry the final boss fight, I may or may not have had to pretty much redo that QT over and over and over again. But I think I'm actually wrong on that. I think you get one save point after the QT, but then you have to like skip a couple cutscenes, or you may actually just straight up have to do the QT over and over again. I think in my full commentary video for Metal Gear Solid 4 No Damage, I may elaborate on that further. But yeah, that's an important point to mention because I have it on my outline in like bold. Like I should be screaming this out like, "Are you kidding me? I can't save during the final boss fight of Metal Gear Solid 4. Ah! Like honestly, that voice is a little bit fake. It's not really like a full scream, but you know, I gave it a little solid attempt there. But yeah, this boss fight, it's pretty simple, but you know, you do need to have a bit of good equipment there. You need to spam smoke grenades. Smoke grenades are so overpowered in this game. And yeah, no, I mean, this tank thing, I don't know if you can like no damage stealth every single tank fight, but for a good majority of these beginning ones, it is possible to like no damage like stealth these tanks. And once you like take out enough of the troops, then this big guy comes out, and you just kind of like tranquilize him, and that's that. But the later tank fights, just a lot of troops just start coming out like a lot quicker, you know? Like, you know, that was only like 4 to 8 guys I had to like, you know, tranquilize and like, you know, neutralize. But then later on, it gets way more hectic. Like, you know, later on, there's like things where, you know, it's like 20 guys, like, you know, 30 guys, and then like you start running out of materials and photons to get rid of them. So it's just like, you just run out of resources to deal with the tank. So at some point, you do kind of have to go action-y in those like later encounters, especially in, like in the extra ops. My goodness. But then boom, we have the first tank, then we have this tank, which is slightly harder. But yeah, no. You basically just kind of have to sneak up on them somehow, you know, get behind them, just slowly but surely. You kind of have to wait for them to just walk. And then at some point, you do just go in, you take them all out, you know, one by one at first, but then when they start coming out of the tank, you just start spamming smoke grenades and just take advantage of like the multiple CQC abilities in this game. So you can just automatically like knock them all down to the ground. You just hold them up. And also when you hold them up, just automatically stay on the ground and never move again. That's like one of the simplifications which Peace Walker brings compared to the previous games. Because in the previous games, you can also hold up enemies and like leave them in the ground. Honestly, the hold up system came in like Metal Gear Solid 2, but in that game, you don't like hold them up on the ground, right? Like in Metal Gear Solid 2, you can like hold them up for a little bit, but once you stop holding them up, they can like automatically like aggro and just get you like really bad there. But then in like Snake Eater, you can like knock them down to the ground once they're down on the ground. Oh my goodness, the tank dealt damage to the own enemy there. My goodness, that is silly. I mean, I don't even think that counts as my kill, because, you know, the tank killed them, right? Oh, and they are dead, though. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, the tank did that. I didn't do that. So, yeah, like in Snake Eater, you could, like, throw an enemy down to the ground, hold them up. I think you can hold them up and maybe force them to go down to the ground. Something like that. And I'm not sure if they will always stay held up. But, you know, you can do a lot of fun things that way. You can also hold up the end for, like, a short amount of time just to get a certain camo skin. And then in Metal Gear Solid 4, I think you can still hold up enemies, but, you know, there's like you can't do as many things as you could in Snake Eater just because of nanomachines, but you can still take advantage of the hold up system. And then from there, well, for Metal Gear Solid 4, we have, well, there's Portable Ops, and Portable Ops basically just kind of has like the same mechanics as like Snake Eater in a lot of ways. You can interrogate enemies in Portable Ops and like get information that way. So then again, if you're doing like a no damage kind of speed runny, you know, you already know everything about the game sort of run, you don't really need to interrogate enemies at all. But yeah, no, you can like interrogate enemies in Portable Ops and get certain info that way. But then, you know, Peace Walker came out here. And, you know, it kind of follows in the footsteps of Metal Gear Solid 4. You can't really interrogate. Wait, yes, you can. You can actually interrogate enemies in Peace Walker. Just that a lot of the time, the info you get from them is just not that useful. Like, you know, you don't really get any, like, nice info there. But the thing is, once you like, have an enemy in a CQC hold, you can't move from that position. Any sort of movement on your part just leads to you throwing them. Just, like, doing, like, a little, like, judo. Just whoosh, big dramatic throw. Like, you're just not allowed to move or let go of the enemy, really. I mean, are you allowed to let go of the enemy? I think maybe you're allowed to let go of the enemy, but I've never tried it, because, like, why would you? Like, by that point, you're just going to... Oh, and they noticed me. Ah! Ah! But yeah, no, we pretty much took out all the enemies which happened in this like main op, and yeah, for Peace Walker, all the boss fights I tackle in my Peace Walker no damage video, which is every single main op, is just the boss fights from the main op. So in this compilation video, all the boss fights will be from the main ops. I won't include the extra op boss fights, so you're not gonna see that Monster Hunter cameo. That's not gonna be in this video. I mean, it's probably possible to no damage it, but the extra ops do tend to be a little bit harder. But the boss fights I was really worried about are just these main robots. I was actually worried that these would be impossible to no damage because I'm pretty sure like a lot of their moves have like hit scan, or they're just like super hard to dodge, or that their health bars would be so big that it would be like borderline impossible to no damage them. However, on New Game Plus, and if you come in with like equipment that's like a little bit too overpowered for this section, they are like, you know, decently easy to no damage, but you still have to watch out for them. A lot of their attacks do kind of have like slightly unavoidable properties. I don't know how to explain it. Like, yeah, a lot of the time you could run around those machine guns and avoid it, but then there's just other times where like no matter how fast you run, like those things just kind of clip onto you. Like, it's not exactly hit scan, but it's not exactly like dodgeable a lot of the time. But you know, you come in with like somewhat overpowered equipment, and then boom, the PUPA's dead. The PUPA is taking the big PUPA, you know. But yeah, on like a brand new game, like your new game weapons, it takes a lot longer to take out the PUPA there, which increases your chance of just getting absolutely demolished by like its attacks. There's like one phase it has where it just shoots electric mines all over the field, which I swear is random, like whether it actually hits you or not. But you know, whatever, at least I did it. But there's like another thing on my outline I want to mention specifically for Peace Walker. I'm reporting YouTubers. Yes, let's get back to mentioning other YouTubers which helped me in this run. So, boom. I had to unlock my phone there, but yeah, importing YouTubers for Peace Walker are Sappy Joker Gaming, because they have uploaded, from what I know at this exact moment, the only no damage I've seen of the final boss in this game, which honestly gave me hope that it was indeed impossible to do it, because I just spent the longest time thinking, oh wow, the boss fights in Peace Walker are just straight up impossible to no damage, but that's not exactly the case, as long as you stick with the main ops. Extra ops is like a whole other thing, I don't even know. Maybe there actually are some boss fights in the extra ops are just straight up impossible. But hey, maybe I'll be proven wrong on that, and when I am, that'll be pretty sick. But yeah, another guy I need to mention. But yeah, no, just that the rest of this game on New Game Plus, like I really needed no help. Just on New Game Plus. It's a mostly easy game aside from like Main Ops 24 and like some boss fights. But the other YouTuber I want to mention is Taz11. It's like Taz, the word 1, and then like the number 1. Showed me how to no damage the tanks, which is like the strategies I'm doing right now. Oh wait, actually no, the strategy I'm doing for this one I learned from another YouTuber, Darkness Fox. Darkness Fox has a video where like he pretty much shows you a strategy on how to no damage this like helicopter jet section. Which, yeah, this section is a lot more hectic than like the tanks. It's like flying around, like the enemies kind of spawn in a weird way, so you have to get in there really quick, get out there really quick. It's a little bit more complicated. And also just shooting like the guy in the helicopter is like a lot more hectic than the tank, because at least the tank's on the ground. This guy's like flying up in the air, he's like scouting the area. And just, you really do need to go in and get the soldiers to drop down from there very quickly. And also the way they run can kind of change every now and then. Sometimes they'll go down there, sometimes they'll go in another place. And I think at some point during this boss fight, I'm going to do a really goofy walk, because like I collide against a wall in the wrong way. But yeah, no. And also, you have to get really lucky with these QTE things, because sometimes, like, you know, you'll do them and it won't knock out everyone. Yeah, there'll be like the one stray guy you still have to knock out, and then boom, you have to Fulton all of them. But you're gonna run out of Fultons eventually. I think even with like max Fultons, you won't be able to Fulton everyone. So I think at some point for them, some of these no damages, you may or may not have to kill some of these guys. But, you know, what do I know about that? I never ran into that situation with the main ops per se. I mean, also, that's the other thing. With, like, if you're playing this on new game against some of these boss fights, you're not going to have enough materials to, like, kill them with just the stuff you have. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's going to happen with the Peace Walker boss fight. Even with, like, my upgraded new game materials, I'm still not going to have, like, enough weapons, like, enough weapon ammo to, like, defeat Peace Walker alone. I'm going to have to actually call in for, like, a recovery point. Throw, like, a little grenade, wait for the bullets to come in, just so I can deal the rest of the damage I need to deal against Peace Walker. Like, the Peace Walker is definitely like the hardest thing I have to deal with in the main ops on New Game Plus, in terms of boss fights. But I mentioned main ops 24 because I'm pretty sure that's like the main op where it's just purely all action, and you're just like escaping, and then like it ends with you like fighting off like a horde of enemies in like a helicopter. Like, I swear, I thought that one was like impossible to no damage non-lethally, but I actually managed it, except for the helicopter. I'm pretty sure I shot down the helicopter. I'm not even sure if I did that non-lethally completely, but yeah, no, like, that main op is easily the hardest in the entire game. But I actually managed to do it, and it was like pretty dope because I just straight up thought it was impossible. I had to like have like a bulletproof shield and like a tiny little like tranquilizer pistol or like a non-lethal pistol. I don't know what exactly I used. I don't even think I include that section in the video because it's not really a boss fight. It's just like a whole entire level. But yeah, no, I'm just blocking bullets. I'm like dodging. I'm like, you know, taking cover, and it's all kind of random. You have to like learn the enemy patterns like really well because there's like a lot of enemies in the area, and like sometimes they can sneak up on you. They can like flank your cover. Just ooh, that. Watch my Peace Walker all main ops no damage video for more information on that because it's not going to show up in this video, but it's like one of the most memorable parts of like that entire experience. But yeah, no. This game, I think I may have it on like the lower. Yeah, there's the little goofy walk, just like a little. He just bends back in a very strange way. And here, just that guy does not look back. Very, very useful. And yeah, you have to kind of do these multiple times with some of like the tougher enemies. You have to keep doing knockdowns, And I guess like the other enemies are kind of stunned by the smoke grenade because like sometimes your smoke grenades like stun every single enemy, and other times like there'll be the one stray guy who like escapes. Leave further Vulcan recoveries. I guess I have to, you know, sort that out. And, you know, just like judging the pacing of this game is kind of strange just because, once again, it has a completely different vibe than like all the other Metal Gears. It's not like a straight campaign like Snake Eater. You know, you have like a little bit of grinding you can do here and there in the extra ops. You know, you can like repeat missions to get more soldiers. And then boom, we got this guy. There's a little shield I'll use in like main ops 24. But I mean, I'd probably say that Peace Walker has like a nice little build-up of like events and stuff. And also Peace Walker does focus more on the gameplay and less on set pieces, because just on the PSP you can't really rely too much on set pieces, so it does have to hunker down and really focus more on gameplay, which is appreciated, though some of the flair of the set pieces is kind of missed. And just one thing is, I'm not really a big fan of how linear the stealth levels are in this game. Like, it is really kind of like a straight shoot, and there's not really that many ways to play around with the stealth in the same way you could in Snake Eater. And yeah, I guess like on the PSP it would be super hard to do it, but at the very least, the game does play very smooth. At the very least, now that it's ported to like consoles on the PS3, Xbox 360, and does the Master Collection include Peace Walker or not? I mean, it would be fun if it does, but if it doesn't, it's gonna be a little bit sad. But yeah, no, on consoles it's 60 FPS. Oh yeah, it's PSP graphics, of course, so it looks a little bit dated. But, you know, it runs very smooth. You can get like a little setup going here, which it does not feel bad, because on the PSP you have to like press the face buttons. Or like on the PS Vita where I played it, I did kind of set it to like a second controller, but even then it still didn't feel completely right because you don't have like two sets of triggers, so you kind of have to fuck around with that. You have to like press like the face buttons to like do some like shooting. And yeah, here, like this boss fight can get super insane. Like some of the attacks it does, I think are just straight up unavoidable, or it can target you kind of like in a weird way, but if you have these big rocket launchers, you can just immediately take them out. But yeah, no. If someone does like the weakest weapons possible, no damage against this boss fight, then I guess I'll be kind of embarrassed. And yeah, this boss fight in particular can be very annoying because like it's very easy to like miss your attacks unless you use like the targeting rocket. And even if you use the targeting rocket, I think you can like miss just like the machine guns. Like the machine guns are just like the most inconsistent thing ever. Just they'll hit you sometimes and sometimes they won't. Like I'm pretty sure like I failed some of my attempts even using these super overpowered weapons just because, you know, sometimes those machine guns just will clip you and there's nothing you can do about it. You just kind of have to like, you know, take the hits, have some healing items on display. Because like, I mean, I'm also interested in doing like a no damage of like the Monster Hunter games. Just that, like, how the hell would I even structure that? Because like, if you no damage every single mission in that game, that video is going to be like easily over 300, 400 hours because, dude, that's the entire game. The entire game of Monster Hunter is just like missions where either you're doing like a little side quest thing, collecting berries, or fighting monsters. That's the entire game, and the entire game can go up to like 400 hours. Like some of these fights are like 50 minutes if you don't have the right weapons and if you're playing alone, because like Monster Hunter is like really designed around, you know, co-op play and all that. And Peace Walker also has co-op play, but I've never played it co-op. And Peace Walker doesn't feel nearly as like demanding as Monster Hunter when it comes to co-op play. Like, you know, a lot of these encounters aren't nearly as hard. But when it comes to Peace Walker, I guess the boss fights, they're cool, but they're also kind of disappointing. Because, like, I mean, there's a great argument to be made that, like, the boss, like, the robot fights in this game are some of the best robot fights in the franchise. Like, they really are, but, just, those aren't really my favorite fights in the Metal Gear Solid franchise anyways. My favorite fights in Metal Gear Solid are the stealth boss fights, or, like, the little puzzle boss fights which require a little bit more thinking. But, like, the ones which actually, like, require you to do a bit of stealth, I much prefer those fights over the big robot fights. But these big robot fights by themselves, like, removed from that context, they're pretty cool. You know, they have like so many, like, they're very distinct, for one. The PUPA's very fast. The COCOON flies. Wait, is the previous one called the COCOON? No, this one's called the COCOON. I forgot. The CHRYSALIS flies. This one is massive. It's like a fortress. You have to like climb it. You know, big COCOON over here. I actually remember that this is actually one of the harder fights. Like, even with like my OP weapons, it actually took me a good while to like actually get a no damage attempt on this one, just because like it's super tough. Just like the way like some of his attacks can like hit you, and also the way it can like just bum rush you. That kind of caught me bad at a couple of like moments. Yeah, you have to like just deal a bunch of damage just to actually be able to climb on the whole cocoon thing. And then like after the cocoon, it's like what, Peace Walker? Like the beta version of Peace Walker where like it's flamethrower PP. Like that one was super tough. Honestly, I think like the flamethrower like PP one may be harder than the final Peace Walker one you do, just because like you don't have to. No, that can't be right. The final Peace Walker one you fight is pretty like nuts. And then there's like the ZEKE fight, and well, the ZEKE fight in the video I did was very easy because I deliberately did not like upgrade the ZEKE that much, just because I knew that the more I upgraded, the harder it would be. And yeah, like this game has an extra op where you pretty much refight all these boss fights again, but like the hardest version of them possible. It's like the red version. Yeah, like ZEKE, there's like one where you have to like upgrade ZEKE completely in order to fight it at its hardest difficulty. I have not done those, and honestly, I am very, very scared to like actually attempt those in any fashion whatsoever. They seem like they would just not be fun at that point. And like Okay, the Monster Hunter games I've played Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate for about 40 hours, and I played Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate for about 175 hours until I lost my 3DS in a taxi going to the airport, and I couldn't call the taxi back. That's gotta be like one of the saddest gaming days of my life for sure. But then I bought like a new 3DS XL, and I put around 78 hours or so into Monster Hunter 4, but it just wasn't the same, man. Like, I kind of just fell off because I missed my 175 hours I put into that previous game. Like, in those 175 hours, I reached, like, the blue Rathalos or something, and I fucking hate fighting that thing. That thing is miserable. But that was, like, the last thing I was fighting before I lost, like, my old 3DS in a taxi. And, like, one of the worst things about the 3DS is, like, the Nintendo accounts. Like, if you lose your 3DS and you have a Nintendo account, like, attached to it, you can't get it back. You have to make a new one. That fucking sucks, dude. I mean, I get, like, why they would kind of do it for security reasons, but, like, holy moly. So yeah, once you get down here, you can take advantage of the chafe grenades. But yeah, there's a lot of strategy to these robots I don't fully understand. But for this one, taking care of the chafe grenades is probably important just to get, because there's going to be a lot of machine gun, like little turrets here when you get on this building. And even spamming the chafe grenades, some of those machine guns can still kind of clip you or maybe react faster than you would expect if you don't time these grenades correctly. And you only really have like 3 or so with on almost like fully upgraded like little battle suit here. I'm wearing the battle suit just to have access to more weapons. While before with the PUPA, I had like 0 things on just so I could run faster. And then here, I mean, you still kind of have to get a bit lucky and like defeat this like red orb as fast as possible before the machine guns can like damage you. It's just like a whole hassle. And I'm doing this with like nearly fully upgraded weapons. Well, that's not even true. There's like a bunch of like, you know, post-game weapons which are even more stronger than the ones I have there. But I have some like overpowered weapons for like this section of the game, and like I'm still struggling to like no damage this thing. So I'm just telling you, on a new game, it's like I'm pretty sure it's like borderline impossible to like no damage a lot of these fights. There's just like no point in trying. But yeah, once you get, I think I removed all the sections where I go into a cocoon to like remove the memory board, just because it's all the same every single time. There's really no point in including it. So yeah, here and then boom, we're finally fighting the big Peace Walker for the first time. This is kind of like the fake fight, but then you have the actual real fight with the big dramatic music, which like the Phantom Pain kind of like reuses for like its weapon suit up sequence, which I thought was just original to the Phantom Pain, but no, it's just straight up from Peace Walker. And yeah, like I remember this fight being super annoying. Like a lot of the attacks just like were very irritating. I don't specifically know why. I guess like just a lot of the attacks have like they're just very easy to get damaged by a lot of the attacks. Like the rocket launcher, sometimes that just hits me. Like the gutter bomb, sometimes like a stray gutter bomb will hit me. And then I'm pretty sure this thing also has machine guns like every single other robot. And those are always annoying. You know, very little damage, but just very easy to get clipped by them. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, the particulars of like the narratives of each Metal Gear Solid game, I mean, okay, also just, I've replayed a lot of these games a bunch of times. I mean, Metal Gear Solid 1, I think I've only replayed like 3 or 4 times. I think 4 might even be overshooting it a little bit. Maybe on my no damage, that was like my 4th playthrough of the original first Metal Gear Solid. For Metal Gear Solid 2, I'm pretty sure I beat that like 7 to 9 times, but also like the Platinum for the PS Vita version. I might as well elaborate on what the Platinum for the PS Vita version of Metal Gear Solid 2, which, well, it's the same achievements as the PS3 version and the Xbox 360 version, but just, you know, on the PS Vita, so like it's harder to do. So, you know, like the Platinums, first of all, you need to collect basically nearly all the dog tags on every single difficulty. So, you know, you need to replay the game a bunch of times just because of that. And also, there's a lot of playthroughs I did which had nothing to do with dog tags. So those playthroughs are also added on to my replays. Maybe it was like closer to 11 times I've replayed Metal Gear Solid 2. Like, that's one of the toughest things of the game. Beating European Extreme in general is one of the toughest things in Metal Gear Solid 2, for sure. Because also collecting all the dog tags allows you to get access to the stealth camo and, like, the big thing, because I think one of the saddest things I did is I collected enough dog tags to get the stealth camo on the PS3 edition of Metal Gear Solid 2, but the PS3 edition of Metal Gear Solid 2 has this feature where you can like swap save files between the Vita and the PS3 version, but if you continue playing the game on that specific save file, the trophies are locked. And I basically unlocked all the dog tags. I got all the dog tags, well not all of them specifically, but like enough to get the stealth camo on the PS3 version on a save file where the trophies were locked. So pretty much all that effort, but 0 trophies. But then playing it on the Vita, I did like a whole new playthrough, and I just started basically from scratch. And there I got all like the, you know, dog tags. But before getting all the dog tags, I had to like pretty much beat every single VR mission in the game. Just the VR missions, they're like a fun little addition, but there's so much copy and pasting throughout them because you have multiple characters. But a lot of these characters end up doing the exact same shit over and over and over. You're gonna have to repeat that sniping mission over and over and over, or do the same stealth rooms over and over and over with slight variances in difficulty because, you know, different characters, different weapons, and also some of them just have harder versions of the exact same missions. And there you really do have to like shoot those things before the rockets come out. And when the rockets come out, you have to pray that you can actually dodge it. Like this Peace Walker fight, I had no idea if I could actually no damage it, but thankfully I was able to do it. And yes, I am naked just so I can run slightly faster, but you have less weapons this way. But if you're wearing the battle armor, you do move slower. But yeah, no, just doing that on a Vita, dude. I mean, I'm pretty sure I have like 40 to 50 hours of playtime purely on the VR missions. Like they're just so difficult, and on the Vita they're even harder. There's just like so many of them, it just takes forever to complete all of it. And I'm pretty sure I spent like the good part of like 1 to 3 to 4 years just like slowly chipping away at that, and then like I finally did it and I was like, yippee! That was like so tough. And then you have like the Snake Eater. That game I've replayed like 7 to 8 to 9 times, like pretty much nearly about the same times as I've replayed like Sons of Liberty, but I think slightly less just because you don't actually have to collect all the dog tags in like a playthrough of Snake Eater. The platinum for Snake Eater is a lot easier, but there is like one thing that's kind of hard. It's like you have to shoot all the little froggies in the entire game. I just looked up a walkthrough for that, but that's like nowhere near as demanding as the dog tags. I'll just say that much. There's like a couple tricky sections, like, you know, there's a couple like rail shooter sections where, you know, you have to shoot it during like a rail shooting section. Like, yeah, that's a little bit tough, but like nowhere near as hard as collecting all the dog tags over multiple playthroughs. I mean, that's like a one playthrough thing. You don't really have to spend too much time on that. So yeah, the Snake Eater one is a lot less demanding. Just Snake Eater in general is like a little bit easier than Sons of Liberty because you have so many options to kind of get around some of the tougher challenges of the game. And like here, the Peace Walker has like these little phases where, you know, you have to like shoot it down. I really wish I could go into further detail like the mechanics of Peace Walker's fight, but like a lot of it does kind of come down to luck. But I think there's like 1 or 2 tactics which like really do help you out, and I really hope like my video here just shows it off. And yeah, I do have somewhat New Game Plus weapons, but even with those somewhat New Game Plus weapons, this fight is still pretty brutal. Not sure how long this no damage is. What is like 4 minutes, 7 minutes? I think maybe like the 2 fights might be 7 minutes. It's like you fight this thing again, but it's like a little bit more dilapidated. Oh, this is a really cool thing it does. Just like standing here, I love the way it just stands there. Yeah, it does want to activate the sequence where it tries to like nuke, like, you know, the world and all that. Like, that is kind of fun to see. Not sure how it gets up. Oh, is it just straight up getting up from the sea? Boom, it just got up from the sea. Okay. Also, those jumps are so dangerous because I guess where sometimes like, it jumps and there's like no way to avoid it. And also like the little bull charge that it does every now and then can be very annoying. This phase in particular can be super irritating, but then you get past it with the chafe grenades, but you're gonna run out of chafe grenades eventually. Then you have to like call supply marker. Just very much a Monster Hunter design, but you know, instead of like using swords and stuff, which is way cooler, you have to use like these big weapons that shoot at these big robots. But once again, these big robot fights are better than like pretty much most of the other robot fights in this franchise. And it's not like the previous robot fights are bad or anything, there's a lot more going on in these. Though the one thing you can blame these for is just being very big bullet sponges, because they are. Especially on the new game. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure like this game, like new game, normally this thing could take like 20 minutes or so. Like, it's a real beast. That's like the one thing which is like annoying about them. Just boom, big bullet sponges. You really do have to grind for materials, you know. It's a portable console, so they're really like, you know, trying to, you know, juice out as much content out of it before you can like beat the game. Because, you know, you're on the go, but you still want to have like a big cinematic experience, because the one thing about Portable Ops is that it wasn't directed by Hideo Kojima per se. Like, Hideo Kojima has directed every single Metal Gear Solid game, but Portable Ops, he was like slightly less involved. There was like a different guy, so, you know, it was like a whole thing was like, whoa. But then this game, Like, this game was actually directed by Hideo Kojima, and from what I understand, I think it had like a development team about the size of Metal Gear Solid 4, which is like the most like expensive and, you know, like most like high graphics, you know, high budget, you know, most highly like most big budget AAA game possible. But like Peace Walker apparently has like the same amount of developers for a portable console. So like, you know, Hideo Kojima was like hyping this game up, but like, nah, bro, this is the Metal Gear Solid 5. But then I guess he kind of took it back when he made the Phantom Pain. It's like, no, this is the Metal Gear Solid 5. But yeah, this is like the big new mainline entry. This isn't really a spin-off. This is like a prequel. Because like the story of it like does matter. Like it does end up like affecting everything else after the fact, which does kind of make the events of Portable Ops like kind of non-canon in retrospect. Like the events of Portable Ops are kind of connected to this game, kind of not. Like honestly, it's like micromanaging all the little details to figure out like which game is canon, which game isn't. Like is a little bit annoying. But one thing about Peace Walker's story is that I do like a good chunks of it, and like Kaz is a great character. I love him a lot, and Big Boss's like David Hayter's performance as Big Boss in this game is super dope, especially like the final ominous speech he does. Like that's awesome. That's like probably one of his best moments as Big Boss. So it makes it very strange that he just automatically gets replaced by Keith Sutherland in like Ground Zeroes and the Phantom Pain. Even though Keith Sutherland does give a really solid performance whenever he's allowed to talk. Like solid, no, he gives a really great performance. I think he's really great as Big Boss. Just that I would have preferred it if like there's like a whole twist in the Phantom Pain where, you know, there's like a fake Venom, there's like a fake Big Boss, a real Big Boss. And it would have been fine if like the fake Big Boss, you know, had a certain voice and the real Big Boss had like David Hayter's voice, but that just isn't the case. Just like Kojima just never liked David Hayter that much in this series from like what I hear. Like he's been trying to replace him as early as like Snake Eater. He wanted the actor like Kurt Russell to like replace him in Snake Eater, but Kurt Russell just didn't want to do the role, so just David Hayter did it again. Just like a whole thing. But yeah, Peace Walker also has elements which I really like because, you know, Peace Walker, it's a teen-rated game. It's like probably like one of the less mature games in the franchise in that sense. But it also kind of like takes advantage of that, as in it's like depicting a character who's gonna do something like really dark and fucked up, you know, pretty much like raise an army with child soldiers and all that. Like this game just kind of paints it in a really heroic light because it's from his perspective specifically. I think that's awesome. That's a really neat like storytelling detail. There's the flamethrower piss. I remember this attack to be pretty fucking annoying every now and then. And also just like hiding in this corner, sometimes it just doesn't work. Hiding in this corner, sometimes you still get glazed by the fucking piss over there. Like, just, ooh, don't cancel me. It's just what fucking happens in this fight. You know what I mean? Like, it's a teen-rated game. This video should not get taken down for me saying that. It's literally what's happening right now. And those S-mines are absolutely brutal. Sometimes those S-mines actually clip me while I'm hiding in this corner here. Ooh, it's just a fight that could go wrong so many different ways. And that's why you need to like stomp them with as much firepower as possible on New Game Plus, because you really can't rely on. And that little laser thing, I actually don't remember that laser thing being too annoying. I think you could deal with it pretty easily. But one of the things I really do not like about Peace Walker is just Huey. And it's just because it does the prequel thing, right? It like the thing I don't like about the prequel thing in this game is that it poorly implies greater things about like the previous entries, because okay, it's one thing that in Metal Gear Solid 1, Snake and Otacon meet, and you know, it's like just like they've never met each other. They formed this camaraderie because, you know, they're like some of the only people left on the thing, which are like, you know, not the soldiers. You know, they form a friendship in that game, and it's awesome. But then you get to Peace Walker, it's like, oh, no. They weren't just people who, like, random people who became friends through that event. Their fathers, who look and sound exactly the same as them, also were friends and also fought giant robots together. Like, I mean, at that point, it's like, shut the fuck up. Like, I don't know, I feel like at that point, like, it kind of, like, slightly ruins the events of Metal Gear Solid 1. Like, it makes sense why Big Boss would look exactly the same, but Huey looking exactly the same and sounding exactly the same, I don't fuck with that at all. And yeah, this fight is utterly absurd, but I just love the absurdity of it. You have, like, this J-pop playing throughout the fight. It's such an absurd choice, but it's just, like, I love it. And I guess the J-pop is sung by, like, a positive, like, Japanese actress, because she's also a singer, so it's like, hey, take advantage of that. This is probably like one of the goofiest things to happen in the franchise, but I still really like it. Just like the concept of it, where it's a fight that only happens if you, per se, you know, like fully upgrade your bot, fully upgrade this thing here. And also, I gave this robot like the colors, which I like. Just has a really cool little color scheme there. But yeah, no, this fight can be super, super tough. She has a lot of attacks, which, like all the other boss fights in the game, you know, they can get you, they can't get you. You know, it can be pretty random whether or not you know damage this fight, but I made this boss fight pretty weak. I went in with super strong weapons. So in the end, this fight was a lot easier to know damage than, say, the Peace Walker one I just did a couple minutes ago. I say that like I'm doing it right now, even though this was like footage from years ago. But whatever, I mean, for people who are watching this video right now and have never watched this video before, boom, yeah, I'm doing this right now. Hello, I am no damaging D ZEKE. And this song is also copyright claimed, though it's copyright claimed in a way where if the video picks up that there's a song which is like licensed here, I'm gonna have to share revenue. But the trick I do is that I usually make my commentary a lot louder than like the game audio to the point where it doesn't get picked up. That's how I do it for a lot of my videos where I use licensed music, like in my Roblox No Damages. That has nothing to do with Metal Gear Solid yet. Imagine like if I mod the Metal Gear Solid like walkthroughs to add like Roblox models into them. But I'm just not gonna do that until I'm done with Yakuza like completely. So yeah, here I'm like using rockets which can target the enemy. I'm using targets which can't target the enemy because the rockets which can't target the enemy deal more damage, but the rockets which do target the enemy is really useful, so I gotta use that there. And like you can't use like the supply grenades to call for supplies, you have to use these little terminals. It's such a cool little fight, you have to take cover here and there. Though not sure how to really feel about the plot twist. I mean, Paz being a traitor, that's pretty cool, but it being like this whole cipher thing, being like the Patriots, it's just like, Metal Gear Solid 4 has so many fucking plot points that they have to like over-elaborate on after the fact because it made no fucking sense in Metal Gear Solid 4. Like your support crew being like the main villains of the entire franchise was like some of the biggest, like one of the biggest heel turns like of all time. And just coming directly from Snake Eater to 4, it just feels so unearned. It's like, there's no fucking way these like bozos are gonna be like the masterminds of everything. It's like, yeah, it's all thematic, it's all like, oh, it's such a cool concept. You know, Zero's whole thing is just, none of it feels like satisfying to like actually learn and like experience in 4. Because also a lot of the stuff in 4 is just info dumped to you after the fact. Just like Eva, old lady with the massive RAXA, is like, yeah, so these guys, they turned fucking evil, bro. They made fucking Grey Fox. It doesn't feel earned. It's just one of those things where they just have to like, oh, we need to like, you know, we need to wrap up every single thing which has happened in this franchise before. We need to bring back the support crew from Snake Eater somehow. Ooh. But yeah, no, I just don't like Huey in this game that much. But it is kind of neat how you do know that Huey's a piece of shit from Metal Gear Solid 2. But they kind of play him up as a nice guy in this game because it's kind of from Big Boss's perspective. And, you know, it's like, hey, maybe Huey's a nice guy. So if Peace Walker's like the only game you played, you do kind of get the impression that, okay, Huey's kind of cool. But if you played the previous games, you kind of know, oh, this guy's going to be a complete piece of shit. That's a very fun contrast. So that is something I really do like about Peace Walker. But there's also other elements which I'm not the biggest fan of. One thing which I'm a huge fan of in Peace Walker is the cutscene style. Super dope. And also other games which use a similar style is, well, Portable Ops. So Portable Ops style is a little bit more rough. Still very cool. And the Kurohyou games, the Japanese exclusive PSP spin-offs of the Yakuza franchise, which use the Def Jam fighting system. So yeah, no, we have Ground Zeroes. Like the only boss fight is like this tank. I can't think of another boss fight in this game. Wait, there has to be one. And then boom, we're in the Phantom Pain. There we go. That's what the rest of this video is gonna be. The Phantom Pain. A lot of the boss fights do end up being a little disappointing, but there's a lot of them, and they take quite a while. But some of them is because I use certain strategies just to kind of drag it out a little bit, just to be more safe. But whatever. Boom, we have the big tutorial fight, and the whole tactic here is just, you know, shoot him a couple times so that his fire attacks don't reach you. And like the way I figured out whether or not I did no damage to this guy is basically like at the end of like the mission title screen, I check if I got any hits, and if I got 0 hits, then boom, that's a no damage right there, and that's how I no damage this mission. And I'm pretty sure I had to do this entire mission in like one go, because basically like my whole tactic for like, I have like a whole playlist of like Metal Gear Solid, the Phantom Pain no damages for the main ops, and the way I categorize them is, okay, I need to do no damage with an S rank. But the fun thing about getting an S rank in the Phantom Pain is that you can like restart a checkpoint. Like you can like restart a checkpoint and still get an S rank if you know restarted like only like once or twice or 3 times. You know, it kind of depends on how many times you like restart that checkpoint. So you can get away with getting an S plus rank, even restarting checkpoints. But yeah, no, not too much of this fight, but it is a very fun little cinematic set piece for the beginning of this game. But one thing which I'm not a fan of with the Phantom Pain in the beginning of the game is just this mission. It's so tutorialized. Like, you know, the beginning. Previous games, like the way they start off, you know, like it's like kind of almost pure gameplay or just pure cutscenes. You know, Metal Gear Solid 1, you have like the big challenging room, the big stealth room, very iconic. Metal Gear Solid 2, you have the tanker. Snake Eater, you have the virtuous mission. Like the pieces of gameplay which are there are purely gameplay, but the Phantom Pain kind of starts doing a more modern game sensibility where, you know, you started off and yeah, it is all story and cutscenes. And once you skip the cutscenes, yeah, the gameplay that's here isn't really all that. For this one mission in particular, but then like immediately after you do a mission that is like basically purely gameplay, but that's like the one disappointing aspect of the beginning of the Phantom Pain. But it is like mostly story and atmosphere, and it's got a very fucked up vibe because, you know, you got these people getting slaughtered in a hospital. It's much darker in tone than like any other game in the series, but the actual gameplay on replays gets pretty annoying, no lie. But again, once again, this game follows a similar structure to Peace Walker, so like the replays could just be you replaying missions. But if you want to do like a whole replay from the beginning of the game to the end of the game, well, that's a whole other thing. And yes, this replay is also on New Game Plus, just like the Peace Walker, just to kind of make things slightly easier. I got the sneaking suit on me, which means I can kind of run past enemies without them hearing my footsteps, and also sneaking suit's just fun. And it made the missions like decently easier. Yes, they did. But yeah, no, doing these Phantom Pain no damages of all the main ops was really fun because it really struck a great balance of difficulty because, yeah, no, I didn't have to do the entire mission in one take, but I had to do a good majority of it in one take because I could only restart the checkpoint so much, like, and this one I actually did in one take. It was like a 34-minute like video because I was also doing all the side objectives in the main op. So I was going to here, going to this base there, things were getting out of hand, you know, there was like very emergent, very hectic gameplay. I mean, I was following a plan of some sort, but I couldn't follow the plan completely because there was always like one thing that could go wrong. There was like maybe one enemy in a corner I didn't expect. But, you know, it was like, I'm like at 30 minutes here, and this is like the last part, and if I fuck it up, I have to like redo the entire mission again. Because like, oh my goodness, it was so stressful. And, like, this exact section isn't that hard, but you just have to be very patient with it. Because I don't really know the full conditions on how to get past these guys. You basically have to kind of like lure them past the bridge a little bit, just kind of like wait them out, wait for them to slowly get somewhere, and then like, you know, and then we'll go here. But yeah, no, it's a very patient thing. I don't think there's really any good way to rush it. You can take advantage of the decoys, which I don't even think I do that well here. Like, this is a very messy, like, little no damage of this supposed boss fight. I mean, boss fight in air quotes. A lot of the things which Metal Gear Solid: The Phantom Pain does, a lot of its boss fight is just purely avoidable. And, like, not really like a gimmicky way. You just straight up, like, run past them. Because, like, previous fights, you couldn't really run past them. I mean, the gimmicks you would do, you know, I mean, besides, like, the end, you know, you could skip it by doing this or doing that. But you can't literally get past them. So, yeah, the Phantom Pain does kind of bring back stealth to its boss fights. But I do think that the boss fights just aren't as, like, intricately designed as, like, some of the previous stuff we've had in this series. So it doesn't really feel as satisfying to get past these guys. In the same way it was as satisfying to, like, sneak up on the end. Or, like, you know, sneak up on, like, Crying Wolf. It doesn't really, like, strike the same. And mind you, this is, like, the beginning of the game. So when it comes to stealth boss fights, this is the very, very beginning of the game. And so, you know, don't expect too much. But I feel like that's, like, kind of consistent around the Phantom Pain. Just, like, the boss fights aren't really as quirky as some of the previous ones. Like, I think Snake Eater's boss fights are still better than this game's. But this game had a couple, like, nice ideas, which are kind of in effect here. But yeah, like, there's not too much to this fight. I mean, maybe I could, like, go back up on the bridge and go there, but I feel like these guys are way too close to the bridge still in order to get past here, because the whole thing is you have to get past them, and once you get past them a certain extent, you just call your horse from a far away distance, just run away on your horse from then on, because, you know, it's not like you're going to run the rest of the distance. You're still going to use your horse to pretty much, like, fast travel there. But yeah, no, just whoo-wee, the Phantom Pain. I have some memories of this game. I actually bought this game on release day. Because, I mean, before this game came out, you know, I was playing all the Metal Gear Solids. You know, I was playing, like, Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so on and so forth. I mean, I played them on the Xbox 360 HD collection first. And actually, I don't even know what came first. I don't know if I got access to a PS3 before or after this game came out. This game came out in, what, 2015, 2016? I feel like by that point I was borrowing my friend's PS3 in order to play, like, Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, 4. I may or may not have played 4, like, after or before this game. I don't even know, man. But, like, it was a tough time because, you know, the only way to play every single Metal Gear Solid was to own, like, a PS3. And if you didn't, you were pretty fucked because the Xbox 360 version just did not come with the original Metal Gear Solid 1 or Metal Gear Solid 4. So it was just like, what the fuck? But I feel like Metal Gear Solid 4 is one of those games that it would have been actually impossible to run on an Xbox 360. It would have been, like, 2 to 3 discs. Oh yeah, no, and they made a whole little joke about that in Metal Gear Solid 4 where, like, Otacon's like, hey, come switch your game, you know, and you go with this too, and he's like, Otacon, you're tweaking, and he's like, oh, I'm tweaking, and yeah, it's like a funny little callback. That was fun. That was, like, one of the more charming callbacks in Metal Gear Solid 4, because there's certain callbacks in Metal Gear Solid 4 that are kind of egregiously annoying. Oh, there was one thing that's pretty fucking, like, annoying in Metal Gear Solid 4. Basically, like, Rhodes, you can, like, call her on the radio to get therapy. But it's, like, one of the controller gimmicks. With, like, the PS3 controller with dual sense, if you just shake it around a lot, her boobs fucking shake and it, like, heals your psyche. It's like, okay, fucking, just one of the more pervy jokes in that game. But yeah, no, this game, I have very fond memories of just, like, you know, being there release day for the Phantom Pain. I'm pretty sure what convinced me to actually just buy it day one was the trailers. The trailers of the Phantom Pain are incredible. Oh my goodness, there is no better trailers in, like, this industry than, like, the Phantom Pain, like, trailers. The amount of hype those trailers, like, you know, produce was fucking out of this world. I mean, what, like Hideo Kojima edits his own trailers? Fuck, dude, he's doing a great job. He's doing a fantastic job, because those trailers like got me so hyped for what was to come. I was like, yeah, this game's gonna bring it home, baby. It's gonna be the most greatest, awesomest, bestest game ever. And, you know, it was pretty great, but the bestest game ever? Not exactly. There was a lot of disappointing aspects to it. And then, boom, here's the next boss fight. We have to recover the honeybee, and once the honeybee's recovered, boom, the skulls spawn in. And I don't know exactly why I'm... Oh, I think the reason I'm running all the way over here is specifically because, like, once this boss fight starts, the guys just immediately notice you, so you pretty much have to, like, kind of run away, get really far away from the skulls just to, you know, kind of hide away. Or maybe it's because once the skulls can't spawn in this area, so you pretty much just kind of play like a cover-based shooter at this point. Not 100% sure how this fight plays out. It may be that I play a cover-based shooter now. So I'm just trying to, like, spot them and just snipe them from a distance. Or, yeah, I'm trying to see, like, which enemies are, like, enemies, which enemies are the skulls, because trying to take them out in the open field, you just have all the zombie enemies. They get a little tough to deal with. And also just, oh, I think once you reach this point, you run away from them, you just kind of stand still. And then from there, you can kind of pick them off, like, a little bit more discreetly. Or maybe I find a way to escape, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure I just end up killing them. Or killing a good number of them, maybe. Just, boom, lining up my shot there. Boom! Big boom. And, yeah. I have very fond memories of playing this game. I played it on a very shitty laptop too. I remember that much. Like I mean, I was running this at like sub 20 FPS, but I was having the ball. Because like even at sub 20 FPS, this game's like controls like still felt so fluid. But yeah, I was like playing like over 100 hours of this game, like 90 or so hours with a very shitty frame rate. And you know what? I mean, I was still having fun. So that's got to be like the marker of like really solid, smooth like animations and game design. Just it still felt like very smooth to pick up. But then I got a new laptop, and the new laptop could actually run it at 60 FPS, and it was like out of this world. This footage is not recorded on that shitty laptop, by the way. Like, of course it isn't. I mean, it's running way too smooth to be recorded on that shitty ass laptop. But yeah, no. There was something else I wanted to mention. Yeah, like the video I recorded here is a very weird resolution because yeah. I've had old laptops which ran bad. I've had new laptops which run better than those old laptops and then eventually ran bad for more modern games. But I feel like I've never been in a situation where I've had a laptop which like was like suited at like a normal resolution. I've always had laptops which had weird ass resolutions. Like my old laptop was like a 1080p. You know, it ran bad though, so it really didn't matter that much. And then like my new laptop, I think also kind of did 1080p, maybe not. And now I have a MacBook which like has a maximum resolution of like 2880 by like 1880, but I could never play any game at that resolution because it just chugs. So I have to run games at this weird resolution like 1640 by like, you know, 1050. And then I would record like, you know, my footage at like 17, like on OBS I would put the resolution to like 1720 by something because it matches the resolution of the 1680 by like 1050. It's just like, ugh, dude. So that's why, like, I'm playing this. I got recorded all this footage, I believe, on like on my MacBook or something, like boot camped to run Windows. I use like boot camp and a free ISOs of like Windows 10 to just kind of get that running, and that's why this footage looks so fucking weird. And now I have the Steam Deck, which still runs at a weird resolution unless I like get the Steam Dock specifically just to run it at a more normal resolution, which is like 16 by 9. So it's just like I'm always gonna be fucked by these black bars, man. It's infuriating. It is very, very infuriating. Just that 1280 by 800, you know, just get that extra, that tiny bit extra more resolution, like while you're playing it handheld. And you can still record your games handheld, which is one of the most convenient things about the Steam Deck. But like, oh my goodness, and mind you, at the time where this no damage was recorded, I had no idea a Steam Deck even existed. A Steam Deck probably didn't even exist. But yeah, no, that entire mission was just me bombing them from that piece of cover because they never really crossed that piece of cover. So it was just kind of like, you know, taking advantage of that. And here for this quiet fight, I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I can just call supply marker just to drop on her head. And while that's happening, I'm going to try to rush in on her. But she's going to take a little bit of damage while I'm going in there. Yeah, no, this quiet fight, not as good as the end fight, not as good as the Crying Wolf fight, but it's not terrible. But it does feel slightly more simplistic, because like, she's just so aggressive as a sniper, you know, like, once you're in her line of fire, it's basically like a hit scan thing, you know? Like, there's no real way to avoid it, and there's no real camo system to take advantage of, so it's all cover-based. So that's kind of like the one thing I'm not that big of a fan of with this fight, but besides that, it is a decent encounter. But it is kind of just kind of hide from like the hit scan reticule. And yeah, no, that piece of like that supply drop just deals so much damage. But yeah, no, like the way you can sneak up on Quiet is like pretty neat. And you do have to be pretty patient. You have to really employ stealth. And yeah, you could get into like a sniping battle here and there, but just sneaking up on her with like CQC tactics is just really fun. Or like the rocket punch when you unlock that later on. Mind you, this is still New Game Plus. But I think even though this is New Game Plus, it was like a very early version of New Game Plus where I still did not have the rocket punch at this point. Like, you know, like I started a playthrough, but then I decided to redo some of the previous missions, sort of New Game Plus, and then boom. I think here I'm going to try to do something. Just the kick. Oh yeah, since it's like the first time you fight Quiet, that kick actually does a lot of damage. But then you'll fight her again in like a harder difficulty version of this fight, which is just included in the main ops for some absurd reason. And that fight's a lot harder. And then after that, you have like this section we have to run away, which I'm gonna include as a boss fight encounter, even though you don't really fight this boss, you just have to run the fuck away. But I feel like with the equipment I have at this exact moment, I could actually fight this guy off. But I'm actually not sure about that. Yeah, you just have to sneak away from this guy. And you can't really use the horse because I think like he spots you if you use the horse. There's like a reason why I'm like running like this instead of using the horse. I think I think it might be to take cover behind the rocks or just to be more sneaky, yeah. But yeah, no, like I bought this game. I think like the first time I played this game, I like pre-ordered it, and then it was like 1 a.m. I played through like Ground Zeroes. You know, like I played that entirety of that first mission, and then from Ground Zeroes, I played the Phantom Pain. I played like the entire tutorial mission. The entire first mission was like 3 to 4 a.m. and I just went to school. I was like, oh dude, I just hopped on that Phantom Pain. But yeah, no, very fond of those times there. Very cool. It just felt like very next gen too. Just like, oh my goodness, dude, this game runs so smooth and cool. But yeah, just in retrospect, there's just a lot of little issues here and there. But overall, this still has to be like my third favorite Metal Gear Solid game in the franchise. Like I think definitely one of the coolest like stealth games around, still to this day. Though there's like, I mean, there's like the stealth classics, which I don't think it like fully measures up to, like stuff like Splinter Cell Chaos Theory and Thief 2 The Metal Project. But you know, I think the Phantom Pain kind of has like scratches its own little itch in a way those games don't. But you know, yada here, yada there. Like I think one thing about the stealth in this game, the Phantom Pain, is that it's honestly very similar to the way Ubisoft like handled like the stealth in like the Far Cry 3 outposts. You know, you see an outpost, you scan it to get every single enemy like, you know, scanned and all that, and then you go in and kind of plan your way around that. It's just that the way the Phantom Pain designs it is just way better than the Ubisoft one. And the thing is, I have a lot of fun with those like Ubisoft outposts. That's like my favorite thing of Far Cry 3. Like easily like my favorite stuff from Far Cry 3. It's just that the Phantom Pain is like a much better version of that sort of gameplay. But you know, that sort of gameplay isn't really what the previous Metal Gear Solids were about, so it kind of throws you off. But it really is like a much better version of that sort of gameplay. You know, it's like more emergent, there's like more things that can happen kind of randomly, more things you can plan around with. Like it just, you can get more creative in this game, so you have more tools in comparison to like the way Ubisoft handled it with Far Cry 3. But it is pretty similar to that kind of like modern sort of stealth. So that's like the one slightly annoying thing about the Phantom Pain, but it really isn't that annoying because it's still like very fun to play through. But yeah, no, like this game kind of has a sharp divide between like its first half and its second half, but it's in a much weirder fashion than like the previous games. So basically, like Peace Walker has like a full little campaign, you know, like start to end, and it all holds up pretty well. Oh my goodness, I'm escaping in the helicopter, but the helicopter is taking damage. So yeah, I did do an escape, but like it really wasn't like a full escape because I still had to like run away from this huge monster. But is this scripted? Is it possible to actually get in the helicopter without this thing chasing you down? Because it's chasing me down now, so you have to like defeat those rockets so that you don't get damaged while going away. I think this thing tries to jump at you and like, you know, fight the helicopters, like some weird shit like that. It's like a whole big ass monster. But you know, the Phantom Pain has like its chapter 1, and like every main op is like somewhat unique and has something new going on. And then you get to chapter 2, which you know is like, oh, you know, by the end of chapter 1, it's like, okay, that's the story. Maybe chapter 2, the story's really gonna kick it into high gear, but it really doesn't. The story in chapter 2 just kind of like, there's an event here, there's an event there. It just slowly meanders, just kind of continues. It's basically more of an epilogue than anything. And like, you know, there's like very few like new main op missions which actually have something new. But basically all the areas which you could explore, you've already explored by this point. And just like, there's also just a bunch of missions, just like the old missions from before, but just on a harder difficulty, you know, Subsistence. Just kind of feels like a bit of a wet fart of an ending. It was just basically a post-game. Like chapter 2, yeah, there's a couple of great moments here and there, absolutely, but just like an actual big climactic story, I don't know about that, because like, I was just not satisfied by the ending of chapter 1. That did not feel like a complete main story to me. That felt like, okay, we did this, but now chapter 2's really, things are really gonna happen here, and they just really don't. It just kind of simmers out, and that's kind of the disappointing aspect of the Phantom Pain. Yeah, you're left with the Phantom Pain. I know a defense of a lot of people have for like the kind of disappointing second half is that, oh, it's intentional. You're supposed to feel the Phantom Pain of the protagonist and all that. Just like, I don't fully buy it. I'm going to be honest with you. But yeah, no, for this boss fight, I mean, we finally have the wolf, our doggy here. On my very first playthrough of the Phantom Pain, which was like around 90 hours, like, you know, back when it was like shitty frame rate, I never knew how to unlock this dog. Like, you know, pretty much the way you unlock this dog is that you pick him up in like chapter 4, you hear like a little puppy whining, and that's how you pick him up. I never picked him up. I never had access to him. So like pretty much when I found out you could pick him up, you know, like in subsequent replaythroughs and also for this no damage playthrough, I was like, oh my goodness. Because the dog's ability is just so much better than all the other partners, you know? Like, the one thing I need is to be able to spot every single enemy on the map, and the dog does that. None of the other, like, tools give me that ability. So, like, you know, just I spent 90 hours, you know, playing a game which I would have liked better if I had the dog with me. You know what I mean? Because I don't like scouting. I don't fuck with scouting because, you know, you're always going to miss that one guy. You know, there's going to be that one guy in the corner. Fucking Far Cry 4 has a fucking devious enemy type, dude. Far Cry 4 just adds an enemy type that you just can't scan. It's like, oh yeah, there's like one guy who just is unscannable. What the fuck are you talking about? That a guy is unscannable? Your entire stealth system is based around being able to scan people. It's not like you have a radar in this game. It's not like you have a radar in like Far Cry 4, which like tells you the location of the enemy. It's not like you have like complex stealth tools. Like the most stealth you have in like Far Cry 4 is if you hide in the bushes, it makes you hide better. It's all line of sight, motherfucker. What the fuck do you mean I can't scan a fucking enemy in Far Cry 4? Like, thankfully the Phantom Pain isn't stupid enough to like add in an enemy like that. But like, I fucking hated that shit, dude. That was stupid. That was designed by fucking Mussolini. I hate that fucking like the enemy in Far Cry 4 so much, dude. But yeah, no, one of these days I would be down to do like no damage of all the outposts. Like, you know, a stealthy no damage of all the outposts in Far Cry 3. But also, like, I mean, getting creative in that game is actually kind of difficult. So I would have to learn that. But dude, I fucking hated that in Far Cry 4 so much. Because the main missions in Far Cry 3 and Far Cry 4 aren't really that interesting. Like, honestly, it's kind of where the game's at its weakest. Because the stealth only works in the outpost because it's like more open-ended. You can kind of like scout every single enemy, but then when you start getting to the more linear stealth encounters in the main story, then things get a little bullshit. It's like, okay, I don't think this game was fully designed for this. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I think Donkey said it best. I think Donkey reviewed the game, right? Far Cry 3. Where like the game's much better when it's trying to be Far Cry and not when it's trying to be Uncharted. Because like there's certain action set pieces in Far Cry 3 at that point, you're kind of like, chill the fuck out there. And like, I mean, maybe no damaging all the main missions in Far Cry 3 would be kind of neat, but I don't even know if it's possible, man. But yeah, no, the whole strategy with like here is just kind of sneaking and just throwing like little sleep grenades to make all these skulls sleep. And but yeah, that's the one thing. Like some of these missions get a little bit annoying in like a Monster Hunter sort of sense, where you know you'll like spend hours, you'll spend like a good chunk of time defeating the boss fight, and then like you know sometimes you'll defeat the boss fight and not get the one thing you want. Sometimes you have to like material grind. Like those skulls, and the same way you have kind of like material grind a monster in Monster Hunter. And the thing about material grinding in Monster Hunter is that you'll spend like 30 to 40 minutes defeating a monster, and then like you know you'll beat them, and then you won't get the material, like the one material you need from them. That's like one part of grinding in Monster Hunter that get kind of annoying. And in Phantom Pain, it's not as egregious, but like it's still kind of there if you don't like you know Fulton the skulls like quickly enough, they'll just run away. So yeah, no, here, like I think the big trick with this boss fight is you have to defeat the Psycho Mantis child. Just kind of shoot them a whole bunch. And also, I think you can take advantage of... Yeah, you can take advantage of a water gun in certain instances with this guy. I don't know exactly how. And also, you can like... You have to like drag the flaming guy to like the water tower, and then shoot the Psycho Mantis child until like they get tired and just like leave. And I don't even fully understand like the whole lore of Psycho Mantis here. What are we doing here? I mean, I definitely like prefer them being here over like their inclusion in the Metal Gear Solid 4. Like it's very ominous the way like this child shows up, starts fucking shit up. But it also, I don't fully get the lore. Just like the lore of like certain things in this game. How the fuck is Volgin back? That shit, I never fucking understood that shit. It's just kind of, I mean, he's a cool enemy in this game. You know, his design is awesome. Just like, and also like the whole thing with like Skullface giving like his whole big dramatic speech to a character who has nothing to do with his revenge was very funny. Like, I mean, I don't know whether to, like, hate or love that, like, little story beat, but, like, it really is ridiculous. And, yeah, that's one of the worst info dumps in the entire series. At the very least, like, previous info dumps would be kind of cinematic or, like, have something going on, or, like, the music choices would actually fit the encounter. That's like the most awkward info dump in the entire franchise. Like, that fucking 10-minute car ride with Skullface. Like, just, oh my goodness, I hate it so much. And then, like, Sins of the Father just coming in at that moment, because, like, I think that's what makes me the most mad, because like, that's an amazing theme in this game. You know, fucking Sins of the Father, dude? Like, all the trailers had it. It was incredible. It was like, oh fuck, when are they going to play this music in the game? Is it going to be during a boss fight? Is it going to be during a certain cutscene? And then, like, is it going to be in the credits or something? And it's like, yeah, it's going to be in the credits, but the only other time it plays is during this one fuck-off, like, encounter, which isn't even, like, a cool cutscene. It's just, like, you sitting in a truck for 10 minutes. At the very least, I'm very glad the game lets you skip that little walkie-talkie section. But yeah, no, that's how you no damage Volgin in this section of the game. Nothing too complicated. And here I'm going to play this boss fight very cheap. You could fight him CQC style, but honestly I never really learned how to do it. So I'm just going to go very cheap. Before you even enter this building, I'm just going to shock him and just have him like unconscious. Just very low way to like play this out. Just a lot of Metal Gear Solid boss fights. You can just cheese him and just boom, and yep, there we go. All we have to do is get up and Fulton him, and yeah, I even like cut that little section. I guess like one part of the boss fight I have to carry him out of the area. I guess I include that. Or not, I don't include it. Okay. But yeah, no, I guess you're gonna hear "It's the Skulls" like over and over and over. But I believe that this specific skull encounter is the sniper one. It's the one where like the ladies, they show up in the cutscene and like they just shove their boobs at the camera in a very silly fashion. Like once again, it's just kind of like sexualization for the sake of it. Like I really don't know why else you would do it. It's just kind of there to be there. Like the whole thing with Quiet, the whole controversy there was like very silly and dumb. Because, you know, Kojima was like, you will be ashamed of your words, you know, when people were complaining about her outfit. And then it came out and there was, like, literally no reason to be ashamed of the outfit. Or, like, be ashamed of, like, you know, saying, yo, this outfit looks stupid. Why did you make her, like, look like that? Like, it's literally just, oh, I think... It basically just boiled down to, yeah, I wanted her to be in that because it looks hot. Like, I mean, there's, like, real no good reason for her to be in that outfit. It's like, oh, you see the parasites? You know, they don't like clothes, so she can't wear clothes. Like, oh, shut up, man. Like, you know, just, like, take it for what it is. But the game really doesn't take it for what it is a lot of the time. But, you know, not any point in really getting mad about that now. I'm sure there's, like, a bunch of discourse which happened, like, you know, over, like, half a decade ago, just complaining about Quiet's outfit. Like, we're past that now. But still, like, we're not going to pretend like it was some grand stroke of genius. Like, the whole, there's, like, oh, it's some grand meaning about life and all that she wears, like, a bikini the whole game. She just wears that because it looks kind of cool and hot. Like, that's pretty much all it is. And yeah, just take it as that. But yeah, this fight, you know, it's stealth. I like stealth. It is kind of just an evolution of, like, the Quiet fight. You basically just fight 4 different Quiets. But now that I'm thinking about it, you know, I guess that's another reason why the boss fights are kind of disappointing in this game, is that just a slight lack of variety. Because, one, you do end up fighting the skulls again and again and again. But, yep. You fight the combat skulls a couple times, and then there's the stealth skulls, which are just a copy of Quiet again. So you just fight Quiet again. So you're just kind of doing that. And yeah, there's the liquid fight. That's kind of unique, though you could kind of just skip it. And honestly, I haven't really figured out the CQC, like just 1v1 thing there. But, you know, at least it's probably better than like his actual fight in Metal Gear Solid 1, just because there's actual more mechanics. Ooh. And another thing... Actually, I don't know what the other thing is. I'm just going to talk about something completely different. But the strategy for this fight is basically just crawling, trying to spot the skulls and going from there. If there's anything more specific, I don't really know at this exact moment. I really do think it is just trying to spot the skulls. They do tend to be in like certain locations at the very beginning of the fight. But beyond that, not sure. Okay, so now that I've said that, also, I love how you can customize your guns to have like certain colors. Really big fan of that. Like this big gun being purple. I like that a lot. Oh, and wait, D-Dog is actually helping out a good amount spotting these enemies. So basically, I'm just kind of sneaking around, trying to get close enough for D-Dog to spot them, and then boom, I spot them there. But, you know, I have to be very low to cover, but I guess right now, I've taken out a good majority of, like, the big old sniper skulls so far. So here, I can just kind of get in close to this final skull. This fight is challenging, though. Especially when they start teleporting to, like, other locations if you mess up. And especially if you mess up, like, your sniper shots here and there, if you get caught too much. Like, it can very easily become very, very complicated, like this one fight here. This one boss fight. But, you know, it's some fun little sneaking gameplay. Ooh, you can also do this if you get close enough to them. Like, you can, like, electrocute them for a good amount of damage. And I feel like you could also do the rocket punch, but I feel like the rocket punch is, like, slightly too risky for these enemies. But, yeah, the electricity, like, if you, like, upgrade it to, like, its maximum potential, it actually covers a very wide, like, cover of land, and that was not close enough at all. So... And I think you can use smoke grenades to kind of get past, like, the little guard there. So, yeah, a little Peace Walker strategy there. Though it's not as overpowered as it was in Peace Walker, just because the enemy AI is just a lot more potent. I don't know if potent's the right word, but just a lot more capable of dealing with you than in Peace Walker. Because in Peace Walker, they have to, like, simplify them just so that you can actually deal with them. Though it's not like the enemy AI is, like, that crazy in this game. It's just, it's more potent than, like, the Peace Walker one. The Peace Walker guys are just, like, super, super stupid. But, you know, it makes things easier to deal with on the PSP. And also slow. They are slow in Peace Walker. While here, the enemies can actually react decently fast. So you gotta be on the ball. But then again, because the enemies can react decently fast, the way you can react is also super fast. You can go from stealth to action to just hiding again so quickly and just switching in between weapons. Like, I really, really do like that. Though I guess one thing which I'm not the biggest fan of is the inventory. I can kind of understand why they would like do the inventory the way they do, but you know, I do miss being able to carry every single thing with me at all times. But you know, being able to carry like 2 to 3 weapons, yeah, only being able to carry 2 to 3 weapons is kind of lame in comparison to the previous games. But also, you can like spec yourself pretty well to be able to like carry what you need for the mission. And also, it means that you're able to like quick slot between them like a lot faster than you would in the previous games. Because in the previous games, you could like pause the game to choose your weapons. While here, you can't do that. But honestly, oh, there we go. I got caught. I mean, I didn't get shot, but I did get caught. So now I have to like basically like scramble my way to victory. So now it's gonna be a mad dash to like not get shot, just dolphin diving all over the place. I love doing that in this game. But yeah, no, the unrelated thing I wanted to mention is that I have my coffee here, right? And I was just thinking back to Peace Walker when like the guy, the villain, who's also voiced by Steve Bloom. I think it gets confusing. He voices a lot of characters. He's drinking like a coffee. He's like, Costa Rica coffee. Yeah, not too bad. I don't know if he said Costa Rica coffee, but like, he said like it was like specific coffee. He's like, nothing hits like that. And when I was playing that game for the very first time, Peace Walker, I was like, what, 12, 13, 14, 15? I was not the... Oh, I was just going to punch her. Oh, okay. Just little punch, little risky punch there. I love that. But yeah, no. I was not the type to, you know, drink hard coffees like that, you know, like black coffees. I mean, I was the type to drink like a mocha, you know, like a little, I don't know, fruity's not the right word, like, you know, very like sugary coffee. I was more the type to drink sugary coffee. But over the years, like I guess halfway through college or like in the last quarter of my college experience, or maybe a little bit before that, I really did start getting used to more black coffees. I kind of went on this whole like intermediate fast, and I wouldn't eat until like 5 p.m. or so. And like the only things I would drink are basically just like water and just straight black coffee. And just over the course, I just got used to black coffee, and I prefer it over the more sugary drinks. Like, I mean, I'll drink a mocha every now and then, but like those frappuccinos like at Starbucks or whatever, they're too insane. Like, I mean, and also just I don't fuck with Starbucks like that much anymore. Like, I mean, because if you just want straight black coffee, like you could practically get that almost anywhere else. Like, I mean, it's nothing like that crazy. So you don't gotta go to no specialty like big brand store. Just go anywhere. Get some black coffee. Unless like Starbucks is very good at making little ice cream machine coffee things. Like here's our fucking oatmeal, fucking olive oil, like you know olive oil, almond milk, fucking granola bar ice cream, little coffee. There, you can have that. But like, if you just want basic coffee, it doesn't fucking matter. Just go anywhere at that point. But yeah, no, I'd just be drinking black coffee and black coffee with milk, which doesn't really count as black coffee anymore. That's just like what, a cappuccino? So I just be drinking that now these days. But like back then when I was first playing Peace Walker for like the very first time, I was not doing that. And also, is that dog pooping? Because I know in this game the horse can poop. I just don't think the dog poops in this one. In fact, you can use the horse pooping as an actual gameplay mechanic. Because if you make the horse poop like on the road and a vehicle goes through that road, you can make the vehicle kind of like skid off. So you can actually like incorporate that in your plans. But yeah, no, I had to go back into hiding, and now I'm like re-scoping out the area. Like I'm just trying to think of like all the boss fights in this game, and yeah, just I guess the variety is like one of the big killers in comparison to like the previous games. There just isn't that much going on with these guys. But then again, it's not like the ones in Metal Gear Solid 4 were that great. Aside from like the, I mean, there were a couple memorable ones. Okay, there's actually some really great ones in 4, but just that not all of them were great. And here I guess I'm going to test out the little electricity thing. Maybe it'll work from this distance, I don't know. It didn't really work last time, but, you know, I mean, I could always be surprised. But yeah, no, I mean, the Phantom Pain, when you do all the boss fights back to back, it actually does have, like, it does take a while for, like, the video to be done and all that. But then again, a good chunk of this is also repeated boss fights with bigger health bars. So, like, you know, you finally get to see what playing this game on European Extreme feels like for just a certain amount of missions. But, like, I feel at a certain point, why didn't you just give me the option to play every single mission on a harder difficulty? I guess like for the 100% achievements, that would really drag out the playtime, but also getting 100% achievements in this game just feels like it's no matter what you do, it's going to take forever. I haven't done it myself, but I'm actually interested in doing it one of these days just because I do like this game a whole bunch. And hey, I've done 3, I've done 2. I might as well do 5 at some point, but I really have to return that safe out to like collect all the hidden animals. Like, you kind of get into a bunch of bullshit, I'm not going to lie. Like, just, you know, a lot of it is fun in the main ops mostly, but then you get even doing all the side ops. Some of that shit is a bunch of bullshit, dude. I don't want to fuck around with that. But yeah, no, some important YouTubers to mention for my Phantom Pain no damage. We got 3. We got Mike Benincourt. I forgot exactly what he did. I think he had like some runs, like some S-rank ghosting runs. So I think his like walkthroughs really helped me out with like no damaging the main ops in this mission, which do include the boss fights. Yeah, that's incredible boss. I'm the boss. I'm the boss. I'm the boss. Yeah. Like, yeah, no, Keith Sutherland I do think gives a slightly better performance than David Hayter. Just like he's like more nuanced. He's not as exaggerated as David Hayter. But David Hayter's voice, he had like so many little nuances already from playing the same character over and over and over. That like the little nuances Keith Sutherland kind of copies just doesn't feel as natural in that sense. But I do think he's just better at giving like a more naturalistic performance. Just bringing more of like a human edge to like Venom Snake in comparison to like the legend of David Hayter, like the legend of, oh my goodness, like this fight, I'll tell you right now, this fight can get very hectic very fast because they can throw the rocks at you, and like whenever they pull out the machine gun, it's kind of like, you know, bye-bye. You know, you can't really do much against those machine guns. You kind of have to pray that they don't use the machine guns. And if they do use the machine guns, you kind of have to pray that you're like using the robot from a way where you actually get to block their attacks. It's just like, oh yeah, and I also got this little bulletproof shield, even though I don't really think it mattered too much. And you have to get used to like, you know, actually anticipating these little QTE sequences just to deal that little extra bit of damage. And yeah, while I'm also doing this fight, I am also just bringing them back up, you know, Fultoning them. And it is very silly that you do this mission again, but like with a lot more health. You basically have to like, you know, really try to make them do these QTE attacks. So like they're going to be like your main source of damage here. Because any other source of damage gets a little bit weird. And also with that big robot, if you use it for too long or just go through too many of their dust clouds, it's going to rust and then you can't use it ever again. So you really have to make them use these knives instead of the guns. But every now and then they'll use the guns, and I guess this little shield I have does kind of help with that, but you can't rely on it too much. But besides that, I hope the rest of this video kind of explains what to do with them. And thankfully the QTE timings, like little CQC timings, is a lot easier to grasp than like the Snake Eater one because, you know, they just tell you. And when they tell you, you just have to kind of like have that reaction time, you just kind of go from there. Like I know the Gaming Brit had this really big epic video on why he hates this game, and like I agree with some sections, and other sections I think he's being a little bit too hyperbolic in the sense that like I don't think I like hate the game to nearly the same degree he does. But that was a very iconic video back in the day because it's like straight up everyone was like praising the game and suddenly he's like, this game left me cold. Glacial levels of disappointment. Like, oh my goodness. That was fun. But yeah, no. So that's like the first YouTuber I wanted to mention. I think his runs helped me out a ton. The second reviewer is Kevy Reviews Things. He didn't really do any no damage tech or whatever, but he did do this like I think 5-hour-long video reviewing the entirety of the Phantom Pain, basically being mostly positive on it from the perspective of someone who doesn't think the other games are that great. Well, I mean, he loves Snake Eater, but he doesn't love the story of Snake Eater. Like, you know, you kind of get the picture. So it was a really passionate defense of why he thinks the Phantom Pain just gets too much hate. And honestly, he made a lot of good points, and I think that his review of certain aspects of the story made me appreciate it a little bit more. I'm not fully in love with it, but like I do think his review had a lot of good points, and you know, it's very cool, very nice. So I recommend checking his video out. I don't know if he's released a new video anytime recently, but that's like probably like his most famous video at this current time. And the third YouTuber I want to mention for my Phantom Pain no damage is Michael Saba. I think he actually did just full ghosting runs for a lot of the main ops. And yeah, once again, a lot of his strategies really helped me out for this boss fight. Yes, once again, I am naked because just to be faster, just like in Peace Walker. But being naked in this game is not as goofy as in Peace Walker, because in Peace Walker you get some really silly clothes to go along with being naked. Honestly, I mean, if you had those same silly clothes in this game, it would be awesome. But I guess you can't get nearly as silly as you could before. But there is a couple silly options in this game, in this Phantom Pain game. And I know that a lot of people really do like... Okay, see, I've just run out of things to say on my outline. Oh, wait, no, I haven't. I have this one point, but I don't know if this point... I don't know what boss fight this point is relating to, but you can still get shocked by the electric mines if you have the armor parasite suit. See, in one of these later fights, I'm going to use the armor parasite suit, and I guess in one of those later fights, there could be electric mines on the ground, and if you go over them, it destroys your whole suit. So you got to watch out for that. So I guess that's a point for later on. Just that I am completely done with my outline. Basically, like, from what I could salvage from all my previous outlines of all the Metal Gear Solid no damages I've done, like, those are all the points I have from the Phantom Pain relating to the boss fights. So now I kind of have to, like, yap for the rest, for like 40 more minutes about just whatever comes to mind or whatever's happening immediately on screen that I remember about. Oh, those crystals can be a real bitch, I'll tell you that much. Do not stand too close to them. Just, like, their little like AoE effect is honestly a little unpredictable. You really do have to watch out with that. I've been damaged. I've been scraped by those things like so many times when I didn't want to. And also, it's a very smart decision that whenever you run out of ammo, like they just buy more for you immediately. That's kind of the impression I'm getting from here. You don't have to like physically do that. I do appreciate that choice quite a bit. As for this robot, I mean, he's pretty fun to fight. At the very least, he's not as tanky as some of the Peace Walker guys. But yeah, no, decent robot, decent little cool robot fight. And also just getting to play with like a third-person control scheme, which doesn't feel as clunky as like Metal Gear Solid 4 or Peace Walkers. That's kind of the thing. Those games do adopt like more conventional control patterns, but I think the Phantom Pain, it just flows so much more smoother than those games' control patterns. Like those previous games, I don't know if I could really get into them as third-person shooters in the same vein as some other games on the market, but this one, like this got to be one of the best like feeling third-person shooters around. So if you really did want to play this as a third-person shooter, it would still be like super duper fun, just because like it's got great game feel. I think like a lot more like fluid and fast and just punchy than like 4 or Peace Walker. You know what I mean? Something like that. But my final point, no, I think this point I only made after I compiled like this new outline. I just have wow! And I think I put wow because this video is like 5 hours long. But yeah, no, I was yapping about something else entirely, and I don't really know what it is. I gotta get back to it. Fire. 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 So yeah, no, I don't really know what to talk about right now because I have no idea what that strategy was. I just stood behind a rock and just made him fire over and over again. I guess like maybe the one specific attack I could only avoid by hiding behind that rock. I don't know, but I think I was just memeing. I was just fucking around like, yeah, quiet, go fire at the robot. Even though she does like no damage towards it, but hey, it's not just the robot's gonna kill her or anything. But yeah, no, I was just firing off at that robot, just having a ball there. But yeah, no, I know a lot of people. I was so close from like getting clipped there, but I did not get clipped, thankfully. I think maybe I just ran out of rockets and I couldn't like refuel because I ran out of money, or just they're not going to give me another refuel. Like I don't know what's going on here. This is some crazy stuff. Oh, and I had to jump away from the rocks because like what happens is sometimes you'll summon the rocks and like the thing you want to do is sprint away from them. But sometimes he'll just summon the rocks in a way where it like circles all around you. So I actually had to like stop, dodge out of the way so I didn't run straight into the rock. Actually shoot some of the rocks. There, that's like the one where like he just like jumps you. That's so weird. Oh, I think I was waiting for like that Psycho Mantis jump scare because like it's one of the achievements you need to get for like that specific mission. To like complete all the side objectives, you had to shoot the Psycho Mantis child, and it was just taking a while for that Psycho Mantis child to come out. But then afterwards, I returned to shooting him with rockets, and you didn't really need to wait that long, but you kind of do need to wait that long if you want to shoot the Psycho Mantis child. And now we're going to be doing the repeated boss fights, the same boss fights with a fuck ton more health. Not every single fight, but a good majority of them. I'm going to include the little cutscene where it goes just styling on them boys. But yeah, no, I was yapping about something in particular. Oh yeah, no, just Peace Walker versus Phantom Pain. But let me just get sidetracked and just talk about something else completely different. I love the Gray Fox suit in this game. I think it restricts certain things, like maybe you can't get an A rank in the mission. No, there's no way it's that, but it restricts certain objectives. I mean, I remember there was some sort of restriction with using this suit, but I can't fully place my finger on what it was. But I'm using it now, and I used it in my video, so I guess here we are. So yeah, we're just repeating one of the missions, but on a slightly harder difficulty, which means we're going to use a lot more sleep grenades to get rid of these guys, and then after we do that, we're going to have to do something entirely different, just to kind of like dwindle their health bars. Just much bigger health bars. You need to use a lot more resources to kind of like bring them down, but similar strategy. It seems just smoke grenades, sleep grenades, just a combination of that. And I assume after the fact, like I'll do something else in order to take these guys out. I'm pretty sure I'm going to run out of sleep grenades or smoke grenades. I think in this fight specifically, I actually get into a very close and tense encounter, and it's like very scary, and I really like it, just watching it back. But yeah, no, Peace Walker over the Phantom Pain. I know some people like Peace Walker because it feels like the more complete game, like the campaign from beginning to end, just I guess it has a more satisfying arc for a lot of people. Like the levels are a little bit more memorable, because one thing about the levels in the Phantom Pain here is that a good chunk of them do kind of tend to blend together. Because you go to this outpost, then you go to that outpost, then you go to this outpost, but then you go to that outpost. Though I would say that there's like a lot of the bigger outposts, like the one in Africa, like the very first one you go to Africa, like the house you investigate to go talk to the guy who's blind. The final level of the first chapter, you know, like the big thing where you go face off against Skullface, that's a huge fortress. I thought that was very dope and cool. Like, you know, stuff like that's pretty cool, but then there's like a lot of them that just kind of blend into, oh yeah, there's a desert outpost, and that's a desert outpost. And then, like, you know, for a lot of the side ops, you end up revisiting a lot of those levels. And then, like, for the second chapter of the game, you're absolutely going to be revisiting a lot of these locales over and over and over. And then there's the design of the game where it's just like, it's like open world, but like every part of the open world besides like the outpost is just like completely empty and there's like nothing to do in there. Which Death Stranding I think fixes like a lot just by making that exploration of like the nothing the actual gameplay loop, which is pretty genius, I'd say. Just like actually making like your movement feel so involved that you actually have to like, you know, be locked in to move from place to place, and also have like multiple tools to make it easier to get from place to place. Because like in the Phantom Pain, you know, if there's like an empty field, you just run through it. Like there's not much to it. You just sprint through it. While in Death Stranding, you know, you have to adjust your balance and all that. But then again, all the Death Stranding, like adjusting balance stuff, would not fit this game at all. But, you know, if you were going to make a game that was basically just a bunch of open little vistas, like, you know, open empty vistas, like a desert or like, I mean, there's no winter in this game, like a desert or like a desert jungle. I mean, in Death Stranding, you might as well just make that exploration and just movement more engaged and interesting, and, you know, part of the gameplay. Like, the one part where Death Stranding started losing me a little bit is just the boss fights, because, you know, that sort of movement just to get around the world or, like, get away from enemies, I get that. But, like, actual boss fights, I don't know about that, Chief. Because you actually have to, like, run around and fight those boss fights. But, like, some of the boss fights in Death Stranding are pretty cool. Like, the first one you fight, like, what was that, like, fucking Octopus or something? That was pretty sick, I'm not gonna lie. Just, like, the entire level gets, like, soaked in ink. But I think I'll save my commentary on Death Stranding for, like, a Death Stranding no damage. But then again, if I do every single main mission in Death Stranding, that's gonna be, like, what is it, like a 20-hour long video? I'm gonna have to split that into parts the same way I did with the Phantom Pain. It'll probably be a longer video than, like, my Phantom Pain series, just because, like, I was just planning out certain Death Stranding missions is kind of painful. I know, like, the little stealth sections, like little boss fights with Matt Mikkelsen are going to be some of the hardest parts of the game. And, ooh, what am I doing here? I guess I knocked everyone out. I guess that's what happened. But yeah, no. Despite all the complaints, I still do think I prefer the Phantom Pain over Peace Walker, just because the Phantom Pain is just so much more fun to fight. No, the Phantom Pain is just a lot more fun to play, and also I prefer the much more open level design. You know, the stealth in this is more interesting. Because, like, Peace Walker is just, it feels a little bit too linear. Just like, I mean, the stealth challenges, you know, I mean, there's only like 2 to 3 ways to play it. While here, there's like so many different ways to play it. It's a lot more fun. And here, I think I just boosted my speed in one of my arms, like, to the most maximum extent, which allows me to sprint very, very fast, which allows me to get from cover to cover very, very quickly to fight Quiet here. And Quiet, her health bar is going to be so freaking huge, man. And also, I think one thing which would really, really improve this game, you know, like the Salisaurus. I mean, that's the other thing. Okay, one thing I don't like about the giant robot in this game, that fucking name, dude. I can't say that out loud. Metal Gear Rex, Metal Gear Ray, Metal Gear Gecko. I can say those names. Oh wait, I forgot what the name of the one in Portable Ops is. Like, that was like what, Metal Gear like Arise or some shit, I don't know. Metal Gear KYS, like that's what the Portable Ops one is called. That's still my least favorite by far. I am confident in saying that like Portable Ops like Metal Gear fight, it has to be my least favorite. Nothing beats how fucking terrible that one is. I just chased her across the map and just hit her in the face. I love that. But anything afterwards, I'm going to be a little bit more stealthy for the next hit, but yeah, no. Again, a little bit more aggressive here. Maybe I'll actually use a rocket punch. Oh, I'm painted silver! Yeah, like I'm running around very fast because I have like my, you know, bionic arm upgraded to like the maximum extent, but I'm also like, you know, naked, which makes me faster as well, and I'm silver, which adds no real benefit. It's just very funny to play the game while you're silver. I guess while I'm playing Chapter 2 here, I've unlocked more things, so I can get more goofy with it. And since it's no damage, you don't really have to put on armor or anything. But the one thing about being silver is that it does make your footsteps loud. So I gotta be a little bit careful when like walking around when I'm really close to her. But then again, I just ran up to her and just punched her in the face. Just socked her, dude. Like the running sprinting punch is like one of the most fun things to do in this game. It takes a little bit of time to get used to it. But if you can actually pull it off in any sort of situation, like one of the most fun attacks to just like bring out, just run, swoon, big swinging punch. But sometimes you can kind of mess it up and just like stop your momentum and do like one of the standing CQC things if you press it wrong. So you gotta press it right. It's not too hard to get used to, but it's just something to keep in mind. Like, yeah, no. I mean, would I want Snake Eater to play like Metal Gear Solid 5? I mean, it would be interesting to see, but I just really like Snake Eater's control setup. I'm just too used to it, you know? It gives the game a very unique flair, which like not that many games have. And also, just it's kind of a thing in like the what was like the PS2 generation? Was that the 6th generation or the 7th generation? Like I don't know. I mean, I honestly lose track of like what generations are which. Like what is that? Like NES is like 1st generation, even though the Atari came out before. Super Nintendo is 2nd generation. The Nintendo 64 is like 3rd generation. The GameCube is 4th generation. Is the PS2 the 4th generation of like the entire consoles? Even though it's the 2nd generation of the PS2. But yeah, no, just that generation of like game consoles and games in general. Like the Xbox, GameCube, and PS2 era, there were just a couple games which, like, they were still trying to figure out how to do like first-person shooting or like third-person shooting stuff. Like there was still like some variety in how different games like made you move in like those sort of settings. While now, like, control setups are kind of homogenized, where basically every single game plays the exact same. Like, if you pick up any sort of third-person shooter in this modern era, you're going to press the left trigger to zoom in, you're going to press the right trigger to shoot, you're going to press one of the bumpers to throw a grenade. That's just how it works now. And, you press X to, like, jump or, like, crouch or something like that. Like, it's always going to be the same now. Well, back then, like, some games, they could kind of play around with how it works. You got Metroid Prime, which has, like, its own unique little moveset. You, like, press one button to lock on. You press the big A button to shoot. You got Metal Gear Solid, like, 2 and 3. They have their own little control setup. You kind of have to, like, learn. There's, like, all these little intricacies. It feels like its own little world separated from what other games were doing at the time. And, yeah, I know it's very frustrating jumping into it now. But, like, once you get used to that, it feels really nice. Especially, like, I think Metal Gear Solid 2, I think, runs really nice. Though Metal Gear Solid 3... because of its more 3D terrain and exploration, some of the graphics and like coding from Metal Gear Solid 2, just like it has like some similarities with that game, like some of the crawling similarities. I don't think it moves like that naturally compared to the second game, especially on some of the more jagged terrain. Like Snake in Snake Eater does kind of get caught on some of the more jagged terrain, and something you just like kind of stand up because you can't crawl over the jagged terrain, and that kind of screwed up a couple runs for me. But yeah, no. The Snake Eater remake definitely won't be better than the original, but I think I'll be interested in no damaging it. I cannot say the same for the Silent Hill 2 remake. I mean, I'm going to have to no damage Silent Hill 1, 2, 3, and 4 before I even entertain the thought of no damaging like a Silent Hill 2 remake. Just I don't really have faith in it. Though it does seem to be doing a couple things kind of neat. Ooh, boom, electric arm, even though I did not kill her, sadly. Am I going to, like, knock her out with one more punch? Oh, no, she dodged! No! Oh, that's such a shame. That is such a shame. It would have been so dope to, like, finish her off with one more punch. I'm pretty sure I'm going to try to do another punch, but she's just too far away now. So I'm going to... maybe a supply drop. Am I going to do a supply drop? I feel that's the sort of thing I would end up doing. Or I'm trying to scan her right now, because she's, like, what, all the way up there, it seems? Ooh, no, she's not there. I lost track of wherever she is. But it would be so funny to like finish her off with a supply drop. But I feel like maybe at this point in time, she might get a little bit too fast to do that. She's like up there, but it's like, ooh. And yeah, when you really zoom into her, she's like humming her little theme song. Oh, I love that. Yeah, in her first fight, you do a supply drop, it takes like half of her health, while here it does basically nothing, but she has basically nothing, so we're just going to do a supply drop to knock her out. But I feel like maybe the supply drop, she's actually going to dodge it. She may actually do that. She is capable of doing it. I don't know what activates it, but like every now and then she'll just do it, but it might actually knock her out. Oh, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. But yeah, no, back to what I was yapping about before. So, yeah, no, just the core gameplay loop with the Phantom Pain is just, like, more fun to play than Peace Walker. Yeah, the Phantom Pain also is more gameplay focused than set-piece focused, but the gameplay just has a lot more going on. And here I'm going to do something pretty goofy in this, like, repeat of the boss fight. I'm going to activate my radio in-game. Like, I mean, what you could do is just turn off all the music in-game and just add it in post, but no, I did this, like, in-game. I have this music playing on my radio. That's actually one of my favorite things about the Phantom Pain, is that if you played it on PC, you can go inside the files and add your own music to like that little like robot thing, little like cassette player. So you can just pull a bunch of YouTube rips, like MP3s, and just like go to town with like whatever soundtrack you want. I got Deus Ex, I got Splinter Cell, I got Sonic the Hedgehog, and I got music from Metal Gear Rising for this one fight. Like, yo, like check this out. At least this song isn't copyright claim, so I can like stop yapping for a little bit. Oh yeah, and if we're talking soundtracks in the entire franchise, I mean, I should probably like take a closer listen to every single one of them, but like every single Metal Gear Solid game has a pretty solid soundtrack. Metal Gear Solid 1's is just classic, you know, just classic PS1. Oh dude, Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake has one of the best intro themes of all time, dude. That sounds amazing. Oh, Metal Gear like 2 Solid Snake, that game is awesome. And also, I have wanted to no damage like those first 2 Metal Gear games. Just oh, yeah, the first one I don't. I really don't with that first one. Just because like it gets kind of annoying to follow every now and then. The second game, for the most part, I vastly prefer. It's a big improvement. But there's one section in Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake which I do not want to touch with like a 50-foot pole. Oh yeah, by the way, that hit doesn't count because in like the main menu when you finish the mission, it says 0 hits done. And also because you hit the robot, kind of, not me. So it doesn't really count as damage towards me. So if you're wondering about that, that's the classification. That's the excuse I have. But anyways, yeah, no. The swamp section in Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, I have zero idea how I'm going to do that without, like, you know, using a guide the entire time and also, like, pixel perfect, just, you know, nudging. And it's just going to be such a slow video. I mean, that's, like, the one reason why I haven't done that game yet. It's going to be super painful. And also, before I do Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, the game I vastly prefer, I have to do that first Metal Gear. It's not like the first Metal Gear is that bad or anything, but it's just like, yeah, it gets a little bit obtuse every now and then trying to follow it. I was 100% using a guide, like, the entire time. Because if you mess up, like, one thing here or one thing there, like, you'll kind of, like, hard lock yourself from beating the game. You know what I mean? I mean, if you played the game, you'll know what I mean. But another thing I want to mention is that, yeah, the music. Okay, music. So Metal Gear Solid 1, awesome music. Metal Gear Solid 2, so many bangers, dude. Snake Eater. Ooh, I think Snake Eater has probably my favorite soundtrack. Just, like, the caution themes, like, the alarm themes, like, the little James Bond influences here and there. The Snake Eater opening theme, just... Ooh, man, that is some crazy shit right there. Portable Ops. Okay, so, like, the reason I want to talk about music is because in my little playlist, my little cassette playlist in Metal Gear Solid 5 here, I actually put in a song from Portable Ops. And, you know, the song from Portable Ops is just, there's this one sneaking theme in, like, one of the final levels. I don't know which level specifically. It's incredible. There's this incredible, like, one of these incredible final level themes in Portable Ops, and it's just like, it's so triumphant and heroic, and it fills me with so much energy when I hear it, dude. It's actually been so long since I've heard that song. It's all coming back to me. That song left such a strong impression on me. Like, dude, oh my goodness. You'll hear it, like, when I'm in, like, my Portable Ops No Damage, which is actually the shortest video I've done on Metal Gear Solid aside from Metal Gear Rising. Oh, that's actually another good thing to mention. But yeah, no, my Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops, all main missions, no damage video, that's like an hour 30. You know, hop on that. That video is also, like, the least viewed of, like, my Metal Gear Solid, like, series. But I'm very proud of it, because I actually did every single main mission no damage. Like, no bullshitting, no, oh, I couldn't no damage the railgun section. The entire main ops mission, no damage. Go check that video out. Very proud of it, you know, despite some sections bringing me a lot of pain. Mostly, it's just that fucking Metal Gear fight. And Gene. Gene was so terrible. I mean, no, Gene wasn't terrible. It was just hard as fuck. But, yeah, no. But yeah, this video is not going to include any fights from Metal Gear Rising because I already did a video on Metal Gear Rising, and just like, that's like another like an almost hour long video. Just adding it here feels kind of redundant. This is only like for the fights from the longer videos. Because for Metal Gear Rising, I didn't do the entire game. I only did the boss fights because that game is more centered around boss fights, you know, hack and slash boss fights. Well, the Metal Gear Solid games, I feel the appeal of those games are like the entire game, not just the boss fights. Anyways, this doesn't really count as a boss fight per se. This is the section where you have to kind of like, you know, defend the base from a bunch of enemies. You have a bunch of tanks, a bunch of things. And honestly, I did this in a very cheesy fashion. Basically, I found out that if you equip like the parasite armor thing and you get shot, hit, stabbed, you know, whatever the fuck, it won't count as a hit on like, you know, the final like results screen. So I'm just gonna count that as no damage because, you know, no damage means not getting hit, and if, you know, getting hit with this armor doesn't count as a hit, and it's no damage, so I'm just fully protecting myself with this armor. I know it's cheap, I know it doesn't feel like I'm actually no damaging anything. I'm basically just tanking every single hit, and just like, you know, swallowing more armor when I need more hits. Very much something you need to go on New Game Plus for, you know, fully upgrade for. But fuck it, man. I mean, how else are you gonna do a no damage to this section? This section is hell. This section is actually complete hell. And also it just sucks because Quiet leaves at this part, you know, permanently if you really like stick with it. But then again, it's not like Quiet's the best like party member. But you know, just her absence definitely fills a phantom pain in the game. But there was also another thing I wanted to mention along the way here. Let me see. I mean, I guess I'll go back to the soundtrack. So yeah, no portable ops. I mean, I don't know about every single track in the game, but like, dude, like that one track in like one of the final levels just fills me with so much joy. It's so like epic and like has so much pathos. I mean, I think I'm just throwing pathos around. I don't get the full meaning of it, but like, dude, it's such an awesome track. I mean, I feel like if you've played the game, you know what I'm talking about. It's such a triumphant like feeling in that game when you reach that moment, and you're doing that level. It's just like, oh man, dude, I love it so much. I love it so much. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 4, I guess, is kind of the odd one out. I mean, I'm sure there's some great tracks in there. Oh, yeah, like just the old Snake theme, you know, it's like, it's like so sad and tragic. But like, I don't think the soundtrack is nearly as memorable as like some of the stuff in like the previous games. I mean, it has like its good moments, but, and also the lack of a vocal theme. Wait, what the fuck am I talking about? I mean, Metal Gear Solid 4 has a, like, I mean, but she doesn't say any words, but like that theme really kicks in, but you know, I don't think it matches like some of the highs of like the best is yet to come, or the credits theme for Metal Gear Solid 2. Some people don't fuck with that song. It drives me insane. I love that song so much. That little piano, just like the New York vibes. I forgot what it was called. It was like No Chance for Tomorrow, or like There's a Better Tomorrow. I mean, I forgot the name of the song because it's been so. Or Can't Say Goodbye to Yesterday. I love that song. Oh, it's been so long since I've listened to any of these credit scenes. They're incredible, man. Oh my goodness, that's a fucking amazing theme. And then Snake Eater has the opening theme, you know, Snake Eater, title intended, you know. And then you got like the ending credits, you know, Way to Fall. Very few people hate the Way to Fall song. There's only one review which didn't fuck with it, and it's like the fucking guys who did like the big takedown of the Silent Hill HD like collection, like the Twin Perfect, I think that's what their channel is called. For some fucking reason, they were like, oh, we don't like this song. What the fuck are they yapping about, dude? That's like one of the best credit themes in any game. Like the way it hits, like after Big Boss, you know, like has been betrayed by his country and all that, like, oh. Dude, I mean, I'm yapping about Metal Gear Solid, dude. I fucking love these games. Oh wait, no, and oh wait, Metal Gear Solid 4 has like that really sad rendition of Here's to You in the credits of that game. I mean, I'm just trying to think about like general like combat themes and just OST in general. But yeah, no, I mean, the credits theme in Metal Gear Solid 4 is also incredible. Just like Here's to You, like just that really sad rendition of it. Holy fuck, that hits. But I think overall, generally, the soundtrack, it could be a little less memorable than like the previous games. And then there's Peace Walker, which I think there's a couple bangers here and there in Peace Walker, especially the Peace Walker boss fight theme, the Pause song for sure. And I think the level themes, I guess, like, I just don't remember them that well right now, but for the most part, they're pretty dope. And then just little CQC there, love those little animations. And then we get like the Ground Zeroes and the Phantom Pain really does feel like it has a completely different sound compared to the other games. And I don't want to like dog on the sound, but I definitely don't think I like it as much as the other games. It's like it meant to be a lot more atmospheric, like not really like, you know, intrude on like your sneaking nearly as much as the previous games. The previous games had a little bit more of a catchy vibe, while this game, there's a lot of tracks that just kind of fit the more atmospheric tone, and every now and then they'll pop off. I think the boss fight theme for like the big ass robot in this one, like the fucking the whale, big ass fucking whale on feet or whatever the fuck, the homongumonginous, like whatever it's called. That boss fight theme is awesome. And like there's like one called like the Ghost Campaign or something. There's like one soundtrack that only plays in a very rare section of this game. It's like the Silver Campaign, the Gold Campaign. I don't know what the fuck. That soundtrack's really dope. Some of the sadder moments have these really great themes, like the one where like he puts the ashes on his face. That theme has some really great like accents. I don't know if that's the right word to use. And even like the big twist, like the big ending of the game where, you know, you finally reveal like, oh, you weren't the real big boss the whole time. That soundtrack's really dope. The twist itself, I guess like it kind of feels like a bit of a wet fart. You know, it's a great little scene, you know, like the mirror, the camera work, the acting. But just like, I mean, that scene coming at that part of the game, like they really could have paced that out better. Because really, it's the delivery of it all. Like having to open like a little mission menu to go into that little thing, just it doesn't feel the same, man. It really does not hit like the other games when it comes to its twists. Like it's not even a bad twist, it just does not hit like that. Especially like the twist only coming after you do like this like pretty like dumb replay of like one of the worst missions in the game, aka the tutorial like story level. Like just, what are we doing here, man? Like why do we set it up like this specifically? It just does not hit. Like having that reveal happen in like a brand new mission, or like an actual novel like rendition of like the first level, you know, not just the same, it's like the same exact shit, but this time, oh, there's the big twist and it's all epic and dramatic. It's like, who cares? And also, I'm not sure if I'm really a big fan of just cassette tape like info dumping. Like, I know it's like real cool and famous, you know, makes you explore the level, but just like, there's like fucking 5 hours of them in this game. But, you know, on this no damage playthrough, because it was 12 hours and I had to like commentate for 12 hours, I did go through I did actually listen to like every single one I could find, and it did give me a little bit more of an appreciation for the story. Zero in those tapes has a little bit more going on. Yeah, Zero, where the fuck was he, dude? That was so disappointing, because I mean, he was kind of hyped up to be like, ooh, he's gonna actually be villainous in this game. And then it's just like, yeah, in the tapes you learn a little bit about him, and he got some nice characterization here and there. But it feels like a little too little too late. I'm not gonna lie to you. And that Skullface, man, I just don't fuck with Skullface all that much. Ooh, I'm using a dangerous sniper. I'm actually killing these guys. Okay. Well, they're not guys, they're girls. Or, you know, what have you. Oh yeah, I should probably mention that I'm pretty sure that Hideo Kojima was heavily inspired by Mad Max Fury Road for like the cutscene direction in this game. But that might make it a little bit confusing because the cutscenes don't really move the same way as that movie, but he was inspired by how, like, you know, George Miller pretty much said so much with so little dialogue. So he wanted to kind of imitate it in this game, and mind you, the characters still have a habit of yapping their asses off, but he kind of wanted to adopt a more, you know, non-verbal style for, like, majority of the cutscenes. So characters talk less. Venom Snake, a lot of his emotions aren't really said out loud. He's more of a man of action than a man of words, per se. I don't think it, like, fully works out in this game, but I think it's a really nice attempt, and also just a new style, and kind of, like, rewarding. I mean, I guess kind of, like, fun to see in Metal Gear Solid, because a lot of the cutscenes before, the characters just yapped, and yapped. And that is part of the appeal and all, but it was interesting seeing Hideo Kojima kind of experiment and challenge himself a bit with this game. And yeah, no, for this boss fight, I got caught, so I'm like, you know what, I'm just going to use the little parasite armor thing and just, like, bum rush these snipers. Or something along those lines. Because, you know, just once you get caught, it's like, alright, I guess I'm going to bum rush the snipers now. So yeah, no. I wanted to mention that because maybe these bald lady snipers, maybe he was inspired. I went offline there. What's going on there? The whole online service of Metal Gear Solid 5. I never really engaged with the FOB, like, infiltrating people's bases, because like, that shit is too hard, bro. I can't do that. Like, people fight like multiplayer games, bro. I'm a little mid at that. I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, depending. I guess I'm also mid at fighting games, but being mid at fighting games still requires you to be really good at them, if that makes any sense, you know. Like, for normal people, being able to pull off a fucking DP motion, there's people who will never do that their entire life. So even pulling off a DP motion is impressive, but like, you know, if you're going online, if you can pull off a DP motion, you're still gonna get like assaulted online, you know what I mean? But anyways, besides all that, after all that, the specific point. So yeah, no, maybe the bald lady snipers were inspired by Furiosa in Mad Max Fury Road, because she's also bald in that movie, but they don't really be focusing on her boobs the same way that they do in this game. So that's like the one unique thing. No, Kojima, you cannot say he's not unique, even though he does spend a lot of his career ripping off other movies, but like, he kind of rips it off in service of something that's very unique and creative. You cannot say that this game isn't unique and creative, okay? You can't say that. It's probably like pulling from a lot of sources, but all those sources combined create something unlike anything, you know, like anything else, alright? I mean, that's one of the reasons I fuck with Kojima so heavy. I mean, besides the fact that his games are also really fun and well designed, like the teams he works with are like super talented. I mean, like, you know, I don't want to subscribe to auteur theory too much, you know, but like, I mean, the teams Kojima works with are super talented. And like every time like Kojima's on a game, it's like one of the most like well feeling, like most graphically tested, like coded, one of the most ambitious games ever, and it all just flows very nicely. You know what I mean? Like Kojima has proven time and time again, he knows how to handle a team to create really great games here. You know, give or take. I mean, the only reason I get so critical of some of these games is because I'm a super fan, alright? Like, I be playing these games over and over and over again. You know, I play favorites, I play these favorites, you know, I'm not going to say the next sentence I was going to say there, but yeah. While I'm still yapping here during this little sniper showdown, I believe we only have 2 boss fights left. We have these snipers, and then the redo of the giant robot. So, I just have to say, the voice acting in The Phantom Pain is probably the best in the entire series. Just, it's phenomenal voice acting. It is fan-fucking-tastic, dude. Okay, Kiefer Sutherland, I mean, he doesn't really talk much in this game, but, you know, the little he does do is really great. But I don't think they take full advantage of him, but, like, what he does do here is really great. But, yeah, no, Robert Akin Downs is fucking mind-blowing in this game, dude. Fucking, that's gotta be like his best performance out of any game. And he's just a fantastic actor. Also, the actor of Travis in No More Heroes, really fuck with that voice. I think he's the medic in TF2, but this game, dude, chills. Just straight chills in some scenes. The guy who voices Otacon, I mean, I still don't really fuck with Huey, but it is kind of fun to like finally see Huey be a piece of shit in this game. And he gives a really great performance in this one too, just really detestable. Troy Baker's really good as Ocelot, though I will admit I'm not really the biggest fan of Ocelot in this game. Just he doesn't really have like that it factor that he had in the other games. He's alright, you know, he's a little fun cowboy guy, and Troy Baker's really good in the role, but just, yeah, no, meaning in all the other games, like Ocelot was just kind of like that it factor, you know, he was just that guy. Well, here, you know, just, But like, I mean, you know, just decent, I'd say. Quiet, she almost never talks, but when she does talk, she's pretty good. Skullface. Skullface is probably like the most, you know, questionable performance, but he's still really good in the role. He's got a very chilling voice. He can like lower his tone to like a certain thing. I don't know like what else the actor's done before, but like I do think for the most part he does a really great job as Skullface. Just that one delivery, like in like the final mission of Chapter 1, he's like, ooh. Like, I forgot what he even said. He's like, ooh! Like, it's so fucking silly. It's, like, so uncharacteristically silly for, like, the tone the game had before, like. But what did he say before? It was so iconic. It was, like, did Zero send you? Or, like, it was something, man. I can't believe I forgot that line. That's, like, one of the silliest lines in the whole game. Just, like, the way that final chapter plays out is kind of, like, what kills Chapters 1's story. You know, because you got Skullface, then you got Volgin, but then, like, Liquid Snake just enters into a fuck-off robot. Yeah, just Liquid Snake in this game. I mean, I think he's called, like, Eli in this game. I just don't fuck with him that much. I mean, like, his boss fight's kind of cool, but just, like, he's just kind of a little shit, and he doesn't really add that much to the story besides fan service and, like, one cool boss fight. But then, like, all the rest of the game, he just kind of spends it fucking around making the story worse. And, yeah, there's, like, a whole deleted third chapter of the game where you just kind of go to some island and you fight the giant robot again. Like, this is, like, they kind of released like a demo of like what would happen, or like an unfinished cutscene of like, you know, Snake being like, yes, Liquid Snake, blame me for like everything happening, right? Like, I feel like that chapter really wouldn't have made the game feel any more complete than it already is, all things considered. But I know some people, they're like, oh, if only we had that third chapter, then this game would really come to life. But like some of the stuff I hear about, it's like, okay, so you go to another island, that's kind of cool. You have to fight the child soldiers again, and then you just fight this fuck-off robot again, like what, for a third time? Like, I mean, come on, man. Is that really going to make it feel like the big complete saga? Like, I mean, if this game doesn't feel complete right now, I feel like that third chapter wouldn't have really helped things all that much. But the little cutscene that is like, you know, 80% finished, did look really neat. I did like that a lot. I think my biggest issue with this giant robot fight is, okay, like, I think my biggest issue, the most tremendous issue I have with this, like, robot boss fight, like, the most giant, absolutely giant issue, is I think this boss fight would be improved, like tenfold if we instead just fight a big quiet, you know, just like a really big quiet, all the same moves, you know, same moveset, but just quiet. I think that would really make the game better. Like, wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you agree? But yeah, no. Oh wait, I think I play a really awesome song in this boss fight, or maybe I don't, I haven't done it yet. I'm gonna go into like my radio at some point during this fight just to play like a really banger theme. I could have sworn I do it earlier on, but it's just not happening right now. Like, I mean, in my actual Phantom Pain all main ops video, no damaged, you know, that video, I still have like 5 more main ops to go, but for the boss fights, this is like the last boss fight you have to redo. Like, when am I going to play that radio? Am I only going to play it for like the last minute or so? That's a little weird. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go behind a rock. Yeah, I think this is it. I mean, first I have to get away from the black rocks there. Oh yeah, I have to just kind of run through there just to kind of get out. I'm going to like go behind cover, start playing that song, and it's going to be really awesome. Because, I mean, I basically run out of things to say. I'm kind of just yapping, but this boss fight is still going to continue going on for a bit. Just when am I going to put on that song? Because like, the song I put on is really awesome. I'm a big fan of it, but the song I put on has nothing to do with Metal Gear. Just, this guy doesn't really have that much health. I mean, am I just doing the same thing I did in the previous boss fight, where I'm just waiting for Psycho Mantis to pop up so that I can like just absolutely demolish them? Just for like the little achievement or whatnot? Because even like this late in the game, it seems I'm not going to do it. What's going on? This guy's going to die. This robot's actually just straight up going to die. There's no way I'm going to like start playing a song now of all times. Okay, maybe I will, because I remember like going behind some rocks, pulling out my radio, and just playing a very, very specific theme. I mean, I think I might just actually be drawing out the Psycho Mantis encounter for that little like extra achievement. I'll also say this, I guess like one thing which can kind of make this game feel a little bit repetitive is that if you do all the main ops like 100%, you know, doing all like the side objectives, because like all the main objectives tend to be pretty original, but the side objectives kind of get copy and pasted throughout the missions. Like, okay, go to this random base, go get this commander, go get these details of the map, go collect this little thing here, go collect a couple diamonds here. You gotta start seeing some stuff get copy and pasted, or collect a hostage somewhere over here, or collect a hostage somewhere over there. And honestly, like the objectives don't stop being fun, aside from a few weird ones. The tailing objectives tend to be a little bit strange and out there. I'm not really the biggest fan of those, just because like the tailing markers can get fucked up really fast. When you have to like listen to a conversation and be in sneak mode the entire time, not the biggest fan of those objectives. I don't think they're like coded the best in this game. But this is a song. This is a song from like Kiwami 2. It's probably one of my favorite songs, though it is like the theme song, like the final boss fight music of a minigame I don't really fuck with that much in that game. But yeah, no, I think I'm just gonna end it off here. Thank you for the commentary. Thank you so much for sticking around for my compilation of all the Metal Gear Solid boss fights in this franchise, aside from like the optional ones from Peace Walker. But you know, don't think about that too much. But yeah, thank you so much for sticking around, and I'll see y'all then for the next video. Peace out.